Let me see. Let me see. Let's see over there, right? Come in. Come in here. Let me step into it. Alright, I want to test my audio here. Testing 1, testing 2, testing 3. Audio good? Alright. So, I am at... How are you doing on your side? Everything good? I am at Refusal. I am surrounded by the family. Family. So, come on, join me here. So, this is one of the family members, right? So, how many families are represented here of the 4 people who are missing?
Right now, only 2 families are here.
A family was from Sangre Grande. They were here, but
they left. They left already. They left about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, they were there since yesterday. They put on the bench the whole night. Whole night. They might eat nothing, nobody have bed, none of them nobody have brush their teeth, nothing yet. You know?
But you could have told me that yesterday and I'd be done here for that. But I want to know, you all were in a meeting with Stuart Young and Mustaq Mohammed. That is CEO of Paria Days. What did they tell you?
All them tell me is they're doing the best to find we loved ones.
Anybody want to be in this video, you could just come forward because I want to hear what it is they told you all. And I want Trinidad to hear. I want Trinidad to hear what they told you all because my job is to make sure this story don't get covered up.
Thank you.
Okay? So they're not going to get to cover up this story.
All they keep telling me, they're doing everything to find we loved one, and they bring compressor and they bring food, but up to now, the time is after 2 and nothing, no pump, nothing has started work yet. Nothing. This one now come from the boat. That one now come from the platform. No, nothing has started work yet.
Right now, we're gonna assess this problem since yesterday.
Come closer. I want to know, Daryl. Yeah, but I want you to monitor these others who speak in too. Everybody good? Everybody good? Tell me.
Yeah. As you recall, we get the distress signal since half 3. Get 20 minutes to reach out there. It already happened. Nobody want to say anything, so I had to call my friends to come and give them help. Because my brother is a diver. We do diving now. And lucky for we 2 extra men, we bring extra air. It meant that we pull out 1 man. But everybody was panicking. All the divers is up the truck. I call out a team and they come out in an hour. So it wasn't 2 weeks, Christopher would have died. So my dad pushed out Christopher out of the pool. When he come up now. Christopher was telling me go back to my father, go wait till my brother. But I had no gears. I now jump off the boat. But my gears home. I didn't know what's going to happen. But we try our best and Paria.
So the 4 people in the pipe, they related?
No.
2 related?
2 related, yeah. My dad related to Chris. Yusuf, he's a diver for Cap. And yes. Young Carl's son, the bossman's son. He just gone out there with the jeep, with the doing and incident happened around that time. And girls again.
So did they sound like they know what they're doing?
Yeah, and Black. He was a badge captain.
Did Stuart Young and Mustaq and them sound like they know what they're doing, like they have a plan?
No, not at all.
They were looking like they was hiding behind Stuart. Because why we don't have an interview with Stuart Young?
Come closer. I want them to hear you. They need to hear you. Trinidad needs to hear all of you. Come in close. Trinidad needs to hear all of you. Trinidad needs to understand. Yeah, but you can't react to that because people talk all the time. So until we know.
I ain't get nobody else.
So don't let them.
Look, hey, we're talking to my brother who inside there right now. No, nothing even start.
So
and come down Norwich and everything just on standby. So then find nobody else.
So people just talking stupidness and ignore that, right? Thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Yeah, well, since yesterday, when we received the first guy, we tell Paria, we should be at a man because we get the equipment borrowed, commercial alone, get umbilical and everything, comes on it. And the bosses say no, can't.
Do you all have any idea what caused the suction?
Well, we do not know, but I
The pipe was live.
no, well, there was change the block. Yeah. So, I don't know all the names, but it's diving on the riser and it's a vacuum. Like them. I wasn't there, I only
They just have this cover, like a balloon cover in the back, right, while they're doing this stuff. And I just pulled that. Everybody went through.
no, well, it was unintentional. Then eat lunch and go back to work.
And the pipe is long as 1,200 feet.
Yeah.
And it's 50 feet down to 1,200 feet.
Real far. When I get to the building, how long is the line?
That is what making it difficult right now.
That's why they don't want to send it down.
No, but I want to ask you a question. The suction is off now.
Yeah, everything.
So somebody could go in that pipe.
But that is how my brother retrieved my data.
Right, so I'm asking you. Somebody on a harness with a tether could go in the pipe and find people.
That's what we wanted to do last night, but they didn't give me clearance to do that.
So, but
Both got them.
if the suction was off, then that would have been the obvious next step to do.
But them just saying this is
So is it that they just didn't know what they was doing?
Yeah.
But when they went in with the RV, a diving tank was blocking them. A diving tank.
Who was there was relatives, our relatives. It didn't
Who
have
was there for Paria?
nobody, that's what we're saying.
my team saved my dad.
So Paria had nobody in authority.
No, that's
No,
what we're saying.
so they're doing work underwater, and there's nobody supervising that project. The project manager I called.
No, we have these supervisors, but there's not divers to help.
Rolly said he went down. One of the brothers said he went down when it down happened, and he didn't have nobody in the chamber. So he come back up.
So the chambers, what they
Yeah, it's like a roof then.
down in the bottom. How did they move in that?
Yeah, well, that is where the riser is to change. So when they're slipping the bolts and putting the gasket on it, maybe within 15 minutes, the vacuum occur and fill up the whole room out.
How many room it have air?
Right.
It's like a room like this.
They had the compressor on to give them air, but they didn't expect it
So
to flood.
inside that room, it is a pressurized room.
Yeah.
So there's no water in there, there's air in there,
Right.
underwater.
I dived in it before, but I didn't dive on this truck. But nobody could explain how the vacuum occurred.
So right now, as we standing here, there is nobody trying to send anything, man or machine, into that pipe.
No, well,
No, not at this moment.
But I now talk to my brother, right here or there. He said how they now bring the pump. Now in the meeting just now, what did they tell me the pump?
One
day. But they lie because if she didn't
But from the
pump,
time you read Paria release, you realize they start off this thing with lies.
they're trying to blame
TV6
somebody else
says
than
a
them.
massive search underway. What massive search? People in a pipe, you're showing them pictures of the ocean. As if the divers get washed out
with
to
this
sea.
big what you call it? Them Coast Guard ship and thing.
yesterday,
So we understand they were trying to make a false narrative to what happened.
When the disrespectful thing, he come first. And he not even working with them. Realizes before it wasn't for he and his decision. There would have been 5 families here instead of 4. This young man with my brother and his brother saved that person and them not even working for.
Paria's biggest problem right now is that you save somebody.
yeah, but the thing is,
Because you save somebody, they can write a different story.
No.
What happened downstairs there, you now have a witness.
but what I realize is that when they say the men lost last night,
But look at the trying to say the men lost since yesterday.
well, we had time to save them since 5 o'clock, but the ship company divers, we got the equipment.
And they stopped there for diving.
They stopped them and they're saying there's a
Who
safety issue.
is the day that stopped it?
Paria, the heads. I ain't calling names. I know the names, but I ain't want to call names.
Make it tell them what happened.
No, but on my video this morning, I called Michael Way, and I called a woman named Balthazar, I think she's the project manager.
Yeah.
And she sung panicked.
Yeah, well, last night she was in the midst of everything. I had to tell them what to do. Didn't have a good engineer last night. I come with the engine to tell them what to do. The one thing I do last night, and I wasn't working it, because the company so cheap to hire me to work there. I working on a boat.
But I had professionals, dive safety specialists tell me today.
Yeah, but them men in
this
nothing.
No. Tell me on the live today that is not how you set up a dive like that. That they did it on the cheap. There was no preventative measures and no rescue measures, no emergency measures in place.
You see that safety there, look?
Yeah.
You see that type of diver they want to do there? That type of diver. It's not the correct type of diver. You want to do this. The suit doesn't want to put on to go and do that type of diver.
Hat and hose.
I saw that they were screw in helmet on.
Hat and hose. Hat and hose.
Hat and hose.
Going on and on, whatever it is. It's supposed to have cameras on them.
Right.
Right? To monitor them all around and if they are doing that type of one thing.
See,
So for the beginning, that is the wrong type of diver, but the diving procedure, the top to
And this is what we're trying to understand.
That's one, right?
Why that was so.
The other one is, right? Now, the men them, right? The men them were not
well,
at least if it was good,
the vacuum, they had 4 bailouts.
they're supposed to have something to
Yeah, they have that.
pull them back up in case of
Well, yeah, but they get comfortable working. They have the bailout, but only my dad and one more guy grab the bailout, be next to one now.
the other side.
Yes, I want to say something to you because this is what I have learned. That there is a work order in a professional environment that will check off all those things. Paria has responsibility for that, and they did not do that. So we waited to see what the work order looked like for this job.
The other thing is that pipe, or that uphill pipe.
Well,
See
yeah.
it for that uphill pipe. What is supposed to do is to look at pipe for a period of at least a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And do the proper
I just saying
assessment
this.
before they can send the divers there.
Right. They used that pipe 2 days ago,
Right.
before the accident.
So that was
And that ship pumping fuel. You tell me them clean out everything in that pipe and make sure it's gas free and
But we need to find out, all this are we speculating, and nobody's saying no, but a lot of that is speculation. We need to find out what was actually done. We need to find out when was it shut down, when was it repaired, what was done to clear it out. Every finger that you can count on today, you still just speculating, and we need information from Paria.
they have to give that.
I know a lot, right? I can tell you a lot, but I don't want to lose my job now.
And then they're supposed to have.
Right? I was there whole night.
By American forces, rescue team,
All of those things.
on spot before they can send them men down there.
All the-
So in case of an emergency,
Only when
they have that rescue team on right on board to assist immediately.
but only when the ship come we get everything.
Because of that serious stuff they was taking there.
Ship and everything. But the heads on them say no, you can't go in the oil line because it's unsafe. You check on the metal, real divers, real equipment. We can't pull out home. I didn't see how unsafe it was to save 4 guys. You understand? We could have do it yesterday 5 o'clock. I get on almost 2:30 and we bring up the menu.
The runner told me they went down 50 feet and 50 feet down and 30 feet across.
Right.
So why they didn't, if they could have gotten 50 feet down and 30 feet across, why they didn't mount a proper rescue following on it?
Well, they were doing the beginning rescue with just scuba. Yeah.
But when they went,
When the gas come, they stop them from that.
Yeah.
We didn't know the people who come.
House support. House support on subsea. But we had scuba commercial that came in 6 o'clock. But the Paria was still we can't wait. I was like, why? We need to save the men. And they're telling me yes. Then the boss, the manager, superintendent telling me no. So the first time when we heard the guy shouting, they were saying, no, don't go for him. I said, forget all that, we saving the man. And my brother and Corey went and saved him. And get one guy out. Because I tell them, forget them. I say, forget them safety men and them on the safety men. And we get through. We get one guy. And he talking and he tell me everything.
So why following them? You're the same team.
Right. They didn't come yet. They come 6 o'clock.
So why that equipment wasn't available for this job?
It's supposed to be, but I would say these guys are working in the industry a while now. They're comfortable with things. Right? So we never expected back to pick them up, but they had to bail out.
But was there, I understand what you're saying.
But the company didn't implement.
No,
I mean commercial. Guys, watch out with the devils right now. But right now, we don't know if they're behind that or in the middle. You see the first guy in front by the cover. You leave the rest of them down the road. Right now, we have 2 iron one and a
But I want to ask you this. This is a Paria job site, right?
Yeah.
When you say that because they will commit a crime and they do it with scuba and I just say Paria have to sign off on that. Paria was okay with that.
Yeah, but they've been working for the past 3 weeks comfortable with scuba.
But the fact that this didn't happen 3 weeks ago doesn't make it any less dangerous. Why Paria didn't have a more professional guide or organizer?
That way we have to contract now. They didn't hire we without hire. Just say because they didn't do it on the street. They can't get that back here. Whoever we are selling, fire not doing anything. This something, this exposure, and they done yesterday. We could go with a boat from Saturday.
I just get a boat and take them off.
See the one that you're going from Hong Kong.
The person can pack a bag.
We want to just know. And I believe one of the guys on the film
Imagine that them just want to take a few pictures and security boat ride.
they intercepted us. That's why we have.
They don't want to make no pictures.
If they have road, right? They have a boat and they go there without road.
You have a drone.
You have a very,
you have a professional drone.
you have to make a boat turn and I can carry inside it.
From San Fernando, you have to be able to see it.
We went from the sample of the
And I had a friend who was going drone out there and he went way out there.
I'll just go a little off on number 6 and fly.
Right from there they could fly. I saw a guy that is already.
but I said that you
Right, he says something.
I find out that I just go on the outside.
They have road, boat have fishermen, they have free.
Security boat company.
Stick up in. We're going to stick up in here now. We're going to stick up in here now and we're going to analyze what is the best way to get to the theater of operations. So stand by. We're going to see if we can get there. We have equipment. We're going to go and see if they let us in through the gate. If they don't let me in through the gate, we're going by boat. Alright? And if they send the Coast Guard to shoot people, Coast Guard got to shoot me. So we're going forward from here to see what exactly is going on. Stand by. What's his name?
Justin.
This is Justin. You are the lady I talked to last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello?
Justin.
Yeah.
Philip Alexander, you hearing me?
Yeah.
Stuart Young just told your family and the other families that they're outside there and they're coming to solve the problem and they're mounting a rescue. Is that what you're seeing outside there?
No, it have a pump over here. It have a pump over here and they'll be waiting on too much since...
Darren, go and check the audio for me.
Since 11 o'clock.
So nothing yet?
Nothing. I hear the pump and I'm out here since 7 o'clock this morning. And I understand it is why it's so hard to get a permit for so long.
Is a permit they're waiting on?
Yeah.
You're telling me?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. These families and them is living outside there.
You're hearing him? Listen, this is about 21 hours now since this accident. How long?
It's 24 hours.
It's 3 o'clock yesterday. We're 6 minutes away
from it. Yeah, going into 24.
24 hours and they've not done anything as yet. Paria has done nothing. They've provided no manpower or material to mount a rescue or any kind of search. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, so far. They bring pump and thing, but the pump and them, they just have it there. They're waiting on a permit.
Justin, I'll call you back in 2 minutes. While they're waiting on that permit, I want to play the Minister of Lies and Half-Truths, Stuart Young. I want you not to hear the nonsense he told these families, because you're outside there. I'll call you back in a minute.
Yeah.
What we have to do to be able to find your loved ones. There can't be no guarantees or no assurances at this stage. I have never made any promises in this role because so little is in my control. But what I can say is I have a sense of assurance that all that can be done is being done. During the course of the night into this morning, like you all, I would have been receiving messages from people I don't even know talking about what.
I pause in that for a minute. I pause in that for a minute. I pause in that for a minute. That man just said everything that can be done is being done, but they waited on a permit to mount a rescue almost 24 hours later. Stuart Young is lying to the people. Paria has abandoned these families. Paria has abandoned them. The minister and Mushtaq come to lie to these people because nothing has been done as yet. All they've done is dispatch the Coast Guard to block people from coming to film and prove that nothing is being done. 24 hours these people trapped in a pipe and we have no answers. Let me listen to this fool. Lie some more. Lie to us, Stuart. Lie to us.
What others feel can be done and can't be done, about do this, do that, etc. My view is I just have to leave it to the experts because I am not an expert in this and they are doing what they have to because it is in nobody's interest not to work as quickly as possible to find your loved ones and to do what has to be done.
24 hours. 24 hours. And you working as quickly as possible. They don't have a permit. Stuart Young, you are the minister. Stop lying. Mobilize a search and rescue outside there. There are private independent diving contractors willing to do the job. Give them the permit to do the job. Stuart Young, the minister. And I want the families to hear and realize. And I want the whole of Trinidad and Tobago to realize. Because that stunt was for TV6 and CNC to come and pretend to you that the government has an interest in these people. They have none. The best thing is that one person survived. Because if that person didn't survive, if these families didn't call me, you wouldn't even know this was going on. Stand by. We're going outside there. We're coming, tell him we're coming last Sunday. We're coming right now.
Okay, we'll be there in 5 minutes. If you have to take gas, I will take gas. But it can't be no 40 horsepower. It had to be at least a 75 to take us fast.
It's not far, right?
Yeah, but last time I with that old man, he was moving 3 miles an hour. Alright, okay, I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Don't get them back and you ain't going on the boat, you know. You know, they lost you out there. No, but Gary, I want to say to you, because Satish, you lie there. I just want to say this to you because I want your opinion on this. We have people, multiples of people speaking to us from outside there on the platforms. And they're telling us that there is nothing, there is no search and rescue, nothing going on. But the minister just took the families inside and told them that they're pulling out all the stops and everything they can do. There are divers outside there, if they get a permit, they will go and look for their own. By now it's a recovery, it's 24 hours later. They will go and look for their own family members, not even that. What is your opinion on how this is being done?
Philip, the first thing I will talk to you and I will forget about the camera, right? Yeah. The first thing is that I have to say my condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones. The second thing is, we have laws in Trinidad and Tobago, and when a government agency bypasses the law, should they be exempt from the law, or is the law for all of us? And if the government agency is not exempt, then who in the government agency is accountable? The Minister of National Security says he's not accountable for murder. So the Minister of Energy must not be accountable for slackness.
Nobody accountable for that thing?
Nobody. So people must die and nobody will take the fall for it. Now, I'm not saying that Stuart Young isn't a smart guy, isn't well educated and competent. But if he's so stupid as to not ensure that protocols are followed for a high-risk exercise, where a simple thing like a valve is not turned on when men are at risk, every single thing falls under his umbrella. So in a situation like this, what you're going to find happening is that everybody from the top to the bottom, including members of the representative trade union who should be held responsible.
No, but they're not here, they are excluded. The trade union is excluded. If you talk to them, they'll tell you. The trade union is excluded from Paria.
But then how could that be?
But
you could have a company with 10,000 employees and nobody to represent them.
But you have to explain to me, how is it possible for a lot of what took place with Petrotrin? This is as a net result of the ad hoc manner in which this company, look, it still have a Petrotrin sign.
You know, our ex-minister told me today when I made comments, making strong comments on a chat group, he said, you sounding like Philip Alexander want to chase down every pothole in Trinidad.
And why is that bad?
And as an ex-minister of finance.
Why is that bad?
And I told him that as long as I am alive, I will chase every pothole, and he should be commending you rather than criticizing you. Because everybody who sits in cabinet take a position that they reach, that they're not responsible, that everybody else do the work, and they have sirens and authority, but no accountability, and that must stop now.
That there could be ministers or ex-ministers that think that it is not their job to run down
every pothole. It's not their job, not every pothole.
That should tell you the level of incompetence. They have total contempt for the people.
A minister of finance, ex-minister of finance.
But that's contempt.
One of the most powerful, exactly, criticizing me because I'm saying that how could a Coast Guard vessel, I mean the Prime Minister flew to China, he stopped in Australia and bought these two Coast Guard vessels, didn't consult nobody, it wasn't even part of the schedule. Spent hundreds of millions of dollars. You have 8 warships from the same company parked up in the Coast Guard Marina. Dysfunctional, cannot work. They built these warships 5 years before. They haven't had a single export order, not one. We are the first morons to buy the boat. People in the Coast Guard, senior officers complain that they weren't consulted.
They're not consulting the Coast Guard.
And now, the same Coast Guard officers send down this multi-million-dollar vessel, 20 grand charge. But they don't have a single diver in a rescue operation for men that are drowned. They don't have a single tank. And the Coast Guard officers drawing $35,000 a month, plus perk, plus salary, plus insurance, plus pension, and people suffering. And they send a ship like that, a warship costing people hundreds of millions, without a single diver, without a single tank. We spending billions of dollars on national security. And this moron that say we are not accountable, we providing them with it, and the country will take that. There's something is wrong, Philip. I said it and I was saying it again.
Trinidad have to wake up. Trinidad have to wake up. We're going to go.
We have to wake up, Philip,
thank you for facilitating and organizing the boat. Gary organized a boat because you know he's fishermen and friends in the sea. So when he make a call, boats come out. We're going to go on the boat now.
Upsetting.
I will talk to you later and we will follow up and we'll see where this is going, right? Okay. So this is the 4th time. We are in Fishing village, Claxton Bay. Problem is, the tide is going out. And if you don't get your boat back inside before the tide go out, you'll be marooned at sea. We need to go out to that horizon. That's where we need to go, where the Burton situation is. And we have to try a different location. Again late, getting dark. But we're committed to proving the point. The government, the state of Trinidad and Tobago has abandoned these people in this pipeline, and Paria must answer for that. And the incompetence that allowed this to happen, Paria must answer for that too. So I'm just saying this. So that Trinidad hears. We're not going to let this go. The Minister of Energy is the first person of any authority to speak on the issue. He spoke on the issue almost 24 hours after the fact. He told the families that they were pulling out all the stops and doing everything that they could, and they're doing nothing. They're not even signing off on the permits that would allow independent contract divers to go and do it for free. They didn't have to pay them. They want to go and get their families out of that pipeline. Now, as I said when I was doing this for Andrea, every time I take on a matter like this, my question is always to you, Trinidad and Tobago. What if it was your loved one? What if it was your child or your father in that pipe? Your husband, your brother, your friend. And the day we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, could look at every situation and think of it as if that was mine, if I had loved that person, and if it was my people inside of there, and I want the whole country to stand up for us. So we're standing up for these people in the pipeline. Yeah? And the whole of Trinidad and Tobago needs to stand up for these people in the pipeline. And Mr. Stuart Young, your lies will be your undoing. You have lied to the people of this country yet again. This time, you lied to some people hurting and in pain. Your lies, Papa God waiting on you for that. Trinidad and Tobago, we not letting this go. Not good. All right, so we're back here with the families. The reality is, how are you doing? All is well? So, I want to meet this lady here. So, you all heard nothing so far? Since 2 o'clock they started the pumps. Come on,
The demolition is outside. The that is outside. Coast Guard is outside. And they're just waiting right now to see what is taking place. My other son just called me and told me that. So right now it's everything on standstill. So we gotta just wait and see about this other boat. My son just gone in. A guy who worked with my husband already with the striped shirt, he drew out a drawing and showed them what to do in the pipe.
Daryl, could we check the drone footage? They told her that some mothership is at the platform now. Was that, you saw that on the drone?
Outside, yeah. Doing nothing.
So what they're saying to us is that they're going to start up the pumps.
When I talked to the boss man of the company, he said he could get permit to start up the pumps at 5 o'clock. And he's taking all the chambers.
Why did it take so long?
He said said everybody is in a meeting and trying to see as best way to get this done. Except Senator Diamond. So using the RP again. When they want it out, they're using the RP again. When the RP go yeah. But they keep packaging the permit to use the pump. And basically when you're on the outside,
no, don't make 24 hours after yeah, I was 24 hours ago. Anyway.
We just got call our brother who's out there right now. Because someone said that they're getting up to go into the water and then he said there's a light. He said nothing else happening out there.
We literally were overhead 10 minutes ago. We have that footage. So there is a ship, but there's nothing going on.
Coast Guard outside there.
Right, so what he said
Coast Guard on the horizon.
He said that they're using a crane to put the pump in place. The same one that Stuart Young told us.
Since this morning. Since this morning, I know.
Only take 2 hours. They now put the pump in place before they actually put it over. That happened now. And they now start the crane, and that's my brother said.
You saw that?
I need a document with everybody's name and number to call them and interview them later. So all the key people who were talking, make sure him, her, that lady in the peace jersey, him, her, get everybody's number so we make sure that tonight when we go live we could follow up with everybody. Okay, I just want to say one thing. Raphael is going to ask for phone numbers for anybody who wants to be able tonight, because we're going to be tracking this right through. So when we get back to base, we're doing a live tonight on this. We want to be able to call you all and see what information you all got, right? So Raphael, organize paper and pen. Satish, my number is 682-2110. How you going?
Angie.
688.
I can say something about it. Anyhow, here it is. The guy who built those pipes is right here. Why you don't interfere?
Which one?
Where's? Build the pipes is here. He's telling them what to do. My grandfather was one who used to regulate the pressure on those pipes before he died, right?
I won't film your face, but you could talk and let them hear you.
No, I don't want to talk.
No, but Trinidadians need to know. They need to know what the options are. The government tried to lie to them this morning.
And tell them, and I understand that they don't want to do it because it will pollute the ocean. That's why they don't want to open up the pressure and let the pressure out. But the guy who built the pipelines, he's here. And he's right somewhere around here. Let's get him and you will hear his explanation on how easy it is for them to go out there and do that. This is madness. You all should call some international news on this.
International news will find its way to this. Trust me on that. Yeah, I am like.
That's when you picture it, can I show you video?
Show them, yeah. Get it on the screen. That is an actual overhead shot taken from our drone footage that shows you nothing is going on. We're waiting for a conversation with the guy who built the actual pipes. They're not gonna get away with this. I'm telling you, Franco, man. All of last night we've been taking witness statements. This is an insane example of how incompetent these people are. These are families. I want you to put faces, loved ones. There's a real impact of this thing. Look, drone footage here showing you that that's a lie. That is over. Look at, we just took this footage here. Come on. There is nothing going on that platform. Look at it.
Alexander and have a drone over the water.
So the government sends George Young to lie to you all this morning.
Yeah. And here he accused him now. He well right to them and know he come. He hide and come.
He hide and come.
He hide and come. So he was on a plane for 28 hours.
So we didn't need him to come.
To hide and come.
How does his presence help anything? Stunt. All they needed was somebody in charge of Paria to say, shut down the lines, get the people out. We could have sent divers in. You have your own divers. This is what I don't understand.
When we only leave, when we only ordered to, come.
What you want to do? Should we leave now and head up the road and start something together for tonight? Talk to this lady. You have her number? You have her number, his number. Yeah? Take this guy number. Take his number. Take this girl too. Justin's girlfriend.
Do you know anybody that can help us in the Coast Guard?
With the Coast Guard in what way?
Yeah, but we could get the Coast Guard last night. Subsea came, right? And Subsea had all the equipment, right? And Paria didn't want to give them the order to go down the pipe, and they was willing to go down the pipe. Okay? That's my son's friend.
Yeah, they say that.
Okay? And he gets to the company.
So what the Coast Guard? What do you want the Coast Guard to do?
Well,
Tell them.
we want them to help the assist us somehow.
They have the equipment.
Well, they supposed to have the equipment. They could call back Subsea. Subsea did take no time to come on my son's phone. Michael Urban, when he called, they didn't get
I'll come in now.
But don't put his face.
The small girl who was by the car with us earlier, Justin.
Right, in the back there. You want with this sweater?
Get her number.
Okay.
He's worked all up the islands and everything. He said he draw a diagram and tell them what to do, Ivan. How to get it.
Good day. Camera facing away from you. But we want to hear your voice though.
Okay. I spoke to the driver outside, right? One of the drivers.
The only matter, just name it.
Yeah. I spoke to one of the drivers outside. And one of the guy outside, his father in the background right now. What he's telling me is that they have all the blanks out on both ends, so that they could go down
on either end.
On either end.
And retrieve the body.
Right, which is 1,200 feet. One person on the eastern end and one person on the western end, which is 5 and 6. Right? They don't want them to go down the pipeline. They don't want them to pump the line because of the fact that they don't want the oil in the water to create an environmental issue. Right? They don't want to flush the line because of the same thing. But I told them, I said the best bet to do is to get the divers.
So they don't have a ship close by they could pump that oil into?
What they could use a supply vessel with a tank on it.
They can't pump the oil into the supply vessel. Come on, how much oil it is? It's 1,200 feet of pipe.
Right there. And what they have the barge there. They could pump the oil in the barge and clean the barge after. The barge have empty tanks.
So it's just more lies?
More lies.
More lies again.
Right?
More lies again.
And that's what they're saying is that they're not giving them the permit to.
You see, they're talking about they're not wanting to pollute the water. But it is just oil in 1,200 feet of a 36-inch pipe. You could pump that into anything. Brother, forget that. You could pump it into a supply vessel.
I even told them put 2 cell curtains on either one and one lid, right? And corner of the area. And you put a boat on one end and a boat on the next end and you keep pumping the water very slow. The oil very slowly keep pumping into the vessel. And they refuse to do that too.
So if they wanted to, these people could have been retrieved by now.
Long time. Since yesterday.
And you were involved in the construction?
No, I was involved years ago in rebuilding all them boats outside there with the same company.
Take his name and
I don't want to get involved in no politics.
No politics or nothing, but just if we need to follow up. Everything that they have said so far amounts to a heap of lies. Organize all the families because, listen, what they need now, I'm saying this, I know people are not going to want to hear this, but they need it now. They need proper legal representation now. Paria and the government have checks to write. We will make sure they come good on this as best as could under these tragic circumstances. We need to get all the names of all the families. All right. So this is my situation. Of course, we have to do a live video tonight to wrap all of this up. Since 2 o'clock today, they're saying that they're going to flush the lines. They have no plan as to how they're going to flush the lines. But then we heard that they don't want to flush the lines because they don't want to pollute the water because they have oil in the lines and they made no arrangements. So it's just lies. It's just telling people lies. Stuart Young flew to Trinidad to lie. Why do that? I don't get it. I don't understand it. You think these people don't understand that their loved ones inside there 24 hours, that the chances of them surviving is remote? But they want their bodies. Why are we such a hateful little country? How did we end up this? We're going to wrap up here in Marabella now. And unless something happens between now and tonight's live video, we will be collating all of the information. Satish is putting together the footage from the drone and stuff. And we'll give you an extra special update later. But we are in touch with everybody. And anything that you need to know, anything that is important for you to know. Before I hang up, these union representatives, Daryl, talk to those union reps and find out if they have any say here.
This government so nasty, they say Ronald Ramuta have COVID. No visitors.
No, I don't want to put them on camera unless they're involved.
What happened after that is that they make a call.
Doctor, y'all involved in any way? Are y'all representing Paria workers?
No.
So I just want to ask you, you want to come on camera or you want to talk off camera? I want to know. OWTU is not representing Paria workers.
Not all of them. Some of them, and OWTU, remember, they have a system in place there where they don't want the union. They don't want union. Remember, over a period of time, Philip, we developed JHA's risk assessment, isolation checklist to do a job. When we there, ask yourself why. In the last 4 months, a man lost his foot badger ducks. Right? They keep that under the carpet. A fire on 11C line.
Yeah, I know, I get all of it
under the carpet.
I didn't know that all of that went on.
You find it to start night one. No inspection, no proper inspection. No safety measures. No isolation checklist. A fight to start, big explosion. Right? We, over the years as workers, former workers, we develop risk assessments to get a job done safely. to make workers come.
If this was Petrotrin back in the heyday, and there was an accident where workers got sucked into a pipe, what would have been the response?
The response would have been to get these people who sucked in there with that incident out of that as quick as possible.
Would it have taken 24 hours to mobilize?
Never. Never for them.
So Paria liable here?
They are liable.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted you to get that. That's a union rep, former Petrotrin, OWTU. And what you know now is, you want to chat with me, Amit?
No, I don't talk. I called you earlier before.
Yeah.
Colleague to talk you from the report.
Right. So yeah. So that's where it is now. Families, loved ones. Families and loved ones. Look at them. All right. We'll follow up this later. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. We are heading to Claxton Bay. Either Claxton Bay or San Fernando Yacht Club or Flower Pot or any of the other different places we went to yesterday to organize a boat connection to take us to ground zero. We're going on the platform today. And we're going on the platform, and I apologize for the noise of the windshield wipers. For those of you who are not in Trinidad, it is a rainy Sunday afternoon in Trinidad and Tobago. To my followers, friends and supporters around the world, I'd like you to take the time to share this video with CNN, Fox, Al Jazeera, BBC, MSNBC. Flood them with it. Tag them. Tag every international CBS, ABC. Tag everybody. This is an international news story. This is an international or internationally connected oil company. And these are workers trapped in a pipeline. almost 48 hours, 45 hours now. And the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in all their dictatorial splendor, have done nothing but offer meager, self-congratulating nonsense from a Minister of Energy. The Minister of Labour is hiding below the bed. I don't know if it's his or her. I don't even know who is the Minister of Labour. Is it still Primus? She's still around? I don't know. But the Minister of Labour is nowhere to be found. The Minister of National Security is nowhere to be found. Somebody giving the Coast Guard instructions to keep people away from the platforms. It had to be the Minister of National Security or whoever pulls his strings or calls his shots. We're going down there today. And we're going to make video footage. Myself and Gary Aboud are heading down there today. And we're going to make video footage. Yesterday we made drone footage available. Yesterday Stuart Young told the families at 10 o'clock in the morning that the government will be pulling out all the stops and making sure everything is done, and lied to them and told them that the pumps were on site and they were about to pump the lines and everything. And last night we got video, midnight. The pumps now reach Petrotrin. I want to know if Stuart Young's son, who when he was Minister of National Security leaned hard on the police to go and find his son's phone in Lavantil. I wonder if it was Stuart Young's son trapped inside that pipeline 45 hours now. If Stuart would have thought that this is good enough. Tell the people in the international news that this is not a war zone, even though our roads look like they've been strafed by Russian bombers. It's not. This is the normal roads that Trinidadians have come to accept from governments plural for our 59 years since the Queen orphaned us. If Rowley's daughter or one of his outside sons was inside that pipeline today, if he would be that silent. I don't know if Kwamena have children. I don't know. And I never want to assume people gay or straight. I don't know what Kwamena's lean is. So I don't know if he into procreating. In fact, no, I shouldn't even say that because gay people have children too. So I don't know. I don't know what's Kwamena's position on family life. So I can't ask if Kwamena children trapped in the pipe, how he would respond on Newman George. I wonder if Newman George, if he had children, I don't know. You see, and it's difficult to have these conversations about these people and think of them as human beings when they are behaving like demons where other people's children are concerned. Yesterday, I looked into the teary eyes of so many families. I looked into the teary eyes of so many families yesterday. Little children who just want to know when daddy coming home. The international news media houses need to be made aware of this story because people trapped in pipelines and in holes and in collapsed caves and mine shafts, they become big stories and they become fodder for movies. So if you could, especially if you're outside, please, and any Trinidadians living abroad that have access to media houses outside of this video that could take all of the information that we've made available to the public and forward it to journalists one by one. If you could look up the mailing list and the email mailing list for journalists in any of those media houses, and please send them the link as an email, tag them on WhatsApp, on Instagram, on Facebook. Please help us take this story international because I want to tell you all something. I have been given 2 reports this morning from the site. One of the reports was the crane that was responsible for putting the pump in place, they broke the boom and they have to get another crane. I told the person who called me to tell me that, when you're telling me those stories, give me pictures or video so that when we share it, we can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that it is true. As it is, all I can tell you is, it is a report that was made to me and it is hearsay until we could prove it when we get down there. We're going down there again, in person, today, again, and no matter how hard Paria's board and the media tries to hide this story from Trinidad, we will not stop, and it's only just beginning. We choked them with Andrea until they had no choice but to address the issue of Andrea, and Andrea Barrett is going to be the petard upon which we hang this failed government politically. And I want you to understand that how they treated with that girl and how they treated with the 128,500 citizens who called for changes to be made to the society and to the laws that would have protected other girls are responsible for the murder of Ketija Kujo and every other woman who died since Andrea. But that is a side story on a side issue in this Royal Imperial Majestic Banana Republic of do what the hell the PNM like. We're not going to stop. We are planning a press conference for on-site at 6 o'clock this evening. And I am going to light a candle at 6 o'clock this evening at Petrotrin's Gate. I'm going to light a candle I'm going to light 4 candles actually. That makes more sense. I'm going to light 4 candles for those missing men. I want to give you another piece of information that I got this morning. And while it is hard to believe, and you have to be a real believer in miracles to pin your hopes on it, I've also been told the divers who went to the pipes have said that they believe that the divers are still alive. I don't know how that is possible, but greater things have happened. And if that is at all possible, then that would be the perfect outcome. But we are not going to let them sweep this under the carpet, and we are not going to let them pretend that anything they did here could be considered management. I spoke to former Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith this morning, and I asked former Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith if he could speak to me in his capacity as former Minister of National Security and the one responsible for the creation and the setting up of the National Operations Center. I don't wanna say words for him, but I want Gary Griffith to explain to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, what the purpose of the National Operations Center was and how it fit in with these sort of catastrophes. How having a National Operations Center right now would be the only way to be able that we could have responded in a timely manner in this situation. I'm going to try and get Gary Griffith on the phone right now to speak on this issue. Now I want to apologize to the viewers because this is Trinidad, and even though the rest of the world understands Wi-Fi technology, Trinidad doesn't. And we have companies like TSTT/Me Mobile and Digicel who do the barest minimum for the biggest fee that they could charge. Our people, our country is ruined by greedy, incompetent, dirty businessmen and women who would think that right now where I'm driving here is a known hotspot to be mobile. When I say hotspot, it doesn't work. You have no internet, you have no phone, you have nothing. And we know this because everybody is telling everybody on the phone, approaching Grand Bazaar in case the call drop. Now you telling me that the country could know that and Be Mobile don't know? Or is it that Be Mobile don't care? Because at the end of the day, they all get their money. And the taxpayers pay whether they make a profit or not. And it doesn't matter. But we need to make it matter. But that's a conversation for another time. I want to try and get former Minister of National Security, Gary Griffith, on the phone. And I know that I have Satish on the other end of this. And I want to ask Satish to try and track down Commander Garvin Hira as well. Because I want to ask Commander Garvin Hira, who was the head of the NOC. I hope you're all hearing this. I'm doing a link up on the car audio. I'm going to keep trying to get former Commissioner, former Minister of National Security, Gary Griffith, on the phone. Because we've done a link up through the sound system in the car. We have that phone on hands-free. We have this phone on a mount broadcasting this video. So I'm literally driving in a media machine, heading to Claxton Bay to get on a boat with Gary aboard to go to berth 6. Let's try again.
Hello?
Gary.
Yes.
Okay, so I have you on a live video, so how do I refer to you as former Commissioner of Police Gary, or I can just call you Gary?
You could call me whatever you want, pal.
Gary, I was talking to people about this matter, boy, and I told them that I spoke with you and you had mentioned about this is exactly what the National Operations Center was set up for, and the impact it would have had on saving the lives of these men in this pipe. Could you explain to Trinidad and the wider world as listening to this video exactly how that would have worked so we could understand what we lost?
Sure. Over 2 decades after the 1990 attempted coup, there was a commission of inquiry. In the commission of inquiry, they understood that what has caused a breakdown on many occasions of national security is because of lack of coordination, lack of communication, lack of an immediate response. And because of that, the main aspect they had in the recommendations of that commission of inquiry was to form a national operations center to deal with any natural or man-made disaster, to ensure that all the different arms of the protective services can get information and operate in real time. This is what was effective, and the PNM took over in 2015 in the typical manner of we when now is we time now. They shut down and dismantled everything that took place from the 2010 to the 2015 government. In the same way that the Minister of National Security and the present hierarchy of the police service is dismantling every single thing that I have implemented, and the results are there to show now in a negative aspect. So as it pertains to the National Operations Center, that now, in Eddie Dillon as the Minister of National Security in 2015, when the PNM won, he decided in his bright idea, decided to take the National Operations Center, move it from what it was designed for, and put it under the SSA. So the National Operations Center is now an arm of an intelligence agency, which is not what the National Operations Center was built for. The taxpayers spend $75 million US for a comprehensive system to prepare us for any natural or man-made disaster. We did the research. We traveled to Ecuador, to Brazil, the United Kingdom. We went to New York City to see how they handled after what they did after 9/11, and to deal with to see the ball drop on New Year's Eve. And that is what it is. So London Metropolitan Police have it, NYPD, Chicago, all over the world. We have the system. It is second to none. It was confirmed by our international allies. It is not being used, and that is why we have seen from floods taking place, from the national blackout, when they had the riots just about in 2020 with hundreds of persons coming on into Port of Spain. Not one member of the Defense Force came out to assist us, just like the national blackout. And this is not to blame the Defense Force. Because the National Operations Center is not effective, it meant that there's no collaboration, no coordination. So when we had the national blackout, up to now I challenged Fitzgerald Hines, tell us, where were you? What were you doing? This is a communication platform to ensure that the citizens could be given real-time information. We have a Minister of Communication presently in this country who, after nearly 2 years as a Minister of Communication, people don't even know who he is. He has never communicated. He doesn't even know that that is what the National Operations Center is there for. So when we had the national blackout, it was to pump information to the public, and not foolishly stated by Stuart Young that TNTech would be the communication provider to update the country, which all that they were doing is every few hours say that electricity will come back soon. And therein lies the problem. So going back to this, in this situation now with the divers, had there been a representative from every arm of law enforcement on a 24-hour basis, which is what the system is built for, information would have been fed in real time, immediately have the information now collaborated between the different arms for an immediate response, and not playing catch up that Stuart Young foolishly has been trying to tell the country after the fact. So the National Operations Center, it is there, it has not been used, and it is just because of ignorance on the part of this administration who do not have a clue how to deal with national security.
Gary, that's a lot of information. I know the people really, really appreciate it. I wanna ask you, if you were the Minister of National Security and you heard at 3 o'clock 2 days ago that an accident occurred and 5 men were sucked into a pipe, what would have been the law enforcement or the national security response? The ODPM still comes under national security, does it not?
Yes, it does for operational purposes, and that is the point. The ODPM is supposed to have a representative in the National Operations Center, a member of Customs, Immigration, Defense Force, inclusive of the Army and the Coast Guard, the Police Service, Fire Service, prisons. So all the different arms and agencies working together. Had that been achieved, 1990 would not have taken place, because what happened is that different arms of the protective services had information of what the Jamaat al-Muslimin were planning, but they did not put the pieces together to find the puzzle and then understand what the game plan was. That is why the Commission of Inquiry stated to have a National Operations Center to deal with coordination, communication for operations, and to update the public. The PNM government has now deliberately bypassed the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry to prevent a repeat of 1990, and it's not just for an attempted coup. It will deal with major floods, major disasters, national blackout, riots that took place in 2020. No coordination, no communication, no dialogue, and that is where it is. The minister has failed, the government has failed, and they shamelessly, they can't even say a word to what I'm saying, because not one of them have any education training in national security. So they do not. So to them, Eddie Dillon threw this under the SSA. That is not an arm for intelligence gathering. That is not an arm to mark on your phone and your emails. That is to use as coordination. So had I been the Minister of National Security, which is what, Philip, you would have been aware, you were part of that, the communication platform, the public would be made aware for even a traffic congestion. We would be able to pick up where the traffic is, monitor it, because all of the cameras would be seen. The NOC is picking it up, so we can know how to send responses, whether it requires fire services, ambulance, police service to rectify the situation. So from a simple situation of traffic congestion because traffic lights are down, to a major disaster or something that required a combined effort of intelligence and operations between, say, the Coast Guard, Customs, or whichever agency, similar to what is taking place now with the divers. This information will be fed in real time to ensure, because at times these situations with minutes, it is a difference between life and death, and not have to sit back 2 days later and then try to do a media conference to try to justify your incompetence.
But the problem is, I don't even think they've done a media conference. They had a meeting with the family. I have not heard anything from any government minister on this issue as yet.
Well, again, and it is not surprising, because you have a national blackout. The nation was shut down. No electricity, no water, no communication. And that National Operations Center was the tool and avenue for the Minister of Communication, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Energy, the Prime Minister to speak. And throughout the whole night, not one comment was made by any person in authority, the Commissioner of Police, the Chief of Defense Staff. Nothing was done. The Chief of Defense Staff then stated after the fact that they were on standby. If you are Defense Force, you have 5,000 troops. The whole country has been shut down. That is an avenue for disaster. You had a situation with massive riots in throughout Trinidad, you recall, in 2020, Philip, where 30 different places simultaneously persons started burning tires and debris to shut down the country. And 150 men started coming into Port of Spain with pipes and iron to destroy Port of Spain. Not one member of the Defense Force came out, and it is not their fault. But that is where the minister is supposed to pick up himself and say, listen, through the National Operations Center, there's a clear and present danger. Let's get moving. Let us deal with it. But no, and that is where, if it is that they did not understand how to use it during a national shutdown of no electricity, water, or communication, and the country was at a loss. You have over 50 buses belonging to the prisons, the fire services, the Defense Force, the police. We had thousands of women, children, elderly stranded throughout the country because of the blackout, because taxis stopped running because of the gas station shutting down. And instead of those buses coming out with a proper operational plan, because there's something that I drafted called a national alert state, that they were clueless in. You lift the alert state and you escalate the situation. How many members of the Defense Force and the police came out that day when they had the national blackout? None. There were no extra, you did not have an extra caller because you did not trigger the alert state. You did not have a national operations center. You did not use the transport to help persons. But the Defense Force said they were on standby. So when were you going to sit by? And now with this situation with the divers, it is the same situation. On one hand, they know what the other was doing, no communication, no dialogue, the family's probably not aware, and every minute counts in a situation like this. We did the research, Philip. I traveled constantly throughout the world. We got the best avenue and to make sure that we can rectify the problems we had from the past. And instead with this government, that they love to talk about dismantling of something called an OPV, that was something that the PNM were planning to purchase at $400 million more than the same OPVs that we were getting from Colombia, Korea, and Israel. And if you type BAE/corruption, you will find 17 countries that sued BAE for paying kickback to government officials. But this is what the PNM fanatics love to talk about, dismantling. The dismantling is here. Every single operation policy plan that I put in place that ensured that crime was reduced to its lowest since 2011, the highest reduction in crime, they have shut down and dismantled. And the National Operations Center is the same thing. So they must be held totally responsible for the failure and the shutdown of everything that is taking place, and the country is now paying the price.
Gary, if these people do not survive being stuck in this pipeline for this right now, almost 46 hours, the government is going to have to take full responsibility for this. They are going to have to take responsibility for this loss of life.
Well, they will express condolences, and then what they will do is what they've done with Barrington report, the Stanley John report, the AV drilling legal defense, or even the legal defense pertaining to the acting commissioner. They appoint persons and they will form a committee to do an inquiry, and then the individuals who they hire and appoint will then provide reports in tandem with what they want in the report, which is basically to state that they will not be responsible. And then they will use that to feel that they could fool the public into saying, hey, it wasn't my fault. That is what they do. The Stanley John report about FULs was just that. The Barrington report is just that. This government lives on trying to have reports to just put what it is that they want and then leak it to the media in the hope that they could get the public to be fooled. The public is not fooled anymore. They are not naive. Only the 100,000 PNM till are dead will buy to this nonsense. So what they will do, trust me, this is what is going to be their game plan. It's out of playbook. It's a PNM. 2 or 3 persons that are very closely aligned to the PNM to state that they will conduct an audit, and they will do a report to ask for a report to ascertain what went wrong, and the report and findings will show that in no way was the government to be blamed. It's the same line and the playbook that they have used over and over to cover their incompetence.
Like Mosquito Creek, like TNTech and the blackout, they form 2 committees.
Everything
is
That's
a
what
committee.
they do. Yep. They form a committee of persons who are very closely aligned to them to put in the report what they want in the report, and then use that as an avenue to say, see, and then they try to do like Shaggy and say it wasn't me.
But Gary, all I could say is on behalf of all the people who type in this ad nauseum in the thread right now that's saying how they wish you was back as commissioner of police, I want to tell you, don't stop fighting, brother. All of us, we fighting together, we fighting on the same line. Don't stop. The people need you. Yeah, thanks a lot for making...
Definitely not. I've just begun to fight.
Thanks a lot
Take
for giving them all this information this morning. We appreciate it greatly, brother.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You have all of the good people that you need to run this country. You have them, and because we have voted ourselves foolishly in the past, we have allowed ourselves to be governed by nincompoops. We have allowed ourselves to be governed by people who have agendas. We have allowed ourselves to be governed by people who are functional tools of a contract mafia who use national security and your family's pain for as a reason to thief money. We can't continue like this. We will end up in a crisis. Trinidad and Tobago, look around at this country. Look at this drive. Look at everything that you've seen. And tell me, I mean, look at the barriers. Look at the barriers that's supposed to stop you from running into this. Look at this. You seeing the barriers, the cable barriers? Are you seeing look at the condition of the cable barriers? To hell with your family. If you're driving down this road and you get a blowout and you end up inside the barriers, you can reach on the other side and kill people going the other way. Look at it. Just look at this. Just look at the cable barriers as a proper example of everything that is wrong with what goes on in that parliament. You telling me a country with this much government, A country that spends $100 million plus a year for government. That's what we have. Look at the shoulder, look at the verge. We have more regional corporation, more local government than people have central government. The mayor of Port of Spain, the mayor of New York City runs a city of 8 million people. Look at this, look at ours. Look at the condition of the road. Look at the cable barriers. Look at the verges. Look at the shoulders. Look at the cables hanging from the lamppost. Look at it. I know we've gotten accustomed to just seeing it as background noise. I want you to focus on it now. I want you to focus on, if you look on the right-hand lane, just now you will see some yellow poles sticking up for a $500 million. Look at here, look at on the left. See that there? That's a $500 million natural gas line run north to south in Trinidad that is used for nothing. $500 million. You see that and you think that Trinidad is a functional country. Last night Gary Abu told us about the Kamuto Highway that stops 700 meters from the end. If you drive to Debe South to the end of the highway that I am on, you will see to your left $100 million bridges and overpasses built with grass growing on them, because we just need to spend the money. We just need to thief the money. We just look at it. Look at these lights. Look at these lights. Look at them. Partner mine tell me, Philip, there are reason there are 5 different shape and size of lampposts in this country, because every government have a different. But look at the cable barriers. Just look. If you have an emergency on this road and run off the road, what is to prevent you running straight across, as has happened so many times? Run straight across the median and kill people on the other side. That's how Justice and Mrs. Barrett died. A car on the beaten fly across to the other side and kill them. Look at this. Look at it. How many hundreds of millions of dollars did we spend to build this? This is, look at the lack of maintenance. Every time you see one of them lying down like that, it's because something hit it. So that means it did its job at one point in time. Look at it. This just, some of them need tensioning, some of them need the cables replaced, some of them need the poles put back up to stand. When we bought this system, it came with a truck that drives on the side of the road with all of the tools, automatic mounted on the truck, to drill the holes and install the pipes, whatever you call the upstanding thing that hold the cable. Look at it. Look at that. And tell me if this is a proper run country. Just so electric lines start back here. They had none before. Just so. You don't have to know what. You don't have to know why. If you is a government partner and you buy land in Paramin, you get the government to take a piece of land and spend a $3 million taxpayers' dollars and call it a lookout. But that is not the Bacchanal. The Bacchanal is because you built a lookout. Now the government can justify spending hundreds of millions of dollars bringing sewage and water and electricity to the lookout, so that the partner who own land on Paramin benefit from that. Because when you're doing a development and you're doing a development off the beaten path, you have to pay contribution to WASA, to TNT. You have to pay them money for infrastructure. Sometimes you have to pay workers to come and do the work. So if the government spend a $3 million taxpayers' dollars and build something and say, look out, come and make a cook, the government caring about you. It's never about the government caring about you. It's always something that if you scratch the surface, you will see where the Bacchanal was. Do a research to find out the names of all of the people who purchased land in Paramin in the last 5 years. See how much land changed hand in Paramin in 5 years. One man buy a piece of land for 12 months. He owned the land for 12 months. He bought the land for $225,000. It's now for sale on Tucker Real Estate for $2.3 million. That is a crystal ball that I would like to rent. That is a crystal ball that I would love to rent so I could make 10 times the value of my money. That better than winning the lotto every week for 10 months. Look at the median. Look at it. This is where the cable barriers used to be. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the tire tracks in the median. Look at it. And tell me that this is not an insane country. Who else in the world would put up with this dysfunctional, incompetent band of malcontents we have as a government? Where else in the world? In Canada, Castro outside child Trudeau tried to pass a law to stop the truckers protesting. And the people in Canada started to take their money out of the banks to defend the truckers. And Castro outside San Trudeau had to go and repeal his own law. That is how first world people respond. We hire you to do our work, not to come and write law and infringe on our human rights. But in Trinidad and Tobago, they could unleash you a taste of carnival. They could tell you COVID will kill you. But for the next 2 weeks, wine, friend, wine. Because you can get drunk and you can have a ball. And for the next 2 weeks, COVID will stand down because it's a taste of carnival. And all you're buying that and take. But anyway, I want to say the vast majority of people in this country seem to have woken up to the foolishness and that playbook. That former commissioner of police, he was the most successful commissioner we ever had. And when he was Minister of National Security, he was the most successful Minister of National Security we ever had. And we've traded him in for buffoons. For fellas like Edmund Dillon, whose only real claim to fame is that he went to New York City and tried to thief a man's house. And a court had to tell him, give the man back his house. Our Minister of National Security was found guilty in a New York City court of trying to defraud an elder citizen of their property. That is the kind of people that the PNM have in office. That is the kind of people. Look at the condition of those guides that's supposed to keep people from running off the road. Look at all of it. Look at the condition of the bridges. Right now, driving out of Maraval by Pizza Boys, there is a river, the Maraval River passes there. A famous journalist, a media operative, had run into that river and died. They put a railing. That railing is now broken down again. That is Colm Imbert's constituency. Look at all of it. And tell me, look at all of it and tell me. Look right here, the Brian Lara Tsunami Shelter. You see these things? Those are supposed to guide you and protect you. Look at the condition of it. The Brian Lara Tsunami Shelter is on my right. We spent $1.2 billion to build it. They don't have $50 million worth of steel in it. They don't have $50 million worth of steel and labor and construction in it. So what was the other $950 million spent on? What? Actually, $1,150 million spent on. What? So Manning could say it's a tsunami shelter. So he and Calder had could thief money and put money all over the world. Yeah? When I say these people should rot in hell, Trinidadians is get vexed. You know how much poor people's lives could have been changed with the money spent on that wasted Brian Lara Tsunami Shelter? That waste of time. You call it a cricket academy. If they're 10 years open now, how much people learn to play cricket in there? When does the academy start classes? When? When is it an academy? But you bullshit the people and they call it the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. If that was a cricket, you know, Sachin Tendulkar have a cricket academy. I think it's in England. Google it and you'll see how much children learn to play cricket there. But here, in this Royal Imperial Majestic Banana Republic of the PNM could do what the hell they like, land. Here, you could thief $1.2 billion and call it a cricket academy. No mind nobody ever swing a bat inside of there yet. It will take 1,000 years if that place full every night for us to make back that money. $1 million could build 10 starter homes. $10 million could build 100 starter homes. $100 million could build 1,000 starter homes. $1 billion. That's what we spent there. 1 billion. 1,000 million. 10,000 houses could have been built with that money. Just that. Napa and Sapa are next 10,000 houses. Scarborough Hospital cost overruns 20 times the value of what was approved in the budget. And next 10,000 houses. That's 20 or 40,000 houses right there. $500 million spent renovating a red house that was already there. 5,000 houses. Tell me when to stop counting houses in a country where people live in shacks and claptraps on the side of hills and in the bush. Why the state and the government didn't put that money to work for the people most in need? We keep voting ourselves into this. I'm taking this back road so you can see how quickly we travel back in time. See that lamppost? We'll fix it when it falls on somebody. I want you to watch. I want you to pay attention to the road, the water, the pavement. I want you to just look and you'll see why we need a change from everything that is in that parliament. The wife of the husband of the Speaker of the House is the chairman of the board of Paria, and all of them need to be fired today. The Speaker, her husband, her cousin, her brother, her sister, and her mother. Fire all. Fire every single person who are in public office right now, today, because there is nothing that works in Trinidad and Tobago. Nothing. Nothing. They've stolen Petrotrin from the people. Keith Rowley went Doha and Qatar to do backroom deals to steal NGC. NGC is going to be declared non-profitable in a couple months so they could shut it down, dismantle it, and sell it to their friends like they did with the gas to liquids plant that criminal Malcolm Jones and his band Franklin Can stole billions of dollars from Petrotrin, ruined Petrotrin, created debt for Petrotrin that Espine say if you set it aside, Petrotrin is profitable. That debt that bought the gas to liquids plant, sold it to former PNM senators for pennies on the dollar. How much more you need to know, to hear, to see for you to care? How much more? How much more? This is my Sunday, and I give up time with my family again, like many others are doing today, to go and stand together with the families of those who are trapped in a pipeline that a government doesn't care about at all. And if that was your child, and if that was you in that pipeline this morning, how would you feel? 36 inches in a 3-foot pipeline. 36 inches. A 36-inch pipe width. Imagine being stuck in there 46 hours now. Imagine that. Imagine you and 3 others sucked into that pipe because the government stole Petrotrin, put it in the hands of incompetent amateurs who engaged in the most egregious act of criminal negligence and depraved indifference to human life, who are engaged in industrial projects that they don't even know how to handle. When international safety officers look at what took place at that accident, they are in shock. The first thing they're asking is, scuba diving is for recreation. What are you doing with scuba divers around an active industrial zone? These people are supposed to have hat and hose and be tethered to the emergency response team. You're supposed to have project management in place and protocols to respond to an accident like the one that took place here. The balloon we're talking about that they put in place to stop the suction, they're supposed to have 2 barriers, not 1. I am being schooled in what was supposed to be done, and all of it, none of it was done. So instead of having people on the platform to oversee and to support, we had a handful of people running, bawling, looking for help. Help, 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 we had an accident. And they had nobody around. Nobody around. And the chairman and the CEO of Paria don't know what they're doing. And there was a feeding frenzy and a handout of friends and financiers and family of the PNM jobs. And that's why those 4 men are still trapped in that pipe. And if God see it fit for them to still be alive, then all of this time is cruel and inhuman torture. That they're trapped in a dark void, a pipe full of oil. This is an insane, insane nation that we allowed all of this to happen. And we do not stand together. This evening at 6 o'clock, we will be doing a press conference at the gate that I'm heading to now. And I will be lighting 4 candles there. And I have shown the government the power of a candle before. I have asked Gary Aboud and Inchan Ishmael to join me. And they've agreed. And I'm calling on the rest of the activists in this country to help us. Add your voices. I'm calling on all union leaders to join us in solidarity as we raise this and all of the other issues that has reduced Trinidad and Tobago to a complete failed nation. Look at the condition of the tanks. Look at the road. Look at the grass. When Petrotrin was Petrotrin, this place used to be sacrosanct. Look at it. Gary Aboud are driving past. Gary,
try to come back up.
Gary, you hear me?
Let me push on. I can't keep coming in the boat, everything already.
Gary, by the roundabout, they have a big crowd of people here. Gary, you hearing me?
He's coming back, like in the situation, nobody going to go, they can have to come back up.
Satish, are you all watching what is going on my live video right now at this place? I want you.
Jamal?
Satish.
Jamali.
Alright, Gary called me and he's talking to other people. Let me call Satish. Let me make sure I have on my seatbelt. I don't need a mask because I'm driving alone. I have on a condom just in case because the police giving tickets for nonsense. And yes, that was a joke. I want you to look through my camera at what is going on at Point of Petrotrin Gate.
Right.
You see
I passed there. Yeah.
Okay. So we still want to go on the boat. I want to know because I want to stop and talk to these people. I hear Gary come.
All right, here, we'll go on the boat.
Are you?
I'll take the video.
How long? You can give me 2 minutes just to find out what's going on here, please.
The tide against us, sir.
I'm coming now.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to get permission. told to park in the compound. So I'm gonna go and do that because I really want you all updated as to what's going on. Yeah. Right, so I'm on site, the car park. This is the bus shelter where these people have been staying since the accident occurred. All right. There's going to be some shaking and some movement as I work to take the camera off of the mount. So don't get nauseous. But I don't want to interrupt this video as you all are already on it. All right, in a couple of minutes to make this make sense. We brought pastries for the people. You all made this as a donation or somebody bought it? This was a donation from you all. I want to make sure you get all the mileage in the world. We have about 1,400 people watching this. Daniel's Bread Basket. This is your business? Ma'am, that was a beautiful gesture. I know you didn't do it for the exposure, but I want to give you the exposure. I want to get your telephone number. I want to call on Trinidad and Tobago to find Daniel's Bread Basket, wherever it is, and drown her in business. Thank you very much. You can tell me what motivated you to do this today?
Well, my husband just got off and he said that he would like to do this because he has been following the story right through now. So,
Thank you very much. Right? Stay safe, stay strong. That is the Trinidad that I fight for. That's the Trinidad I fight for. Hey, how you going, brother? I haven't seen you for a while.
Looking younger, man.
Thank you for that. Thank you, man. Hey, how? Yeah. How are you going? I hear the crane bus and they couldn't put up the pump. That's true talk. That is just talk. That's what I tell people when they call me, they give me all kind of story. I say I can't run with every story. But they start the pump yet?
Right now,
You going there now?
I was there.
I know. Yeah. You wanna update Trinidad? Come around on that side. They can see you there. Update me. What is going on the platform?
Right now, we can up some pumps to equalize the pressure so a diver could go in and retrieve them.
Somebody called me and said that divers have said that they believe that there is evidence that they might still be alive.
There is a slim possibility, yes.
Let me keep you back. Keep in touch with me, yeah? Good day, everyone. Everybody okay? How are you going, my lord? All is well? Good day, everybody. A little bit. Yeah, I just passed it a check on everybody. We're going down on it. Yeah, we like. It's gonna make me offer.
No.
I come in. Good day, everybody.
Okay.
Anything, any updates, anything you wanna share? Just waiting still? I like the size of the support. I like him seeing that we have more and more people coming out. That's a good thing. Excellent. Hey David, how you doing, brother? All is well? Good day, everybody. Good day. We have a live video, so I just saying, you know, we like to talk with, you know, always like to talk all this slackness. I just like, you know, we lie, right?
And we live in.
I wanted to tell you something about the.
See, exactly. I had that one here. He gave me the vote? All is well otherwise? No, I mean that notwithstanding.
Too much pain. All of us said.
No, we just, this video running now over an hour. I just had Gary Griffith, I just had Gary Aboud on the line talking about all the ways the country broke down. It is unacceptable. It can't continue. If you have a situation where you could have an accident and we are here from one government minister in 48 hours, something wrong.
No, we hear from Structure. He was passing through.
No. He didn't talk to the country. He came to talk to the family and to try and pat everybody down and give them a false narrative. That is unacceptable. I like your sign.
But what is the latest outside?
Our team, Gary and them, they live in Claxton by the fishing village. They go into the thing to get it first hand. The boy just told me that they're trying to, the guy who works with them, who now left here, he said that they using pumps to equalize the pressure so divers could go in. I'm trying to understand it. I can't fathom that it would take 48 hours.
This gentleman,
inside out,
he had over 30 years experience in that job.
And why is he not the man behind it?
Well, he retired. But
no, but I'm saying, but in a real country, he's the first person that get on the phone.
And my concern, Philip, is we should be on a rescue mode from day one, and apparently we're not on a rescue. You trying to save a man in Uganda, one man, and you live in Ukraine, sorry.
And 4 years we can save. We can save 4 years.
No, but we talked last night about, look at the people. I remember when the mine had collapsed somewhere in Central America and they took months.
Yeah.
Remember that? Look at the little children that they found in Vietnam.
The boy went along in the cliff there. That about 2 weeks ago. We have a newscaster on site. They're supposed to have a up-to-date report on the progress of taking place there.
I just asked all of my followers internationally to tag every foreign Al Jazeera, BBC, NBC, everybody. But this should be an international story.
I say so.
We have 4 men trapped in a pipeline and the government missing in action.
Yeah.
That is insane. You tell me that this man is the foremost man for this? In any functioning country, he would be in a room right now. That's the committee we want. People that say, bring the pipe men, bring the men who understand. I have spoken to plenty of people who deal with health and safety in these matters. And they say that everything that we've done so far is the wrong thing to do.
He could prove the experience he has in it. He retired as senior mental health superintendent with 50 years hands-on experience in the sea.
So them talking about equalizing pressure and thing, that's seriousness or stupid talk?
That is stupid talk. What I will say is that if they have the flange number 6 boat free and they have the flange at number 5 boat free, the pressure will equalize with
by itself.
You'll have an equalizer. The reason why you have that vacuum, when they remove the plug, they did not equalize the pressure in the hyperbaric chamber. Somebody may be cut off the end from the compressor to the hyperbaric chamber. When that cut off, the level of the water with the sea come off. It comes like an upside down glass. When you put that in water, there's a little bit of air. When you put air on top, the level of the water will go down. That is how the hyperbaric chamber is constructed and is operated. And once that level come down, apparently I got the idea from you, the opinion from you that they had completed the job. When they had completed the job, they're supposed to depressurize from on top.
They're asking if you could talk a little louder. The public asking if you could talk a little louder.
Yeah, they're supposed to depressurize that plug, open the valve on top where the gauge is, so that the expansion plug is like a balloon type plug that will come up on top, equalize the pressure, and then all the level of the water is still down. Then you could take off that expansion plug. If you do otherwise, the expansion plug will blow off, water from the sea will come inside the line
and create a suction.
Create a suction.
That's exactly what happened. So sounding to you like that is what happened. That obviously the people who were doing this didn't have the right things in place to do this.
The people who is doing it know the job as well. The man in charge, Kazem Ali, he did this job 7 times with me already.
Yeah, but he's not responsible for the whole job. I mean, there's a relay of people responsible for different aspects. So it looked like the people up the line and down the line didn't do their jobs properly.
Correct. I would say so. You see, to do a job like this, when I did it, the water washed the line from a ship at number 6 berth, going straight to a tank in foreshore tank. Through the line clear. The line clear. But
that is what gives you the all clear.
Yeah. If you even line clear, there are remnant oil in the line, which you can't get rid of. Because that line goes on 60 feet at number 6 berth, 40 feet at number 5 berth, and goes across foreshore tank farm. And there are remnant oil in that line. And when there are remnant oil, you could still do the job, because you open the flange at number 5 berth, open the flange at number 6 berth. Then you have to bring down the water in the line. To bring down the water in the line, we put an ejector at number 5 berth on the right side. When you put an ejector on the right side, it will bring down the line. And in tandem with that, you put the hyperbaric chamber. When you put the hyperbaric chamber, you put the and you free it up. You put your air supply, send down the water. The water in the line, that is a 3060 line, that will go down. You clean the internals of that line. And when you clean the internals of that line, then you put your expansion plug. The expansion plug has a primary and secondary chamber, so that if it leaks on the primary,
I was told that as well.
Okay, but inside that plug, we have a line running up to upstairs on the barge with the gauge, to tell you how much gas you have.
So I want to ask you a question. So this much knowledge and this much that you're saying here, right? I just want to ask you, when the investigations are done, are there people like you who have this knowledge and skill set who would be able to find out what exactly happened here?
Well,
because that's what the people need to know.
The person who here right now has the knowledge and the skill set.
Would there be documentation that had to be signed off at every step of the way?
Every step of the way, even the safety officer has to.
So if you read this, right? If you read all of the documents in your capacity with your knowledge and experience, and you see that something took place, and they're saying that this was put in place, and you see that according to the laws of physics, if that was in place, this couldn't happen. You could identify exactly where the problem lies.
For sure, for sure.
because you have to monitor.
So
that
we are
whole
going to
conduct.
need 2 investigations. We're going to need a professional standards investigation. We're going to need a criminal investigation here. Something went wrong.
But gotta get a report first to know what report them submitted.
Who is responsible for that report?
The kitchen have to do a report. After our investigation. And until they write up on report, we cannot have an independent report if we don't know what they omit or what they include.
He has to know how they prepare the line.
Exactly.
It's according to how they prepare the line for welding, then we'll be able to know. If they prepare the line and they clear no line, it's a different scenario. Everybody's supposed to be on the
Every
back.
fault that you could find.
Safety officer, supervisor, superintendent, even the manager sometimes come on the job. And if they didn't clear the line with water and have bare crude oil in the line and crude oil give out lighter fractions, then you're in plenty trouble doing it. You have to be closely monitoring that job.
As you saying too, this is a routine job. This is nothing something new. This was done several times. Same process.
This is a maintenance job.
This is a maintenance job.
This is routine maintenance. So it is not rocket science we're doing
No,
it.
this is nothing new. This is nothing new. We continuously do work like that in the sea. So this is nothing new. So something they did not follow. They breached a lot of procedures.
Somebody asked me, and I just throwing this out here, right? You all could tell me that they said that this should not have been men wearing scuba gear, that they should have been hat and hose and.
Have to be that, but in the final stages, when they finish the welding and they're going to come up, then they use the scuba gear.
Do you know?
Because they have to take off everything from the high.
So everything that we're doing right now is speculation until we see the report. Until we see the report. And, okay, so how long you think that a report like that should take to come out? How long you would give them based on your experience? How long do you think that they should be granted before we say, listen, you're wasting people's time? Because we need a report. How long they could reasonably ask for?
Reasonable, I say between 1 or 2 weeks, but sometimes the report takes so long. When the 14 workers die, how long that report takes?
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, but we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago now, have to stop accepting that. We have people like y'all. We have people like y'all that understand this thing. That if you had the responsibility.
2 weeks, you forget it.
And the 2 weeks, you have to know the quality of people doing the report. If you do not report and you don't know what the job entails, you have no hands-on experience.
Look like that is a lot of the problem here. There's a lot of people here that have no idea what the jobs entail.
Remember they said most of the experienced people left.
They learn nothing from Naikwan. The experienced people, they want people with degrees. Like degree to do the job. Naikwan still down. And all the experienced people who apply because of the thing they say about petroleum workers. Naikwan didn't want to employ no petroleum workers do anywhere. They said, we want to, and they pay the price for that. It's still down. So who's going to do the report when they don't have people like Mr. Anthony?
I am saying an incident like that, like this, if they want my support services, I will give it to them.
I am hearing this from so many professionals. I understand that there is a foreign-based dive company.
Exactly what you're doing. Absolutely no communication with the family. None whatsoever. Imagine Stuart Young has not presented himself as yet.
Omar,
nobody from government.
Not a single person appointed as a communication liaison to tell the people anything. You left families under a bus shed here for 48 hours. Nothing. Paria.
Rescue missions in other countries and how families are treated. Yes. And compared to what has happened here, we have to be ashamed of ourselves.
This is obscene.
Life do not matter here anymore.
This is obscene.
It definitely is
Life
obscene.
do not matter anymore.
And we are calling, and we are still calling on the CEO of this company, Mustaq Mohammed. Mustaq Mohammed, you need to present yourself here. And also the Stuart Young.
I can't remember which one. You gotta work on whichever one works for you.
Whichever one. Alright, you need to present yourself here. Because up until now, you cannot tell me that nobody has no care for these families.
But isn't the Prime Minister a geologist, so he should know about this kind of thing?
Of course he should have come out and
he should have been one of the first people to speak.
Somebody should have come out and said something.
But he doesn't have a problem speaking. Why he's so quiet on this? You're absolutely correct. Carnival weekend, people distracted.
Well, let me tell you what's worse. Let me tell you all what's worse. Wine and jam right now. And they're not supporting the mourning families that's here. They're not supporting the grieving families that's here. But they're supporting the wine and jam. Right? All your nose to litter probably in a pen somewhere.
I don't know COVID, you know.
Nobody wearing no mask.
No,
nobody wearing no mask.
They had no COVID in 5 islands.
Nobody social distancing.
20,000 people in 5
Don't be
islands.
surprised when they retrieve those.
On the newspaper with a crowd, nobody social distancing, nobody wearing a mask, and the police said that all protocols was observed. Come and tell these people if that's not true.
But we
Tell
can't.
them. But you come here this morning, grieving families, with the tactical squad and the riot squad. For what? For what?
Umar, let me get that.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Umar, let me get that banner. Let the people see this.
The police officers should be ashamed of themselves.
I was told
what
that
they've been asked to stand for in this country today. They should be ashamed. Bend your head. Bend your head and shame. Bow it and shame. You should be ashamed.
All right, Umar, you made the point. You made the point. But we had to focus because at the end of the day, we had to make sure that we get this handled in a way that the people get justice. We need justice here, and all of the people that are coming out and all of the people who are standing with these families, you all are doing God's work. You all are doing God's work because they abandoned these people here. They abandoned them. They didn't have any regard for them.
They did not have people here, boys. They thought this was a carnival festival. That's why they never come.
A bus fest?
Yeah. They did not have people who grieving here. Actually, I understand they asked Paria to supply them with some chairs and some washroom facilities. I understand that they said when people come out to work tomorrow, they will provide it for them. Monday, when people come out to work, they will provide it. What crap is here in here, boy? When I saw oil spill in Marbella or Point 14, they have doctors, they have ambulance, they have food, they have everything supplying for the people. We not people here. We love ones inside here. We don't know the living or the dead. They say they're sending counselors, but they're sending
the last time I heard them talk about a counselor, the Minister of National Security applauded a counselor for showing up where a little 9-year-old girl died in a fire.
Yes.
And they say they're going to get them a house to live in and we'll open a steel band here for them. That is the insanity of how this country is run.
Sensitivity.
They're sending no counselor, nothing about it. They're telling the press, support group, constant, stand by and ready and waiting. We still waiting.
Yes, I'm island. Come there, we grab 2 water and start running there. I'm running in barefoot. Yes, me I run barefoot, but I run in today. I need a dangerous. I'm running in front there.
It's very dangerous to do that.
I'm coming from Sangre Grande. My family, whole family coming from Sangre Grande.
Look at that.
Very dangerous. What will they tell them?
It's very dangerous.
We're trying to tell me. One in here within 16 years apart.
I did. We're doing that. That's why I'm here. And I have not stopped. Since the family called me, I have not stopped. To see fellas like Umar here is to know that the public standing up, because all of us spoke to Inchan, I spoke to Gary Aboud and Satish Ramsaran, they down Claxton Bay going on a boat to go down by the platform to film that, to see what the Coast Guard. We have Daryl Nat with drones. We're fighting alongside. They need to be. No, but when Trinidadians realize that a matter is of public importance, they come out on their own. That's what happened with Andrea. We expect that to happen here. We expect that the people of Trinidad and Tobago will come out.
I'm telling you what here is what I see for myself. Okay? Yeah, you see the toilet and water, but what's in the hole I had. That's how them living inside that garden.
Holy faith.
But I was just saying that when I was driving up here, I was showing the people This is not Petrotrin. Petrotrin would have the grass manicured. Look at this place.
The guys you're talking about here average 40 years service plus that we had in this. And you did that flambeau last year, it's about 100.
But as he's saying, they know one play. This is how they loot the country. That's how they mash up Caroni. That's how they mash up, now they mash up Petrotrin. Listen, this government is a front for a contract mafia. I have been saying this for years, and Trinidadians are not paying attention. That by the time they wake up and they realize when they have no food in the grocery, they will realize they have no way for us to make money. Because these people take and thief and spend. The port going, they want to thief the port, they want to thief Wassa, they want to thief TSTT.
Who showed that $400 million was spent on trade? Who have proof that that money was spent on trade?
But who have proof that they spent $500 million on the Red House? I'm just showing you that, right? I'm just showing you. $500 million on a building that was already there. Behind President's house, they have a cottage that the last one used to live. That cottage, not worth $2 million. A company that is owned by the wife of a cabinet minister got the contract to renovate that cottage, $17 million. That is the insanity that is taking place. So when you ask me about Train 1, that hidden, I can't see Train 1, but I could see the Red House. I could see, you understand what I'm trying to tell you? They didn't abandon the project, you know. They get paid and gone. We're spending $500 million in Diego Martin to build a flyover that nobody asked for, nobody needs, nobody knows why that flyover. Of everything else that you could have built, why was Junior Sammy and the Chinese company given that contract? Is it because wives and children of cabinet ministers were given houses built in that project there? Victoria Villas, as the name, with taxpayers' money. That is what is going on. So you take taxpayers' money and you build that and give it to your wife and your outside girl and your children, and then you build a $500 million flyover so they could get to West Mall quicker.
Whenever you drop your guard, expect an invasion. Russia invaded Ukraine because they dropped their guard. We have the bandits invading our homes in Trinidad because people have dropped their guard. We have also police that are going into people's homes, invading people's homes and killing people in their homes because they've dropped their guard. What is happening here today is because we have dropped our guard.
Collectively as a nation, I agree with you.
We have dropped our guard. So there's an invasion of silence. A deafening silence has invaded us from government and the authorities here in this country. That is what is happening.
Shazaro. They got all these guys' numbers, right? This guy is Vigil too, right? Make sure everybody knows for Satish, right? Okay. Take a screenshot, send that to me as a WhatsApp now.
Right.
And to Satish. Morning. Well, afternoon. I am Philip Alexander. You're the ranking officer here. Do you have anything you would like to say? We're doing a live video with a couple thousand people watching. Yeah.
Make sure you all are
Protected.
Protected. Peace is preserved.
I absolutely do. And I wanted to give you that side of the story to be able to tell it because I know some people could be a little bit, right, passionate. Fantastic.
You okay?
Trying to be.
Nice. Keep it that way.
Thank you. Anything you want to add? Trinidad listening. Anything you want to say? How long?
I think communication and safety. Maybe already there, I don't know. But we're trying to make sure out of this, the future is being saved by this action. Because this could happen anytime. And there was a time when the union had what we call safety committees in the company, right? It used to be on the toes, or the company on the toes. I don't think that is there anymore since the toes of the company.
It looks like a lot of what taking place in Paria is being done in a ad hoc, unprofessional manner. Would you agree with that statement?
I think it's...
Plenty international safety officers who have spoken to me have said that just the cursory glance without seeing the report, just hearing what has taken place here, they believe that this is being run in a very irresponsible and amateur manner for something as serious as...
Sometimes being at the head of a company is being at the head, but knowing what to do is something else. Especially when something's happened that you don't seem to feel could happen because of your inaction. But I don't want to point fingers at these special person because that. But at the same time, from my experience, I know that vigilance by people, workers and union and certain representatives kept the company on the toes and kept things, as it should be. And likewise, you're proving now that if this is allowed to go as it's going, it can only get worse. So I think sometimes you're going to be unpopular. You don't want to be popular. You're unpopular, but you're doing the correct thing. Because sometimes the best thing is not always correct. Or the right thing. The best thing is not always the right thing, but the right thing is the right thing.
Agreed.
We're supposed to stand here and make sure that we try to, look at what happened, assess the situation, and try to improve. The only way you can improve the future is by standing up to the present. Stand up.
Oh, I love that statement.
But move from our minds, I think too much of our actions in the country, and I must say, too much of our actions is based on who we follow or who represent us. And in that scenario, we the country is only prepared for, honestly, elections. If you look at what's going on in the country, we're never prepared for anything else in Trinidad.
We're not managed. Yeah, I agree with you.
Anything. We are always prepared for 2 weeks time is election. Everybody prepare for it.
Shazara, I have 2 videos running. They're messing with it. Did you sell have a B-Mobile? Here, man. This gentleman by the gate in the dark blue shirt, Mr. Tam, I was just talking to. Get his number from the place.
On the right side of the jetty. I'm going to pull up the
Oh,
now and we'll check the video.
Enchan. How you going, brother?
Not too bad, my dear sister Philip. My brother. My hard-working brother.
We're here, we're doing what we had to do. It's nice to see you here.
Well, I am here with one of the wives of one of the missing divers here right now. And this is the gentleman here. Smiling, look at I know his face. This is one of the wives here. Yeah, we right? And the reality of it is that what is shocking me, Philip, and you missed out, I'm sorry you weren't here.
With an emergency response mechanism and the cable burst and you can't recover the men, it's so dramatic, it's heart-wrenching. I kind of get emotional about it because, as I said last night, efficiency is a product of love, self-love, love of job, love of career, love of duty, love of responsibility. And if you don't have love, you have a nation like Trinidad and Tobago where people could be murdered in their homes in broad daylight and the police don't respond. Where the police could recover a cell phone and 3 weeks after the recovery of a cell phone owned by a bandit who fired shots to kill somebody, you never pass on the phone to forensics. 3 weeks later, you still have the phone in the station. Say, yeah, well, I didn't get a chance to pass on the phone. Levels where no one is held accountable. That is where we are as a nation. And the choice is, share this video because it's up to you. I think some of us in this planet, and there are some of us here in Trinidad and Tobago who are out of time. Maybe if 50 years or 100 years from now I came into the world, it would be a better world with plenty of people fighting for betterment and for the advantage of the people. Sat, thank you for running alive. Sat is here as well, he's from the PAP. Imtiaz is here, Imtiaz is from the Calibre Fishing Association. We have other members, interested people who are here. All of us crying out for the families. Imtiaz, you say something because I find it too upsetting.
It is really upsetting, you know. I saw you on Philip live last night, and you're touched in terms of saying we have to love our brothers. You know, we can't continue to treat our citizens with contempt like this. You know, because I've been just around for a short time, and in short time in 2018 we had the very well-kept law in Vancouver. We take 5 weeks to get us solved. We had the piracy. The response to that was, you know, outrageous. That was total failure, and something I observe is anyway Mr. Youngo is failure, because we've been an oil producing nation for so long. A simple maintenance job. We don't have any contingency plan. So this is how we treat our citizens. People who come in here that keeps our economical wheel spinning. The fisherman. We had the oil spill in August, the 9th of August. What happened? That is the plan they used to disperse that spirit all over. So it's like, we as citizens now is what we can really do, what we have in place, what else would not fail in this country, because everything is failing, and it's sad as a citizen. And now these men, as I said, they want a simple maintenance routine to put bread on the table for their families, and this will happen. And this is the sort of response. Come Trinidad and Tobago, we need to wake up. We deserve much better as a people and as a country. That's all I would say for now.
Yeah, well, what happened in August 9th last year, there was an oil spill not far from here. The emergency response was to break up the oil, no containment. Huh? Mechanical dispersion, they call it. So it's a country without a rudder. The Prime Minister playing golf in beautiful clothes and white shoes and enjoying himself, playing millionaire sports. But do the things on the ground for the people. So much unemployment and lack of opportunity. People are leaving the country. Runaway crime. Broad daylight murders. So much fires. So many people, 9 people died in fires in the past year. No response. No. Share this video if you think it's important, because I want you all to see that there's nothing taking place. There's no emergency vessels. The Coast Guard are a quarter of a mile away from the disaster area, parked up. They could eat caviar, play ping pong downstairs. They have a gym. All of the facilities, modern facilities, to keep our Coast Guardsmen healthy. But no dive equipment, no diver. So what is the sense of spending $300 million on a warship, secretly bought from an Australian company? When they bought those warships, the Prime Minister went on a trip in China. He stopped in Australia, stopped in. You didn't plan it, you didn't tell nobody, and you're going handshake, face to face, without no record, no phone record, no computer record of how the deal was transacted, and you buy 2 vessels from a company that have not sold one to anybody in the world in 5 years. Doesn't that sound suspect to you? And you have 6 of those same warships parked up and broken down, unusable, one you could use for parts, right here. Why would you buy, if you buy 6 cars and all of the cars break down within 2 years and you can't fix them, it costs too much as a write-off. Motive and reason. And there's so much going on wrong in the country. Every single area of our national development is going backwards. Education is falling apart. We have more and more illiterates. Black populations are not going into the university with the same level of social mobility and upward mobility as the other populations. Why? Why? It's a PNM government. We're running on the PNM, but black people going backwards. Why? Ask yourself, why? Don't point a finger at me to say that I am to blame. I am not to blame. Who is in government and what are they doing to advance all of our people? These are critical questions. You can't just point a finger and say, well, it's them to blame. So the Indians to blame because the Africans not together. The Syrians keeping us down. Nobody keeping nobody down. It's the government in power that has programs that are doomed to failure. And why? Why isn't everybody allowed to participate and speak out publicly about public disasters, about public safety, about emergency response, about contingency planning? There's so much. Please share this video if you're concerned about national development, and if you care, if you're sitting down in an armchair, rock back, sucking something in your mouth, going down to come up for a breath of air, then this is not the right program for you. But if you're interested in public welfare and public interest, and you care about the future of Trinidad and Tobago, you care about the brain drain, you care about the fact that most of the affluent and educated people, most of the middle class, most of the lower classes, everybody trying to get out of here. Why are we turning our country into a hellhole when we should be locking together as a national, unified party of people to care for the future of our country? It's a serious question. What do you want to say again? Well, I don't know, Sat, I wanted to say something. Let me take it from you and you say something. Doing it. Run it.
Everybody, so we're outside number 6 here, and I'm not seeing any kind of activity on board. No people. There's a postcard ship. There's a security boat, and nothing. If Gary, we could show them. There's nothing going on the platform. So
nothing at all.
We don't know what Paria is doing, what their plans are. Keep hearing all kind of things about pump, and for almost 24 hours now we heard about a pump being there. Everybody said the pump is not there. We heard this morning there was an accident again. They put down a habitat and a cable burst, so I really don't know what's going on. So I guess guys, we'll have to keep here. We'll be here for a little bit, seeing if you have any more activity here, and we'll keep you up to date. We have some better pictures coming up if you watch Philip's page later on. What time is it now? 2:08, so we'll have some better pictures for you guys, and we're trying to keep you guys up to date as much as possible.
There was rumor this morning that they heard tapping sounds on the platform, so it kind of opened a glimmer of hope. Captain, let me make a circle now. If they run us, we could just move and run. They can't.
What happened? That is the shipping lane right there. So you can't enter the security over there.
You can't cross the shipping lane?
Yeah, that's our shipping lane. That's where the ship will come in here. Yeah. You can't go into that. That's a channel. That's a ship.
Yeah, but you could cross the shipping lane.
Yeah, that's shipping channel.
Yeah, when you see where that buoy is, Gary? You have to be on the outside of that. That's where the fishing vessels is past to go down south.
Every time we go there, we breach it.
They have no law to say you can't breach, you can't cross it.
No, we don't have that. That way the ship will not go through. That's what coming.
But as I understand it, the problem is,
Gary, you're still doing our live there? Ask your children to be a patriot now, and he does only tell we be patriots and take pressure. Ask him to be a patriot. Yeah.
Take a look at the
just tell us that.
Yeah. The man say, be patriotic. Anything coming, we're not patriotic. The opposition not patriotic. The people not patriotic. So what are you doing?
Gary,
nobody on that. I'm not seeing anybody. No activity.
Seeing out here today is what day? Today's the day, 27th of February. If it was given a flash tag, you can see exactly what is happening on our street and down there. One them was recovered.
One was recovered. Four.
Just go down there, and you want to talk about.
You could say for them, say for everybody now.
No, you want. Tell me what you want Paria to do. What did you want Paria to come for and what
Okay, it's alive?
Yeah.
Okay. But what Lisa says, she want to do a video to put out as a separate video. Yeah. So tell me when you're ready. Hi, my name is Gary Wood. I'm the Corporate Secretary of Fishermen and Friends of the Sea. Terence Meadow, a retired United Nations delegate, advisor, consultant, agronomist, is our president. Cecil McLean is our vice president. He is the oldest person in Las Cuevas, also the oldest father. Today we came out on a fact-finding mission to more properly understand what Paria is doing on the ground. Is there any obvious signs of activity? Any teams that are visible on the platform? Is there any activity? All we want to know is from the government is what exactly is occurring. They've been silent. We still don't know what caused the electricity shut down an entire nation in darkness. No statement made, nothing said. And you can see from what we're looking at here, nothing going on. You have a $400 million or $300 million Coast Guard ship, a warship parked up there. But what we understand, on Friday when they arrived, they didn't have any divers. So no divers, no diving equipment, big expensive vessel. The Minister of National Security is not to be held accountable. He is Mr. Ethelbert. He is floating in the sky, so he is beyond reproach, beyond anything. He is just provide money and give them infrastructure, and if they screw up, don't blame him. He is the god of the nation. So we can't hold anybody.
What do you want Paria to do? What do you expect?
What we want Paria to do is to make public exactly what is occurring. On an hourly basis, Paria should be reporting to the national public, because the whole nation is traumatized, the families are traumatized, people are dying, and this morning we got word that there are actual sounds coming out from it. They're hearing tapping now. If they're hearing tapping, I would think that every single person should come forward and do what is possible. But the minister came away from his luxurious trip to Dubai and he flew in first class on Friday night, and after he arrived on Saturday afternoon he met with the families at 5 o'clock, and when he met with them he told them he's pulled all the plugs, he's doing everything possible, emergency response is on the way. But our information is that he's lying, because nothing is happening on the ground.
Right, so we have the security vessel coming to check us now.
Coming to run us now, because we are a threat to national security. Exposing what they are doing is a threat to national security. It's like face masks. They say we had to wear face masks, they lock us up if we go in the savannah. But last night they had 10,000 people at the water park having a big fete, not a mask inside.
And we are here because we are concerned. One of the divers there is my neighbor, you know. So when Gary said let us come here, we say we come in because we need to stand up for these people. Because we can't continue as a country to let our brothers die and nobody held accountable. Because where we going as a country, where we going when disaster meets us, is because it's not because we didn't try, it's because people didn't listen, and this is our cry. We need to stand up, Trinidad and Tobago.
It's a film, man.
You need to stand up.
Life first, please.
Look what's happening here right now. Security.
How you going?
Good day.
We come to check what's going on.
I know that, but right now, because of what is going on, they don't want any vessels within the port limits, so we gotta actually just step outside the port limits now.
Okay, we can go on the other side.
Outside the port limits, that means that outside of that. And the red at that side, outside of that.
Okay, I just have one question. Is there any divers underneath?
I can't see at this time.
Why not?
I just don't know, sir. I can't see.
But it don't seem to be anything going on. But it's heartbreaking. We don't mean to give all you no stress, we just worried.
Yes, that's the family underneath there.
He have a family downstairs.
Yep, and we are very concerned.
Fidel Jeffrey, sir.
Jeffrey? Yeah. Jeffrey what?
Fidel Jeffrey.
What's that?
Fidel Jeffrey.
Fidel Jeffrey. Fidel Jeffrey. Like Fidel Edwards, Fidel Jeffrey.
My name is Gary Abood. I contracted him to bring us out here. We're a little worried now. We can go out on the outside and make a spin and go back so. You see, they're making out as if we are some kind of national threat. But we are a quarter of a mile away from the vessel.
And we are concerned citizens.
I mean, they give them a job to do to chase us, but I mean, when I asked him if there's anybody down there, he nodded his head. So he's telling us indirectly that nothing is going on. I asked him if there's any divers down below. He said, I can't say. But he nodded his head. He didn't say, I can't say. He said, I can't say.
after this, it had enough to collapse in this country again, everything gone. This was our only hope in terms of revenue earning. And look, the people who do basic maintenance, you have to plan and rescue them after 48 hours, after being in the oil industry for 100 years. Come now, man. Come, we in this country deserve much better, and all administration need to be held accountable. You need to account for what's happening in this country. We can't take this no more. Trinidad and Tobago, I'm pleading with you. We need to stand. We need to stand. Every time we come together as a people to stand, they always push us apart. We need to stand. And we need to stand together, Trinidad and Tobago.
Darrell, one Philip, call him and see what he wants.
You could hear me?
Yeah.
Why can't you make a statement? Let the and Gunsel cloth and all kind of bacchanal, kakarachi. I'm not interested in that. Just give me the truth. If you want to hate me, okay, hate me. I good with that. But deal with what I'm saying. Deal with what I'm saying. You want to curse me. But answer and respond to the words that I'm saying, the mission of the words, of the truth of what we're saying. I put you back on the imtiaz.
Well, we now come back in. You know, earlier today, Gary called me. He said we're going out because we hear knocks in the pipe. And Gary said, always, if there's any glimmer of hope, whether either be a fisherman or these divers, we go in. So we out here because one of the guys there, that's my neighbor. You know, and I didn't know it hit so close to home. So we are out here to highlight the inaction of the government. What they say they are doing, and you know, the sad part is to be living it again. When the fisherman died, they said they was doing this, nothing happened. Coast Guard vessels came out, had to go back into for fuel 2 o'clock in the evening. When they came out, nothing happened. The Friday we say with the chopper, and after we spent so much $1 million behind that chopper, we see this the kid taking that chopper to the port in the dead of night. All that was parked up there when these fishermen was out at sea. So, you know, as a citizen, the more you see being unearthed and what's happening in the national light, as a citizen, I'm very sad now what I'm seeing. I'm being honest. I'm being very honest. Because the ministers, those people are telling us we need to pay more taxes for everything for them to live a better life. And look how they're treating the people who bring in the money for them. Look the work these people doing, basic maintenance on our oil industry line, our line from the oil industry. And this is how they're treating us. So, you know, it really sad, it's heartbreaking to be living this over and over. Because when you see what's happening in the news. What's your Gary? With the fire trucks and what happening. The woman that died at home, it has so much issues. And as a nation, we can't continue to go where we will say enough is enough when it reaches our home, when we're not here no more. What about the children of tomorrow? How are we going to put things in place for them? If we continue like this as a nation, what we have for the children, what are we going to tell the children? We didn't put up we hand and do something. So I am appealing as a country, as a nation, we need to stand Trinidad and Tobago. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Alright everybody, we'll try our best to keep you updated. Stay on the page here and we'll be going live throughout the day to give you some updates.
I'm going to tell them goodbye. They're going already?
No, not as yet.
Thanks for being a part of our day. And I hope we said nothing that would offend you and something that would stimulate you. God be with you this beautiful day, and say a prayer for the men who are under the water, that a miracle could happen and they could survive. A miracle, that at least some of them could survive. Say a prayer for Stuart Young, that he could wake up and open his eyes and realize that he's accountable, he is responsible, and he has to report back to us. Sitaram.
People the homes and come, just stay in all their car and support it. That's all. I flip back and park up and go down.
Alright. So this is my situation, right? This is my situation. I have 2 phones running, 2 lines, because they're messing with the Digicel. I don't know what is going on. So every time the Digicel cut off, I turn on a Be Mobile Live, because Satish gonna want to have all of this information to knit it together. I don't want to run so many different videos. It'll confuse the people coming after the fact to see it. Did I watch this? I didn't fall long because of this hole earlier. Look at this. Look at the depth of that hole. It's Petrochin Workers Car Park. Tell me if we've not become an insane little country. I need a sip of water. That's what I need. I need a sip of water. Excuse my I don't even know if the Digicel back on. The Digicel finish. Just give me a second. Digicel, you really need to get your act together down in Marabella. At times like this, I wish I had 3 hands. I have to switch out the Digicel phone, stick in the mobile phone. So if you all see there's multiples of videos, and I apologize for all of this. I just really want the continuity. Yeah? So I apologize for all the phones hot. All the phones hot. And overheating is a thing too. All right, we continue. What update you have? I see we finally getting people to come out.
Yeah.
That's a real nice thing because the support will help with the families. What updates you have first? You can give us anything?
Well, the son, I'm going to the son come out and say they get a permit to reach on the platform, but not to go in the water. And they say after the meeting, then they get a permit to go in the water.
They're playing with these people?
Yeah. They're playing with them. Them want to get all the bodies when they frustrate all the family and we have nobody there. And they can push for them people and get rid of the bodies. They can say the divers lost in the open sea. That's all. And what purpose we got? Better always make sure we have somebody out there. Thanks to all you and all them Inshan and all everybody who really highlighting the story.
So as of now, nothing is in place.
Nothing. The son of them frustrated here waiting to go in the water. What we could do to get them to go in the water? Like it was nothing we could do. Because everybody's stopping them. That Coast Guard and police and everybody's stopping them. They can't, when they go to the cabin. We said if we could go to a boat and send the divers to come at the distance before and let them go, where don't we could do that? That's what I'm willing to do anything.
Do you talk to them?
But the young son, the diver, he's out there right now. Nicholas. Oh, we're talking to Inshan here.
Well, still trying to.
We're watching a drone here.
They're watching the platform there. What's going on?
We had sent up a drone yesterday. We have that footage, and they're going to do that now again. You are the MP for this area.
Look, this is Nicholas.
I'm going to talk to him. You know, you're talking to me right now. He asked me a question. What is stopping you all from going to that pipe beyond the platform? Is there any law? Is there any... No, I mean, is there a law that prevents you from going in the water and diving into the pipe?
Because we there,
duty. They compound, I guess.
And they're property, yeah?
And the Coast Guard don't worry around there with we boat. We was going with our boat and we equipment to go for them and to forget them. We're going to do that. But we don't want the Coast Guard to tell us anything. If we could get permission from the government to do that, we could go and implement. But we take it too long. Is it possible?
It's nearly 48 hours, you know.
Yeah. If we could get permission, we could go. The man has 2 sons, 35 divers, and they will come to him, and they're just being blocked.
They have 2 crimes that have been committed here. The mismanagement of the project and the government and Paria's response after the accident. Those are the 2.
Are you drone, Sean?
Yeah.
You can't put a drone in here now?
No, they have no no-fly zone here. We had a drone up there yesterday. They can't stop him.
Come inside here? He had all his shots from yesterday. He went overhead yesterday.
So you could start your drone from here and go right on it?
Yeah, we were. Well, it depends on the range of the drone. David, let me talk to you for a minute now. You're the member of parliament here for, this is Point of Pierre?
Yes.
Yeah? What is your take on what's going on here? It's 48 hours, almost 48 hours, these people in this pipe.
It's a sad situation here. It's tragic. 48 hours and the family is going on question.
Everybody sign up on local
young reach out, at least provide some proper accommodation to the families while they wait on news, whether good, bad or indifferent. And I think that the minimum at Paria.
The barest minimum.
Barest minimum Paria.
Nobody, government has a responsibility to put a communications officer to keep the public and the families informed. Who is that person?
Well, we are yet to see that, and we are out, the families have been out here. This is the second night. I mean, Saturday night is the second night, Friday is the first. And I think questions have to be asked of that critical first 10 to 12 hours from 3 o'clock when the tragedy happened to approximately midnight on Friday. What was being done by the top management, by Paria, trying to solve and assist the divers, who I understand would have been trapped, and they would have had some sort of communication by way of pounding on pipes. That's the information I have from good sources, and the workers responded by pounding back on the pipe, and they got a response. So the question has to be asked, in that critical window of 10 to 12 hours, you know, what was being done by Paria? And I understand there were so many cooks trying to make a decision, right, that the experienced individuals, whether the commercial divers on standby, the volunteers, who understand work in closed spaces, that work permit and the procedure was approved, and that's the problem. I think these work permits and their procedure is taking too long to initiate some sort of...
But the Minister of Energy met with the family yesterday morning. We were up here and gave them certain assurances that they would be removing any obstacles and fast tracking. How could something like a permit be keeping people back when you have access to the Minister of Energy?
And that is the question that has to be asked, and I understand there are so many people trying to make a decision that they are stumbling along on it. But if the minister, I understand, was here around 1 o'clock yesterday, and he would have met with some of the family, and he could have seen the condition that the family presently where we are located right now, Philip. Show them a shot.
Yeah, we've been here.
We are in a bus shed, right? So this is the condition, and if it was OWP providing 2 portable toilets, you know, and the families and friends are here to lend support and pray with the families. And I am saying, and I'm asking again, as a minimum, the Minister of Energy and Paria should at least assist these families and put them in a better location so that they can wait on the news, whatever the news will be, but in a more comfortable environment than where we are in a car park.
We were told that foreign-based crews who found out outside offered their services to assist and were blocked. We've been told that independent contractors, divers, offer their services for free. They were refused. I just spoke to some of the former senior, most experienced men in Petrotrin, who all told me that their services are available to Paria and to the government for free. And the government is taking no steps whatsoever to reach out to any of the experienced people to ask for assistance if they do not know what they're doing. There is no other explanation as to 48 hours for people trapped in a pipe. There's no other explanation for nothing being done other than you don't know what you're doing.
And I agree with that, Philip. And I understand in maritime industry. Once somebody is in needs help, the entire maritime industry reaches out to assist their individuals, their colleagues that are in distress. So I know presently there are a lot of boats outside there waiting to assist. Divers are waiting to assist. We have a diver who's waiting and fearless to go into the pipes.
The son of one of the people, yeah.
And he's not being allowed to do it because he's experienced. He's level-headed and he's experienced. And again, we are asking, what is the feedback? And every minute that goes by, Philip, is a minute that is too late.
You can't afford that,
right?
man.
And we cannot afford that. And you know, and if people want some information, we are not seeing any sort of proper communication from Paria, right? And as a minimum, we should be seeing that.
But by law, though, by law, doesn't the minister have a responsibility? Are there no laws that could force him to do his job? If a minister is appointed a minister and abdicates his responsibility.
Philip, I don't think this is about law. This is about human element. This is about...
Yeah, but if we couldn't get human element to work in the first 24 hours.
This is about being caring and considerate. This is about reaching out.
This is the son you're referring to,
no,
right?
This is one of the sons.
This is one of the sons, right?
I work with them on the job. I will go in there back again. What I want to know is, is it possible we can bypass them and go around with the next vessel with equipment and save the men? But we don't want the Coast Guard to do us anything.
No, but you see that again, they're gonna talk about the legality with the Coast Guard and so.
Yeah, but the Coast Guard.
But why is the only action the government taking is that deploying Coast Guard to stop people from?
We have to. Stuart Young came here and said that he will de-bottleneck any situation and assist as fast as possible. That is not happening. That is not happening, and we are calling on Stuart Young. Do not hide. I'm asking Paria, do not hide behind any legal jargon or insurance jargon. This is about saving lives. And
remove these obstacles, cut the red tape, yeah.
Remove the red tape. Assist the families with getting the permits and allow them to go and see.
So what are they telling you about permits now? What is the latest on the permits?
People are right to go out back. The thing is, we can do all that and they can still hold us back from.
That's right. When you reach out there, they change their mind.
They'll tell me something else.
And that has been happening. That is why I understand that they issue permits, and when you reach out there to do it, they change their mind.
It would be good if we can do it on our own.
We invited these gentlemen here, some senior Petrotrin people to interpret. What exactly we saying? Darryl, bring it.
That's the means fair, something different.
Sorry, this is what we have. Next time, if I have an iPad, we can put it on. Yeah, we can put it on iPad.
This is what we just
So if you could tell us what you see in here, if anything looking there like a rescue.
I have to focus on it. This.
Darryl, stay close in case you need your assistance.
Okay, this is the launch landing there. This is the crane. These are the booms. What the crane lifting there? Anybody could tell me?
You have some still pictures too, you could show you.
By the riser? The crane is operating right now? It's just static? No.
Nothing's happening.
Nothing is happening right now. But I have seen where you had divers and whatnot.
They have nothing.
Nothing.
Let me see. Yeah, the crane walking.
The crane walking?
Yeah, like it's hook on.
It just hook on?
Yeah, but I just afraid not to move. Yeah.
But where divers and things there?
There's by platform 6, right?
Yeah.
The remote, the line is. That line them in underneath that water, on the gallon. Yeah.
This is the line here?
Yeah, the rusty looking one.
Okay.
The underneath that line.
Underneath.
So any activity will be around that line?
Specifically named 66C line, the oil line.
Activities could be here at number 6 boat,
number
as
5.
well at number 5.
So they could come at it from the back?
At the back.
Yeah.
So when you said there is a type of plug inside that line that gives the length to the line.
Yeah.
Could that plug be between 6 and 5?
Yes.
Yes. That
And if
plug,
you bounce up that plug coming in from 5, you can't go no further.
they have to send out the plug. It's a pig you call it.
Yeah, pig.
It's a pig.
You say that was iron one and a rubber one?
Both two.
Well, might the oil on the next side.
So I want to ask a question. Tell me, this is a stupid question, but I wanted to ask it since yesterday.
Yeah.
The pump that pumps the oil out of the line.
Yeah.
If they turn that pump on, wouldn't it clear the line?
Yeah, but we wanted to do that. But I did last resort. You might go shoot out in the next side.
No, but you can't turn it on. You can't control the speed.
We could control the speed, yes. But
I just saying, if you could get fluid, if you emptying what is in the line into a barge, so you don't have to pollute the ocean.
we know how to do this, but them don't want we do it.
But tell me something.
Simple.
What they say, the plug stick, the pig stick.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And why would
but was that stuck before this accident? So it suddenly stick.
I feel like move up and stick when they open the air.
If we want to clear the line, what they did, they wanted to clear the line of all remnant soil, so they put in the pig.
Right.
Or the first pig stick, so they put on the next one.
Can you reverse the pigs?
You have to put back on the other side of number 6 boat and put your...
So right now the divers in between that procedure.
Yeah.
So the only solution right now is A, you're sending divers through 6, or B, you turn on the pump and flash the line.
Yeah, but we was thinking about to send a diver, 2 divers on the boat end, and then retrieve the guys out.
But if you send it from the other end, wouldn't you encounter the pig?
Right, maybe
you could get the pig.
Maybe they might bounce up the diver before the pig.
It's very difficult to pick.
Yeah, but we thinking about the diver maybe before the pig. On the next side, the diver there. The pig might be...
So why we couldn't, we have any idea where they are in the pipe? So you can't cut the pipe because you might damage them.
Well, the pipe, we don't know how much oil they have in the pipe.
You could find out where they are using ROV camera.
Yeah.
Have they done that?
We use a crawler, but we don't want that certain feet.
Right.
It crawl down with a
Somebody
camera.
say they encountered tanks or something?
Yeah.
Well, one of the diver tanks went missing with the suction. That was the crawler saw. And we need to take out that from the line too.
Again, it's a 36-inch pipe. You've been into the pipe.
Yeah.
Show me in relation to your body how big that pipe is.
It's like the circumference, or like this.
Where we are here?
Yeah, like that. So a guy could fit down inside it. But you can't spread out like that. You can spread out a bit of an elbow.
So, just one last time. It is possible to turn on the pump and empty the line.
That's what we wanted to do last night, but they give me too much trouble.
So they're not letting divers in, and they're not letting you vent the pipe.
No.
Not yet. No.
What they could do is to put a ship, if you have a ship on 6 foot, and you salt water in the ship pump and pump the line from number 6 to number 5. But that entails making up the spool at number 6. At number 5, they could connect these hose to 35C line through the manifold and pump it back to number 6, where they have the open end where the men and them have the habitat.
I'll ask you one last question.
Yeah.
If you were in charge of this rescue operation, 48 hours passed, would you have attempted something?
Long. If I was there, permit or no permit, I would have sent that men would have.
So ultimately, the first man on the food chain to blame for this in Paria is
don't know.
the lowest level. What position? The supervisor. Who was the supervisor on this job site?
I don't want to get in trouble.
We need to know who the supervisor
No,
was.
you're done over here already. How much
So
trouble
we have a
you
bunch
got?
of supervisors. I mean, a
Who
bunch
was the
of
supervisor on this job?
It's our OTSs. What is the job of the OTS? And just like a supervisor. Like the offshore supervisor on the rig. That about all of them, man. Everybody was there, not one man.
The safety officer supposed to be
Right.
there on the job.
We have some
monitoring.
They have a bunch of safety officers, about 8 of them. And I
So
do not,
you on that project,
yeah,
there wasn't a person in charge.
yeah.
Who was that person?
But the person in charge of the show, that Mr. Cullen.
No. Who was in charge on that platform?
On the platform,
Who was in charge of the job there?
well, that Jason, Bisham, all of them. All of them is the OTS.
I find it strange that every answer, it don't have a definite name of a person, that this is the man in charge of
The thing
everybody
is,
else.
I just jump out.
I'm not just saying that. I'm not saying I'm
I
not
think
blaming
it's-
you.
I think it's-
But I'm just saying that what I've been told
Hmm.
is that in the toolbox conversations, you all are very clear about who's in charge and what is being done and what
Right.
was done. And
Yeah, but I remember I would just stand by now. I just come out and save the men. I do not know names.
we have nobody here who was part of that project.
Yeah, but what you could do is ask LMCS representatives. Them have everything documented.
Wait a minute.
Did they?
We don't want to put him in direct jeopardy of a situation.
If the man in charge of LNCS call me right now, I could go in the meeting and make a substantial
Who have access to LMCS?
Yeah.
Right, you tell him. Who have access to LMCS?
Me.
Everybody.
This gentleman would like to assist.
Yeah.
If we
Yeah.
just speak to the top person in
Yeah,
LMCS.
Kazamali, I've been talking to him all day.
Let's get him on the phone. Let's get him on the phone.
and let me talk to him.
LMCS person don't get no Ramgatan as well, remember?
They know me good. He worked with me.
Yeah, they don't want another person, another stranger. He was glad to get them Ramgatan.
Sir, can I ask
What's
you
your name?
something? I was just told by an operator that from the operation rooms, the control room.
Just one
is
second,
actually-
sorry.
Right, what's your name?
Ramjatan, Vishnu Ramjatan.
Mr. Vishnu Ramjatan is here. You'd like to have a word with you.
Darryl.
Hey, Kazim Ramjatan here. Hello? 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 Do you need assistance? Assistance?
What's the procedure today? Mr. Zara.
Oh God, I'm not hearing you.
Let's put this
This
bit
has
up.
to come.
He said they have what they need, but they're trying to convince Paria to let them go in.
Could you allow me to come in to convince them? They are limited. Only one man, and that is me. Okay? Only one
So we
man, that is me, and I could come in.
Tell them we're standing by for that now.
We standing by for that now, eh?
Tell them we're just asking for you to come and listen to what they say.
Listen and give
some advice.
And give some advice.
Right? That's all they're asking for. Observer status.
And I know you have all the advice for the diving operation side, but if you want me to come there to convince them that I could do that.
It's actually the Coast Guard, they're the ones who convince you. No, Coast Guard. They're the only one giving the problem.
What time is the meeting?
So ask him if you could come in with him as his associate.
I could come in with you?
Could you ask him personally, please, so that he could facilitate a senior member who could give some proper insight into this rescue? All right, we waited on you. We waited on your call back. Shazara, get that number for that person who was just on the phone with us.
Yeah,
get the phone number.
They don't realize how much information I can give them. It's the Kazim son in
290.
He's supposed to, seize the opportunity to have me there.
Yes, you got your phone back, Shazara?
What is that?
He going to ask permission. You're going to make sure Chef Kazam cousin number. You have it?
Yes.
She have a list of numbers to give you. Make sure you take that.
Okay.
Alright, so we on standby for that call. They will call back that phone. He is going to ask if he could come in. That's where we are at this point.
And I think it's in your interest also, as someone who involved, to tell them you want him to.
Yeah, no problem.
We have all of this disrespect and insult recorded. We've recorded how they've treated you all. This not finishing here. No? There are plenty players to come in this still. I want you to hear me say that. We are here for a reason. We are going to stand with you all. When we stand with somebody, we don't let go, you know. We will make sure you get your justice in this. We wait on our call back. Sorry, you wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, I was told from someone from the control room that in the control room you can actually see what's going on in the lines using sensors, and they can actually isolate the area where the guys in them are. Is that true? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know if it's 12 years I retire now. I don't know if they upgrade the system to put sensors in the line. But I would say, most unlikely they did that. I'm not too sure. But if they had sensors in the line and see it, they would have seen the divers already.
Right, they're saying that they could actually isolate it, as well as as you explained about the pig stuff. There are sensors that flaps that could actually close down.
What isolation they did?
As I was saying, I
you
don't
know what
if
is sad? That you know these things secondhand, and the people in charge of Paria don't see it.
Operator, I just spoke to one of them and was explaining that to me on the phone. They said they could actually do this. I am Black's brother. I am Rishi's brother, yes.
Jack?
Black's. Rishi.
Oh, you Rishi. I thought
yes.
Shazara.
So I just wanted to, I don't know exactly. So
your brother is one of the people in the line?
Sir.
Yeah.
So,
Daryl, call Shazara.
So I wanted to confirm if that is possible, that they could actually see and
His
control.
brother, Shazara, his brother is one of the people in line. Take his name and number from him.
At least you have to bring it for me, please. Now. Yeah, bring it for me. I'm waiting on some instruction to go. Point up here roundabout. Yeah, are they now? Yeah.
I want to make a plan to come to this. A guy, that's around me. I know. He said he wants to sell. So he just want to make a plan to go
We have Mr. Live, senior members, former members who know intimately the running of this place, reaching out to these gentlemen and offering advice and their services, and Paria is not reaching out to these people. It is either the people running Paria that stupid, or they're trying to cover up something here. I don't know, because up till now, everything they asked for just seems to be
Have people to help.
So these are the watermark. The watermark here.
Send me the video. Yeah, then
Check for some more chairs. They need chairs up here, no? Last night we lied there. Last night the lady said that some drop chairs, but the reason all these people standing up is there are no chairs. If there's any company in this community close by that have some chairs that they would like to donate, I will make sure you get all the mileage that you need and more. Please bring some chairs. Contact Satish Ramsaran 796-8172.
Daryl, what's your number?
Contact Daryl on 620-3283. Contact Shazara on 745-7272. Any of those numbers, if you could assist, please. We want some chairs, we want some tables, and a couple tents if you have it. But the chair is important. Thank you. Listen, you see those old guys I was just talking to? These fellas know everything about it. From scratch. They could tell you if he gets inside of there. But you see, and I think, and we're gonna make sure we have those people's numbers. Tell Shazara, make sure. Because I tell you why. Those people are going to be able to give evidence of the incompetence and the negligence of Paria. Paria need to be very concerned, you know. These fellas, Newman George, Michael Commoner, and the rest of that crew need to be very concerned now.
Cops on them know every bolt and every nut, every well. That challenge them with that at all. That is the days when it had good tradesmen. Exactly. You could go back there and say, yes, look with it. They're tradesmen. They're not any harm.
No, but you hear what he said? He said if he was there, if he was in charge, he would not go after him.
But army.
But you must stand for your people.
No man must be left behind.
Nobody must be left behind. None. But take a look at those tanks. And you tell me this is petrol. Look at that. That is zero maintenance. And that is why what went on there happened. Look at that one there. Look at that black one there. The
pipeline is they know that pipeline is going through already. Why are they not created something like up to my place? They know why they're not touching it. They know. As a whole oil field man, as a offshore man, you see safety,
You don't follow any protocols at all. From what my past experience, they're not following no protocols.
How many years in the oil industry?
I was in the oil industry for the past, from 70s right up to the 20s. The 70s and the 20s.
You've seen it and done it.
Exactly what those guys are doing there, we have done it also. Went down deep. You can't see your hands. Protocols you have to take before we go down there is what they're supposed to be doing now. And what they didn't do. Lockout, tag out. First thing.
and try. Lockout, tag out and try.
Sign off and not doing right up to the badge captain.
What are they now?
Right? Apparently nothing like that happened here. It's sad, but they're covering up. They're covering it up.
Why will she? She
Don't look at a simple thing, eh? Offshore watching. You go down in a manhole. You always have somebody watching over that manhole. You have a backup plan, a rescue plan. Apparently that wasn't taken care of out here. Because if this everything taken care of from the shore, from the shore, no. You have to be on site. You have to be on site monitoring. Medic. Exactly.
Fire watch everything.
Fire watch everything. You might be offshore, but you still need a fire watch. You're not bad. But apparently nothing like that.
So basically maritime laws was broken here as well.
Maritime was definitely.
Because we're dealing with oil spillage, possibly. Lives.
Yes, yes. A lot have been broken.
You had to ask for OSHA?
A lot have been broken.
Fine as usual.
From my
Or they probably
experience,
disappear
a lot
forever.
have been broken.
I guess for the latest I
What they
haven't
wanted?
There's a numbered management line. And no company has some number management back and forth now.
Nobody wants to answer.
When you say correct protocols wasn't followed Friday initially, where it's supposed to have people one side. But now, since Friday this has happened, and now they're trying to form proper protocols. So almost 3 days now, they're still trying to protocol to save men who die inside of about 36 inches, suffocating right now. Pretty until
Look, you know asking one of the divers to get and write up a proper plan to hand into management. Today, you asking to do a plan to handle management. That should have been there when you starting the job. This is plan how we're going to.
It's part of the GSA.
It's part of the GSA, exactly.
It's part of the GSA.
You
The
can't
escape.
come and asking that no. That alone tells you what went on there. Yeah. That alone tells you.
And you're going to meet with the family.
As I said, that is one set of families.
Salisha! Where's Salisha?
Come on.
Salisha, my class.
Call Salisha.
My class.
Assuming that all of the families, of all of the guys, assuming that all of the guys in the pipe have a family member represented here,
Yeah.
everybody,
Yeah.
I have been told to tell. Okay, you all speak to him, right? This is very important. And it's counterintuitive, you might already know it, but I've been told to tell you. Sign nothing Paria puts in front of you.
Okay.
Sign nothing, don't agree with anything. Do not, they will frustrate this game until the point where you're willing to just sign to get information. sign nothing, you'll make it harder on yourself and your loved ones in the future when this becomes legal matter.
You need to sign with a lawyer present.
No. Right now, as far as I know, the combined families have no lawyers on this matter. There are no documents to be signed.
Don't tell them so yesterday up there.
Nothing, right? Nothing. That was, and it was important to say to all of you, and please remember that, right? We're working on getting a batch of lawyers to work with you for what? To protect your interests. Don't sign.
Yeah, we could do it, but nothing.
We never officially met Satish. You good?
Oh, 499.
Last arrow.
1 minute.
499-5472.
Right, I have it.
Tell her call him back. Sorry.
One of them to be on like
Because he's the company owner and his son in the price. Guys, plenty. Guys are low. Don't let nobody go. Guys are low. Guys are low.
Let me know, yeah. I will call you and you know, okay?
You can talk to other family members.
When I still had to play for that. When we are the game still rolling.
Stepping up on chicken game, boy.
Look how they get your butt.
Look, she's stepping up.
Look how they get No, we have people here.
Mr. Dwarka met me for the first time today. He's following us from the start. You see, I look at the fatter in real life. I had to take that I blame COVID. But he said, and he came to say something now.
Yeah, on behalf of everybody here, I would like to say this. I'd like to give thanks, express the gratitude for you coming here and exhibiting this level of professionalism. I always thought that you possess all the qualities to be a leader in this country. And today you have confirmed
Thank you very much.
that you have taken your time to be with these people in time of bereavement. It is a remarkable day, and one the country must watch at as a whole. You are an example of the perfect citizen.
Thank you.
Mr. still live? Give Raphael for a while. Raphael, you live?
Yeah.
You not live?
No, I just recorded.
Give me a room. I'll just walk around.
Talk to people. Give me everything. Let's talk to people. Put out on your color. Everything you say now coming out on the live.
Hold on.
Raphael, make sure Shazara takes the Dwarka's name on. Alright?
How air pockets with the guy who survived it. I'm not sure a picture with the pipe. You do a drawing. And a drawing of
You see, all of us stand up here and we're talking about all this going on. Let's imagine what they're going through inside right now.
What would it look like?
Nick,
Six is who? They number 6, they number 5.
Right.
Here you see the bend they are talking about.
Right.
And that what I was fixing in top. So the water suck up and went up so and flush them and back down. So what they could do
from this valve here.
I don't need to. Me and a guy drove it. I did the operation. You know, but I retrieved the guy here. Somewhere here. Somewhere in the there's 12 budgets.
Half of that is 1,200.
No,
Like the valve is
valve starting down.
When you go down here, come to half with it. You got a valve here. And then the valve that's open.
You're traveling like in measurement.
Right.
Going down, my brother gone 40 feet down.
Right, I know that. Right.
I retrieved that tank, so but that's somewhere down there.
And right there.
It would be like about 70 feet away. But we get the safety men now. But that inside with the tree working.
But when you throw in there, right? When you come down this way and come this way, the center there, see you have a line. There's the valve that is open. To create the suction.
That's in top. That's the second thing, but they say they didn't have nothing in place up there. It is by the rig. Somebody opened something by mistake and they shut it off back quick. That one they're not telling anybody.
Right? They must have a suction pump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they must have
a switch or a valve.
Because that pipe would not have
But you realize it didn't happen for long. If it didn't happen for long, the suction would have never get no survive.
Okay. So they
stop back one time. So that how fish gonna come up.
Yeah,
Fish
close to the end.
come up damaged, get bang up, go down the road.
What's their bang right there?
He lives in the state. I mean like he get him a state. He real strong. The man come out the stretcher and walk up the land. He said I don't want to be no stretcher. He good. And he a diver, he's spearfish now. So he can hold his breath long.
Right.
So you come out now.
And how long you can hold it?
For a while, but it may be like a is there like spaces?
Yeah.
That would them men get in the air. That would Chris. How long does you have to?
How long? That's why you inside again, tired again, frustrated. And then when somebody will come and help you.
Alex?
If you sit on a lights off for 2 hours, you're tired.
That's how you can. What
Imagine you inside our line, you in confined space.
Now they're concerned with recovery exercise. You know what that means?
Yeah. They don't consider that. I mean, everybody program that.
They did not have a search and recovery.
If they had used, they say in 2 or 3 hours time, they tried and they pulled them out and they would have died. Exactly, so they tried.
They tried to rescue it.
Yeah, try anything.
Everybody cannot justify that.
Yeah.
But they did no attempt.
Remember the father died. My father, all of them. My name is Ben.
I know all the program.
The guy with the petrotron helmet, he's a retiree, but he's the guy that installed that system many years ago. So he has a wealth of knowledge, and he's willing to help the contractor at least to do the job of extracting the men from that hole or in that pipe system. He has the know-how, he has the blueprint in his head. The guy with the petrotron hat. Experience.
What the hell I see here?
Of the OWTU showing their presence outside the gate here. Any tent companies wanna donate a couple tent and chairs and a couple tables, they can do so at the Paria site, the head office here. Rain is falling, have little children here, been here for days, waiting on their daddy. Really sad. No idea if they're alive, if they died.
Yeah. direct plan not to have these guys come out alive. I feel guys were going on here. Look how long we get late from Friday 3 o'clock to now. It is in my best interest if you do me something wrong and I'm at fault to make you not testify against me. I need to out your lights. Amen. I don't need you to come out here and tell anybody that. So what exactly? Everybody worried about this thing. Everybody don't have a reason.
We're looking for a motive. They had to have a motive.
What's the motive? Philip, you tell me which motive?
Families are stressed out. Everybody losing their patience. As loved ones are not being found, they are not being looked after. You can only imagine, you can only understand as a human to empathize with these families.
So they have to find a reason.
Really, sir?
I'm not doubting your idea.
That's a theory, eh? People, that's a theory.
I'm not doubting it. But plenty of people say that what they wanted to do was wait till the attention move away and then just lose the bodies in the sea.
What are they going to say? What are they going to tell us? That, oh, they tried to extract them, and here what? They flooded, and they go and sail out to sea? That's what you're going to tell us? We are telling you for 3 days.
She raising her voice because she's upset. She's been here days and nights. Her family is down in a hole. You would be upset too.
That whole Western pipe system at the back of the hand. He's done that routinely. That is routine maintenance. That's why we have him here. That's why we're trying to get him inside. Petrochin and Paria know what they're trying to hide. Wait it out.
Something is not smelling right. You know that. The family know that because the family have the experience here. Something is not smelling right in this whole thing. Over 48 hours, man, could have come now. We're telling you, if you was really interested in saving the men and saying here's what, out of goodness, out of the professionalism, out of the contract, we are obligated to make sure we provide a safe zone for you to work. But if we know I didn't have a safe zone and I know I didn't have more things in me,
let me show you what we compare.
Obviously, I want nobody to see it.
Let me show you what we compare. Why are you talking to me? Just when you walk up to me, somebody just sent me the list of all the documents that they're supposed to have signed off on to make sure this was a safe zone. So I want a safe work environment in this industry. This industry, according to the health and safety standards, you as management could be charged with manslaughter if you're responsible for loss of life. This is a serious thing. We are not taking our eye off of this.
Something is wrong. That's how I feel.
Plenty wrong.
But you can't tell me I'm giving you the divers, I'm giving you a boat and all, I'm giving you all the equipment.
Nobody foreign company who volunteer.
There you go, an international company come and volunteer. You are telling me you're going to say no? Something is wrong. So shipping and we can't see that? Well done, Anthony.
Now what we need here is 10,000, 15,000 people. So our voice starts to frighten them. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why
people only listen up. Listen up,
that's
people.
Why we need Trinidad and Tobago to stand up.
Trainees, come out in your numbers. We are here.
That's not, you don't ever say that. 128,500.
We are here. Come down to the Paria's head office, Marabella, at the roundabout. Come out and show your support. We are here. We are not going anywhere. The families are here day and night. They can't eat, they can't sleep. Empathize with your brothers and sisters.
We want water, we bring in water. Next man bring in 100 chairs, 10 tables, and another one working on tents. Trinidadians are stand up. We have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
What we allow as citizens will continue. We need to stop. We need to put an end to that.
We had 45 hours.
You have children here. You have children in this suffering for their uncle, their daddy, the cousin, the neighbor. Trinidadians are loving people.
The thing is, we can take a chance. We can take a chance and do it.
The people gathered here today, they come for a pay raise. They are looking for employment. They're looking for their family that was doing an honest job. That is all. This is not striking about pay. It's about lives, family, brothers, uncles. We have good Samaritans bringing in water. Citizens, we urge you to come out in your numbers. Come out and support your brothers and sisters out here. This is a real event. This is not a stage event. This is not a political event. This is not a party. It's about people's lives. Children today, you don't know. They're grieving, they're asking where daddy. Where uncle? That's all they're asking, innocent children. Wives, don't know. They can't eat. They can't stand up, they can't sit down. Their eyes bloodshot red from waking, from crying. And we have Paria not answering the phone, lying to the people. We have the drone footage, we have the pictures. We were out there. There is no activity on the site. Zero activity. We have the proof. People to get Paria to listen. We need more numbers. We need people to stand up. We're not asking for a riot. We just need the solidarity. We need the numbers so that the Paria management can understand, hey, we cannot sweep this under the table. We call it on all the activists from all the corners at Trinidad and Tobago. Bring your people out. This is a nationwide issue. If one of the workers didn't call Philip directly to see what was going on, this is one of Paria's. This would have been one of Paria's well-kept secret, hidden. Do you know a pipe fell on a man and cut off his legs in Paria? You ever heard about that? We learned about that while staying on site here and hearing workers. When they get injured, they have to hide it, otherwise they'll lose their job. That wasn't HSC, that wasn't safety long ago. When Petrochin closed, safety went out the window. That's why they get rid of the union. If anyone listening or looking at the live here didn't realize, they realize now how important a union is for workers. Now they're running on scab crew, threats. Nothing is being done to save these men. Nothing is being done. This is not a story tale. It's sounding like a horror movie, but it isn't. It's reality. A horrific reality. I think this lady here, her husband in the pipe. Yeah. This lady here, her husband is trapped in the pipe. She's willing, she's getting help. She's getting help from outsiders, and Paria refuses.
There are international ships.
There was an international dive crew berthed right next door, willing to go in to save these men, and Paria blocked them with paperwork. So it's not that the help isn't there or the know-how isn't there. It's Paria themselves restricting all possible hope, removing all possible hope for these families and those workers. But we're keeping our fingers crossed that they are alive. That's what we're praying for, that they are alive, because it's understood that there is a vent for air, and if they are trapped there, they will be alive.
Yeah, there are a couple air pockets.
There are air pockets around.
Yeah.
But as the hours tick by, it only gets worse for them. And every idea sent to Paria, even from retired employees, senior men, who was at the beginning of the installation of those pipes, saying we could do this and we could do that. And Paria keeps shutting them down and blocking it. So what does that leave us? Or where does that leave us? Very sad. Very, very sad. Oh, we are Insha and Ishmael here. Please, people, let come out. Don't let me out of beg. These humans like yourself, Trinidad, come out.
Trinidad, come out.
Come out.
Come out, Trinidad.
Come out.
Show some solidarity to your fellow Trinidadians. Come out.
This is a nationwide thing.
This is a nationwide thing. This is nothing political.
There's nothing political or personal.
Or personal.
This is your brothers and sisters crying out for help. They need your support.
This could have been your brother. Could have been your father down inside there. Think of it that way. Could have been your for the younger ones, it could have been your grandfather. So think about it that way. Come out and support. Show your solidarity.
Family just come to donate some water. Do all them interview. Just get him some coffee. So, thank you very much.
Hey, small man. Look, even a little boy out here helping. So you adults, what excuse all you adults making?
Helping brother.
Thank you very much. These are family members of the divers?
No,
Or just
supporters.
Just supporters, just innocent citizens supporting, giving out, lending a hand. Nothing big in that. Say hello.
Hi.
What is your name?
Zana.
Zana
Zavdiel.
and Zavdiel. Thank you for the water.
Welcome.
God bless these children. They don't have family here. They don't. But they can empathize and they can understand how it is, the pain these people going through. Chinese, all you can do better than that. All you can do better than that. Get up. All they don't get all their Sunday sleep. These people don't sleep for days. For days these people don't sleep. You eat your lunch, you sleep. Fine, nothing wrong. Take a drive. You're taking a drive for ice cream, come down here. Come down here and show your support. We need numbers. Otherwise, Paria not taking us on. They're not taking us on. We've been to the site. There's no activity on the site, only lies. 24 hours ago, they said they were extracting the men. It's a lie. We are monitoring the lies. We have proof of the lies.
Everybody, we're going offline for a little bit there, but we're back on the live shortly.
What they did, I will be able to give them advice.
So at this point, and the purpose of this video here is because we've asked Kazim, what's Kazim last name, Ali? Kazim Ali, the owner of LMCS. That was the contracting company that did the job, whose divers are in the pipe. The owner of LMCS, alive here and telling Trinidad, right? The owner of LMCS is inside. I mean, he's inside a meeting. His son is one of the people trapped in the pipe. Satish, you come around this door if you want. His son, the owner, hear this, eh? The owner of LMCS, Kazim Ali, his son is trapped inside that pipe. He's one of the four. We have Mr. Ramjatan. What was your last role in Petrotrin?
Senior maintenance superintendent.
Senior maintenance superintendent for that field of pipes. Understand? We have the absolute authority after God on those pipes. I have somebody checking the qualifications and the bona fides of every board member of Paria, because not one of them have any oil and gas experience. They're set of finances.
They have P&M experience.
Peter Clark is a finance man. Michael Commoner is a lawyer. Newman George is a... Let me keep that to myself.
Your call has been forwarded.
I know I gotta be blocked on that number. Right? Who we wanna call again?
Stuart Young is the Minister of Energy.
He not so brave. Let me get these. All this here for my pass. Let's call some of these on. You can come in with it?
Make a move, you know.
Alright.
Because they don't have to see more.
Yeah.
Right? I have to make a move, you know.
So I'll give him the list.
Yeah, that's already. I sent it. I'm going to see about them home net, so I don't know.
Thanks, sir.
Tomorrow.
We're trying to call ministers.
Right?
Is off. We need the canvas to come down here tonight at 6 o'clock. We're having a press conference outside Petrochin Gate. We need over here. That is one. That is one. Two. I need to your number. Send that. Send that. You have your number? Yeah. Newman George, Michael Commoner, Michael Pay, away. You want to see the board? What's your board? That fella Peter Clark is a finance man. All of them, none of them have any oil and gas experience. I have somebody right now working on that list to find out what everybody qualification is. You're talking about a man who is the husband to the Speaker of the House. This is a political thing. You missed your number. This is crazy. I couldn't find it in my phone and it in my phone. Make sure you cover it. But they wouldn't answer, you see. These fellas are cowards. They can't even come and face these people here. Come in, no, we're just trying to deal with Mr. Ramjaka.
Your call has been...
Trying to get him into... Let the crowd get bigger first. Let the crowd get bigger first. Once Omar and them reach, you know that they will have a certain type of prayer.
What? Crash? Funny crash. Be okay? Why the drone crash? In Shan.
Well, as you could see, no answer from none.
Alright, so we done Kazim and talk to Kazim.
So he's still in the meeting.
When he must come out, you can't have him forever there.
Anybody who could help me get Chochong on the phone. We have Mr. Vishnu Ramjatan. He is the most senior man for this job. He should be in that meeting that they're having right now. We would like to get Mr. Ramjatan in the meeting, please. Assist me with that. My number is 682-2110. Also, anybody who could supply some portable toilets. They have 2 here, but the crowd growing. They're going to need more. Yeah? Thanks a lot. You like? Flip it to me on this screen. And I hold this?
Yeah.
And how this will show up on the screen? Horizontal. On Facebook, horizontal.
Anything further?
Nothing. Still here. It's raining on me now. It's raining on me now. I just told the family something. That if they sleep in here tonight, I sleep in here tonight. I want candles. I want candles. People are asking me what we want. I want candles. I want matches. I want to be able to light candles up here. Outside by myself. So I could pull a Keith Rowley. Keith Rowley say, "Watch ya, 15 feet away from the next person. You can't spread no COVID." Kitos, I don't care for that advice. In the middle of Petrochin roundabout. 15 feet from everybody. I want candles for this. I want candles. If these people have to stay here for a 3rd night, I stay in with them tonight. And I stay in here now until we get a resolution. It is time for Trinidad and Tobago to stand up against this madness that is going on in this country. Smile for the camera, show them your pretty face. It's time for Trinidad to stand up against this. We can't continue. Today is them, tomorrow is you. And everybody want to be calling me, come out and show your support. Come and light a candle. Come and say this is unacceptable. Would you believe that we are at 3 o'clock today was 48 hours. What's the time now? 3 o'clock today was 48 hours. So now, let me check the time on the other phone. 5 o'clock. We're at 50 hours. 50 hours we out. These people in that pipe. And not a word from the incompetent board of directors. Do you know that not one single member of the board of Paria has industrial experience? Not one. If I'm looking different on this phone, it's because I'm on Satish fancy phone. And I don't know why the number's staying at 254. I think I must be doing something wrong. I'll put back on my mask. We gotta stand with this family. With these families. We're staying here tonight with them. We need candles. We need candles. Who we got this one? Somebody donated that, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't Miss Cicada.
I believe so. From away.
Miss Cicada, who takes it upon herself to send us stuff that we need. This microphone system, it's good to see Miss Cicada. You staying here tonight, you know?
Yeah. We got to put pressure on them, you know. You can't let them get away with this. This is high class.
How could you be 50 hours into an accident and now be having a rescue meeting?
Tell me this, and here what the rescue meeting is for. To convince Paria these guys could go down on the region. That they have no idea how to do and they're not prepared to. They're not prepared. If they were prepared immediately after that guy came up yesterday, they would have executed a rescue mission.
But Mr. Ramjatan, Vishnu Ramjatan, who was the last senior superintendent of maintenance for this entire, he knows this.
Like the back of his hand.
He is the one who
I hear the man on the phone
begging them, let me come in the meeting, I'm going to help you. I will show you, the offering to do it for free.
And just for the record, I called Kazim Ali. He told me that they don't want anyone else in the meeting. No one else in the meeting.
Now you had a feeling for Kazim, because Kazim is the owner of the company that was doing the contract.
And his son is down there.
And his son is now.
So he's operating under extreme pressure. But he's following orders. Nobody.
Yeah, but they have him under pressure. They have him under duress. He shouldn't be in a meeting by himself. He will make all kind of decisions based on that duress.
And the guys who have the license, their license are expiring at 11 o'clock. So that might be another delay again. Another delay.
Look at our board. No one bit off. Read what our board is about. No one bit off. Number of lost time cases. Number of injury-free days. Number of vehicle accidents. Lost time injury-free, man. Oh.
I must exceed the numbers.
Come on, meet us here. Meet us here. We're here at the car park. Our next HSC supporter. You know, the backup point up here by Marabella, by where Annan supermarket. Correct. Next to traffic light. Okay, cool. Another HSC professional wants to volunteer this services. Everybody wants to volunteer. He coming out. He coming to talk to you. But you will end up with a bigger team than they have. We're now reading the board there about number of lost time cases and hours.
Right, okay.
That it off.
Let me say something now. The problem is to get in here, right? Okay. We cannot get in there. We're not getting the permit to go and do what we have to do. Right? That is our next step. We cannot get in there, we cannot get the permit. The coast guard don't want us to go and do nothing. Right? What is your next option?
I want to tell you this. And Mr. Ramjata, make a document. What they're doing here is called stalling.
It's stalling, I know that.
They're stalling till everybody outside here get frustrated and go home.
Really?
That's how they win the game. They have demonstrated open contempt for everybody outside here. They don't care. Trinidad and Tobago have the next thing. So you ask me what's the next play? The next play is for Trinidad and Tobago to stand up for your family. That's what has to happen now. I mean, you have legal plays that we will stand with you on. But right now, to force this issue, because I just asked Omar Abdullah, I can't believe 50 hours after an accident, you now having a rescue meeting? 50 hours after? These people not serious. I get a whole screenshot of the board of directors. Not one of them have petrochemical industry experience.
Yes, sir.
A bunch of finance men.
Yeah.
What do they all have in common?
PNM.
Exactly.
But we have this around this hand. And I say, we have a team of people, local and international, who are volunteering the expertise. They are going to pay for this. I cannot right now force that rescue. Unless I get 10,000 Trinidadians to show up in this car park tonight, I can't force. But I promise you this. I promise you this, and you can call Randolph Barrett and he can tell you this. Once we stand up with somebody, we don't stop. We here with you, you know, for as long as this takes, okay? We're going to make sure that you get justice. All the families here, we're going to get justice. Hello.
Hey, really. Yeah, this side of your name, right? There's the one.
They have tea? They have rituals next time. You know what's sad? Every Petrochin and Paria worker inside of there should walk off the job. Every single worker in Paria should walk off the job because that could be them. That could be them. And now they're telling them leave your phone in your car because in case they screw up, they don't want it to be exposed. Every worker in Petrochin, every worker in Paria, every worker in any industrial site in Trinidad and Tobago should walk off the job tonight. Anybody in Point Lisas, walk off the job. You're not safe. If something happened to you, your government going to tell you you're on your own. There are 4 people trapped in a pipe. They're doing nothing for a set of talk, and they frustrate every attempt these people make to take care of their own business. They even ask them for that. They say we will go with our own boat and our own divers and everything and do it. This is insane. There is no other word for this but insane. Trinidad has gone mad. This is madness. This is madness. This is pushing people over the brink. This is people, loved ones trapped in a pipe, and you blocking them from rescuing their loved ones and you can't rescue them. This is insane. And I don't understand how everybody's still sitting down in their house. Because this could be you, this could be your child. What if you get a phone call that these families get? That an accident happened and you trapped in a pipe. What happened if that was you?
What is the Paria doesn't belong to Trinidad?
Ranking officer from OWTU. Umar, Abdullah. Join me on this now, please. You on a phone call now? Join me on this now. I want to find out from OWTU. How come they're not standing in solidarity with those 4 men in that? How come they ain't pull everybody off every job site? Stand on everything. I want OWTU to explain to me what they hear.
Put that on here.
Stand now.
Good day. Who's the ranking officer from OWTU here? Where?
We have the first vice president. We have the.
I want to speak to somebody, please.
President.
I'll go back and see and call you.
Good day, sir. Hey, no cool day. Mr. Roger, I want to ask you a question. I know that you're here. I want to ask you a question. Why have we all called for a general strike in the petrochemical industry in solidarity with these folks? Why you haven't pulled every worker off every site? I want to ask every union leader that. Because these fellas now, it's 50 hours they in this bank. I'm making it as a suggestion.
Yeah,
if it's possible.
And that is good. In a strike or withholding labor, the element of surprise is the best approach. That if you broadly call that, they will put all the goons in place. All they are focusing now is to manage information, you know. There are a number of things that we could do and we are doing that we have to live quietly out of the glare of making announcements.
And I understand that, but I want to tell you something. Civil society will stand in solidarity with you.
Yes.
And that's what we're talking about here is a game changer. Yes. That all of the activists and all of society, because 50 hours later, they're still in a meeting talking.
And not just that, they are preventing the rescue action which should take place. Now, they don't know how to do it. But not only that, they don't know what to do, they are preventing rescue action from taking place. And every second, and we are aware because we involved in this business, every second that goes by is a precious second that they lose to rescue those comrades. No, they would claim now that the place got dark and they cannot perform that activity when the place is dark. But they had the entire day. What they are involved in is covering their tracks. Instead of rescuing, they are covering their tracks. And I think that while we do what we have to do, and those things should happen, we need to have thousands of persons pounding this pavement right here and on social media, holding them to account. It's criminal negligence that took place there. Borders on criminal negligence.
I join in hands with you. Yes. I join in hands with Ansel Roger here. Yes. Civil society, we need to work with them and make sure.
It's only in Trinidad, not even in Tobago, in a place called Trinidad. Yeah, with the dictatorial leadership we have here right now. It's only here a CEO and a chairman would have 4 people under the water for over 48 hours and they're still in their job.
50
Nowhere
hours.
else.
50
Nowhere
hours.
else.
And business continuing as normal.
It's only here. And you know why? Because the citizens do not make the type of intervention they should. All of us.
And this has continued to happen over the years.
Over the years. And here's what they succeeded doing.
We need to stop
Here's what they succeeded doing. They succeed in dividing us up. So you will hear them now trying to change the narrative to attack me, attack you, and put us against one another. When in fact we let the enemy escape.
All the time.
These people are criminally responsible. It's criminal negligence. And we have to ensure that they make a blasted jail.
That's right.
Jail.
That's right.
People, not until people make jail, this thing will continue to happen. That's our position. And you see, it's a little bit, people don't, when we talk in it, not until something like this happens, is understand what we're saying. The only thing that those people did on Friday was to try to make an honest day living. But exploited and put at risk while doing that. And no measure, we are confident because we did our own investigation. No emergency rescue measure was in place. All of the apparatus that will take place to ensure that if something goes wrong, what they will do immediately, that is not in place. The people who are in charge of our very important assets, the only qualification they are friends of Rowley. Yeah? So a man who knows nothing about this operation by the name of Newman, he is Rowley's girlfriend. That is how we have this
and personal lawyer.
Yeah. And another one who was a national quarries. He's in charge of a port operation. And that is what citizens are allowed to happen. And those are the things that must stop.
So you have to hear this. The word now is solidarity. All of us have to stand together. There are 4 of our citizens trapped in a pipe 50 hours now. I hear with Umar Abdullah, I hear with Ansel Roger, I hear with his team.
They just issue a statement, comrade. Which statement? And nothing is the same. That they are working to put something in place shortly. to rescue the comrades. And that has been going on since Friday. And that does not mean one damn thing to us. We have already engaged senior counsel in this to ask them immediately, what are the immediate steps you're taking to rescue those comrades. And if you're not taking that, why don't allow us to use the expertise we have to rescue them? Neither question was answered properly. A circular was put out, which circular does not mean anything. Comrades, listen, this opportunity we want, the priority now must be to get those comrades out. But after we would have done that, we cannot allow them to escape. They must go to jail. They must go to jail. We must demand here by our thousands. While this investigation takes place, you cannot allow himself to investigate himself. And therefore, Mustaq Mohammed and George Newman George must be removed from this operation, and we have an independent investigation.
Transferred from this operation to the jail.
We have two investigations have to take place here. Professional qualifications investigation, but we need a criminal investigation. Somebody is responsible for this loss of life because it could not take that long. We have Mr. Vishnu Ramjatan. He was the senior superintendent here on this Western pipeline system. He has been begging. Kazim Ali is in a meeting there. He has been begging them to let him come into the meeting to show them how they could fix it. Nothing. They've been refusing. They responded to that by telling all the workers to put their phones in the car. That is insanity. We woke up in a dictatorship. This is worse than Russia.
What they're trying to do, comrade, is to manage information and do a public relations spin so that once you don't have any information coming out, they could manage what they send out. And that is why they want people to put away all their cell phones and so on.
It's too late. We have all the information.
What is the status of the worker who was rescued?
Right. So I want to come to that because what they are saying, on the one hand, that you must be vaccinated and you must take COVID test and display your vaccination status to work. But on the other hand now, you have, when they rescue the comrade, they say he has COVID. Because they're claiming that he has COVID for two things, in our opinion. One, that he cannot now receive the decompression process that is required for him, because if he don't do that, he could die. So all his joints are...
So why does COVID prevent him from receiving the...
Yeah, because they're talking about lungs so once your lungs is affected, they wouldn't want to put you in that chamber. The comrades don't have any COVID. They don't have any COVID. So it's either they breach their own procedure when he went to work, or he get COVID in the water. He don't have any COVID.
They want him dead.
They want... Nice water. Nice water. This is you, comrades. This is you. This is why we have to be very careful. This has very high stakes. Because the people here are connected very high. The people here are not qualified for the job that they were given, but they were only given it on the basis of who played golf with Rowley. And so when we hold them accountable, we also hold Rowley accountable. And therefore the stakes are so high, which is why they wouldn't mind snuffing out all of the witnesses and so on. And we have to be very, very careful about what happens next. And that is why the earth must shake in our clarion call, in our united demand to one, rescue, and two, make sure that they pay for what they did.
I want to add a three. If we could stand up here and have a senior union leader tell us that we could be living in a country where people in authority have a vested interest in ending people's lives, I think that we have to realize as a country we've lost the plot somewhere, and that have to change. 1.4 million of us, we own and operate this country. It is time for us to behave that way. The power that they're abusing, that Mr. Roger is referring to, that power is not theirs, it's ours. Let's take it back.
And when they come with a stupid narrative to change the discussion on social media, we must condemn them immediately. So they have the stripes right now trying to change the discussion and to attack the messengers and to attack those who are prepared to save lives, just to spare those who are responsible for putting lives at risk. And we have to be very careful about that. There's one word about this, is unity. We have to unite to get rid of these.
So is the employee under some type of supervision since
Yes,
it may be that his life is at risk?
Yes, he's in the
No, but do we have any security for him?
Or any family doctor?
No, we need to check with the family.
We will have to find that out.
And what we need to do is to get him.
No, if they say it's COVID, they won't allow nobody to go.
Yeah, but that's why they say that.
That's why they say
That's
that.
why they say that. It's carefully well crafted.
Yeah, that's why they say that.
Yeah. So while we out here wishing,
I
hoping and praying.
find that COVID test and the results come quick.
Yeah.
Like, we're not accustomed to that kind of expedition.
So while we out here hoping, praying and wishing and so on, on tenterhooks, they're planning and plotting to cover. That must not be allowed to happen. Yeah. We have the power to make it not happen. So we just have to...
We're working together on this. We will make sure this, they don't get away with this one.
Yeah, they mustn't get away with that. No one. Yeah, good job. Yeah.
So that was an emergency, unplanned meeting, and it seemed to have gone.
A number
Well,
of
we have to work together. This is in all of our best interests, and he's right. He's right. There will be times when there are things that we disagree on, but some of these things we absolutely agree on, and where we agree, unity, solidarity.
Come up.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No. But no, he doesn't go. We working on it.
We can't take him.
Yeah. Yeah. And even the side visit, I was on the side visit for that same particular job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
You had to be able to decide. Some of these times you had to...
Yeah, well, you know, but I have the line.
How you guys going?
Yes, there's the
That one done going already there?
You want to come to get some confidential information, you realize we live.
Yeah.
Poor fella.
Yes, careful here.
We live.
You got a wheelchair, sir?
Not me.
It wasn't him that wanted the wheelchair?
Not me. We from Point.
You, I know. I thought it was you. Nah, everybody.
Somebody had point to mask as well for a wheelchair.
Is it? Yeah? Cool.
Alright. We really had to see again. Now I know somebody called and they offered to bring some chairs and some tables, but are saying we need that tonight, and we're gonna need some tents. Nah, I can't wait. We're gonna need some tents. Because we're here, and we're here for the long haul. Everything on pause. This is serious now, and that conversation with Ansel Roger, take it very seriously, and all the other union leaders, all the other activists, take it seriously. I want to say again, this is not about personalities. This is not about egos. There are 4 Trinidadians trapped in a pipe, and Paria and the government has not only ignored their responsibility, but they frustrated other efforts to rescue. That is insanity. Still 254?
Nah, we more.
I find it strange.
Nah, 1.5 over that here.
You had gotten a phone call and I had touched the screen, so I didn't know if I did something.
Nah.
Something in here, your phone doesn't record it. Yeah, 1.5.
The line they want to boycott it.
I want to see, just in case, I want to see if I have a light in my car. Pretty night time.
Oh yeah.
Come on now. Look at how.
Yeah, people, if you're taking your little Sunday drive for your ice cream, stop on by. We need your support. We need the people around.
Bring some munchkin when they come in.
Bring some munchkin ice cream for the people, man. Come on. Take a drive, show your support. There's no riot going on here. We just need the numbers. We have the OWT outside. We have activists inside. But these people need support. Paria is not doing. Paria blocking every attempt to help these people. Paria is putting every stop, blocking every attempt at helping these people. The victim families are getting help. They're getting the divers, they're getting the equipment. But Paria themselves are stopping everything, which is really sad. Does Paria want these men dead? Is it beneficial for them to die? Who knows? It's raining. I don't know if all you guys picking it up, but it's raining. This is ground zero here, nobody is leaving. So we feel free to come and show your support. Nobody is leaving here until these divers are brought out of that pipeline. Retired petroleum employees here to lend their support. So the help is here, but the help not coming from Paria, and that is where we need the help. They giving us the okay, they control this site. We cannot breach this site. This is a secured compound. All industrial and process workers, this will be your fate if you don't come out and show solidarity now. Today for them, tomorrow for you. You need to come out. Industrial work is hazardous work. That's a given. But you need to come out here and show your support. When will be the day you are trapped in a pipe? You would need help. You would need the support. You would want to know that people care and they will move effectively. Industrial work is dangerous work. And when Petrotrin closed, apparently safety went out the window with these new heads, and I think that's what they wanted. They wanted to get rid of the HSC program, just keeping it at a bare minimum, you know. Less money to spend, more overhead profits. That's all this is about, overhead profits. For the almighty dollar, we are at this point. But here we'll have an all-night vigil, so to speak. So if you can't come now, you could come later, you could come tonight. Nobody is leaving this side. Nobody is leaving this side. So come out and lend your support. You don't have to know these people. You could empathize. You have strangers here, you don't have any. I ask a few of them, I say, you related to anybody here? No. They just saw what's going on. This was going to be kept as a hush-hush. This was going to be swept under the carpet. If the guy on the barge that evening didn't get frustrated enough and call Philip, no one would have known this. This would have been a hidden incident. Very secretive. Why the hiding? Why the cover-up? These are questions we need to ask. Like I say, for those who know viewing, this is not for razor pay or anything of such, or back pay or anything of that nature. This is about 4 men trapped in a pipeline that Paria refuse to give them help to extract these men. Paria only bringing red tape to the situation, only red tape. Children lost their fathers. Wives don't know if their husband are alive or not. Imagine that torture, that mental torture. That they could be alive, soaking in crude oil, just gapping for breath in a little air pocket. Cold, 50 feet in the bottom of the ocean. With just air. Sulfuric air is not fresh oxygen down there. It's a pipe that you use to pump crude oil, so the sulfur will be there. Any pocket there would be sulfuric pockets. But we hope that they are alive. We pray that they are alive. And every minute go by, they suffer. Every time they surface for breath, they are suffering. They are damaging themselves. Where is the love? Where is the humanity from Paria? That is my question. Where is the humanity from Paria? Are they only studying dollar signs? Are they profit mongers only? The almighty dollar? Is this what this whole game plan for? Shut Petrotrin down and get a few of my buddies who have zero qualifications in the oil industry. Zero qualifications. Only in finance. To thief money, basically. Fancy name. Just to thief money. Yes, you could come. You don't need to come here and do cartwheels. Just come. Just come and stand. Sit. Offer a prayer. But show up. Come and sit. Come and show these people and them the look. We're not in this alone. We're not in this alone. Trinidadians are loving people. Come and show them. It's your duty as a citizen. A duty. It won't cost you nothing. Take a Sunday drive. Gather up your neighbors. Come down. Take a drive. Come and see. Come and see what people like yourself going through right now. That tonight they are short of sleep. Their families in our pipeline, like I say, in crude oil, in caustic chemicals, gasping for life. You just imagine your brother or father, cousin in that situation. Just imagine it for 1 minute. You know when you cleaning your toilet home, that ammonia smell. When you're cleaning the toilet or run outside when you throw the chemical. Imagine have no way to go and breathe in that. Let's imagine that. Imagine you're breathing that for hours in darkness. In total darkness. Make sure and share this live, people. This is not for our likes. This is for awareness. The media kind of hushing this up. So share it. Make sure your friends locally, internationally know what's going on. This is not a funny thing. This is real people feeling real pain. Anybody into the industry know that dangerous jobs and heavy jobs are always carried for the daylight. So here we're losing daylight and nothing has been done. Are we to expect them to do anything in darkness? I mean, yeah, they have floodlights, but a job so dangerous that took men into a pipeline is done in a day, or would be attacked during the daylight hours, losing light again with fuller promises. What a shame. Like if we is monkeys here, we don't know what to do. All these ex-Petrotrin employees, retirees, came out to show support, to lend a hand, because they know the job. They've been in the job, some of them 30 plus years. They don't need to look at a blueprint to tell you where the valve is and which valve to open, which valve to close. Those are the experts, not the Paria management team. Those are the henchmen. The people on the Paria board? No. Those are the henchmen the government put to rape the finances of our oil profits. Qualified people, they send them home. And these are the qualified people that return free will, willing to help and show the management of Paria where to look, how to attack, the planning of this whole thing. But Paria refuses. Paria continues to put up the red tape. But this isn't over. We are not giving up. We will be here. We will be here all night until something is done. Four humans trapped in a pipeline full of crude oil. They say voting has consequences. And yes, this is political. Political henchmen taking over your oil refinery for profit. Don't give a hoots about who lives, who gets maimed, who dies for the almighty dollar. That is disgraceful. And we are to blame. We are to blame. Those clowns didn't reach there on their own. They were elected there. We should be ashamed. I see trainees worrying about Ukraine. No problem. Those are humans too. But we have a war going on in Trinidad and Tobago. A deadly war. And we seem to only focus on carnival, to whine and forget about it. But after the whining, the trouble is still here. It doesn't go away. It even gets worse. During the carnival season, the government uses that distraction to write laws and to sell state assets while the people drunk and acting like animals on the roadway. You know it's true. Might like what I'm saying, but the fact is fact. They use that distraction period to abuse the citizens. And when you finally wake up from the frolic, it's too late. They say the person have COVID at the rescue. A mighty fast COVID test he got though. While the population out here, we had to wait whole week for a result. They test a man in half an hour. That ain't strange. But if you put the COVID label on him, nobody gets to go close to him. Nobody gets to go and ask him the questions. He's isolated from society until Paria gets a proper escape story to give the citizens. Because a lot of the citizens in the country really don't know what's going on here. It's up to you looking at the live to tell your neighbor, tell your friends what really happening in Trinidad. Yeah, the majority of Trinidad going on, carrying on their merry business. We gotta wake up your family that live in our way. They need to know. Wake up your neighbors. Call your friends. Yes, tag all these international agencies. This is an international disaster. What a wicked and evil time we live in. Good men and women suffer. Good men and women suffer because of a few evil. Paria killing these men.
Yep. Yeah, my brother was with you guys.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, okay. Paria, you're killing these men.
Slowly.
Good men, honest men. This is not a robbery scene. These fellas come out to work to make an honest dollar. Fathers, brothers, uncles. Look them, watch them. Watch these guys' faces. Watch these guys' faces. That could be your family too. Watch the equipment they're working with. Watch the smiles on their face. They love their job. They ain't mean no harm. They love what they do. They're proud of what they do. A band of brothers. A band of brothers who was willing to give their life to each other. To rescue each other. But now they need rescuing. They need rescuing. Trinidad, where are you? Citizens of Trinidad, where are you? To rescue this band of brothers. These honest, hard-working men. With families. Hard-working men, but they love their job. Proud workers. This is not stick 'em up, guys. These fellas take their education took their training seriously, had a passion for their job. Human error caused these men to be in the predicament they are in right now. And it is human preventing their rescue. But are these people in Paria humans at all? Big question, eh?
I am not shutting down Petrotrin. I am not shutting down Petrotrin. That's when this started. That's when this, what we have happening today, that's when it all started. Let us connect the dots. Let us connect the dots and see for yourself when this all started. It's a crazy world that we're living in. And we, people with our good head and our good shoulders, know what is happening. We know what's their plan. And we know where they're taking us. And we're telling them no. Right? They wish that we were not alive. They wish that we were dead. They wish that we were not alive. You understand? But let me tell you all something. We are going to continue to remain alive. And we are going to continue to come here and point out every crack in the ceiling. Every crack in the ceiling, we're going to point it out. And we're going to let you all know. We're going to let you all know the truth. We're going to bring it to you. The truth, what is happening here today. Right? Don't go and bother to listen to CNC3 and TV6 and TTT. You understand? Because they're going to put a spin on the story and make Stuart Young look good. You understand? Make him look good. Bring a sorry face on TV. So let them say two lines. Right? And everybody's going to follow that and think, well, okay, the government trying the best and the government doing this and the government doing that. They're doing that shit. They're not doing anything. Nothing they're not doing. These people could have been saved. They could have been here with us today. 50 hours after. Are you all not ashamed of yourself? 50 hours after. Well, now it's 51. Now it's 51. We are no longer going to take this. And I'm telling you all, we don't know how all this is going to end. But let me tell you all for sure, heads going to roll and people are going to have to make a jail for this one. Right? For sure, they're going to have to do it. Thank you.
Yes. And we are live at the Point of Care branch where we are actually highlighting what took place. We need answers. And we need answers. We have to get answers. We have to keep a close eye on the employee who was rescued and then told that he had COVID and sent to
That is a taxi man lot. What are they? If that comes so, they can be body line and they can be corrected. That's good.
So this fella will rock.
Yeah. That is that is on the and that's good. Yeah. Oh, you come on the car. Oh, you come on the car. That's that was nice, you know. Hey, look over here.
When I was over there, you couldn't like anything.
These old boys here are retirees. We used to work Petrochin. Vast of experience, vast of knowledge. These people build the plans. Wealth of knowledge. Nobody on the board of Paria could even dream of knowing the nitty-gritty works of the plant. And they're willing to help, but Paria refused. Four brothers of the diving community. Oh, fraternity, sorry. Four brothers. Together. Like soldiers. Willing to die for each other. We have left them. We have left them alone, people. We have left them alone. Are we a cold people? Are we a cold-hearted people? To leave 4 sons of the soil alive in a pipeline for days, nothing to eat, in total darkness, in sulfur, stench, crude oil. Anybody ever smelled crude oil before? I have. You remember when you're passing Marabella and you're passing between Petrochin, you had to hold your breath as a child? Smelling like rotten egg? Well, it was than that. There are people here since Friday. It's Friday evening, yeah.
When Michael them go outside here, right? What is this?
Hmm?
What is this?
Pep, PP.
Well, no, this is a personal. No, I don't want that thing.
Alright, we gotta respect the family. Tell them about it. Yes, sir.
And it?
Let's do. Salisha Coburn, where are you? Mrs. Salisha?
Come in.
And the other lady, Rishi's wife. Where's Rishi's wife? Also.
Go fast.
Is Mrs. Henry here also?
Come in, she come in.
Stand here with us, honey. Is Mrs. Henry here? Come, Mrs. Henry, come and join us. We missing one person. Oh, and Mr. Kazim will be inside. So we have, these are the 4 ladies whose divers are down in that pipe. The other one is Mr. Ali, and he is inside, Mr. Kazim Ali, with the Paria management, so to speak. I don't know how to call it management. He is the one there fighting to get us to go out there. We are seeing a lot of fake news on social media. I don't want you all sharing fake news. Everybody here knows exactly what's going on. It is fake. There is no Paria team, as they put on CNC3, that rushing to get this thing done and resolved. They have moved our situation from a rescue mission to a recovery. So they are sending a message to the country. That's not the message we want. That's not what we're doing here. So on that note, I want Mr. Alexander to take over his show.
Okay. No, I got on wrong. The last thing I need is to prolong on all these cameras. And I love the sound system. This is not a carnival fest and you have a big PA.
Don't worry. And it's not a show either.
Not no show. Not no show.
Correct.
Right, otherwise I'm taking
Alright,
my
so
back in the bag.
alright. Let's do this, right? We want to share out some candles. We are not lighting the candles, but it's a symbolic. We wish we could have lit the candles. And in solidarity, I shook hands with Ansel Rozier today. I just shook hands with the councillor for Debe South. We just were combatants in the politics and now we're working together. Gentlemen, if you could just start sharing out the candles as much as we could, just send it and everybody has take one and pass one. And everybody could. Yeah, we have. And while the candles are coming out, again, we can't light them, but we have Yvette, Umar, and Nicholas. We're going to have prayers from the different faiths. We're going to have those prayers said first, and then we're going to have the families. The families going to have to have their say tonight, because what's going on in that building is atrocious. And we will address that, and we will get through tonight, and we will take this forward from here. These candles have become symbols for us in Trinidad. Candles have become symbols of our standing together, especially in circumstances where people are hurting here. But I want to ask Brother Umar Abdullah to start off the prayers and to lead us in a blessing.
My dear comrades, brothers and sisters, family, friends. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. I begin in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. And I seek refuge in Almighty God, in Allah, from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense. It is you we worship, and you we ask for help. Guide us on the straight path, the path of those whom you have bestowed your favor, not of those who have earned your wrath and your anger. Allah the Supreme have spoken the truth. Today, my brothers and sisters, my comrades, my family, my friends, you're holding in your hands a candle, unlit, but it's for a purpose. It is for a purpose. Don't for once think that what we have in our possession is not for a purpose. And today we would have gathered here today with one purpose in mind, and that was to stand with the families of those persons who are trapped presently in a pipe 60 feet below water. And we are hoping with the family that their loved ones will come up alive tonight. But what if they don't come up alive tonight? It's a tragedy that we do not want to accept. But if it happens, it will be a great test from the Almighty Lord, Almighty God. It will be a test on those who would have lost to bear that pain and to continue to have faith in the Almighty God. And it will be a test on those who are here to show solidarity of how are we going to respond to this tragic event. That was no fault of the family, but the fault of a wicked and evil regime that has shown its face over the last 3 years in this country. Like I said earlier, we don't know what is going to happen from here onwards. It's totally, entirely up to Almighty God, His guidance and His grace. We are not too sure how are we going to use those candles, and how are we going to light those candles, and for what purpose and for what reason we would light those candles. Usually a light shows you a way, and it shows you a way out of darkness into light, so that we can see what is true. And in the same process, we will be able to cover the darkness and the ugliness that surrounds us. Let us be mindful, my people. Almighty God is in charge. Paria is not in charge. The government is not in charge. Keith Christopher Rowley is not in charge. Stuart Little, sorry about that. Stuart Young is not in charge. None of them are. And the very same being that brought us here today and has kept us here all day and has joined us in unity tonight is the very same being that is going to lead us to victory.
That's
today,
right. That's
tonight,
right.
and forever.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, brother. And we would like now to we would like now to invite Nicholas to.
Good evening, everyone. All of our Hindu press, so just close your eyes and bow our heads. and focus upon that form of God which you are comfortable worshipping. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvighanam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakarishu Sarvada Om Trayambakam Yajamahi Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Purvarukamiva Bandhanam Mrityurmushkshemamritat Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya Om Bhuribhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Purya Sri Gajanan Swami Ki Jai. We join with all of our brothers and sisters here gathered this evening, lending our hands as a support for this very trying time, and we are hoping and praying for the best. We pray that Lord Ganesh will remove all obstacles and negativities and difficulties and challenges that is surrounding the investigation, surrounding the communication being provided to the family. And we hope that all the divers, by arm's length, by some great miracle, that their lives are preserved and we are able to reunite them with their families. Sit down.
Thank you. Enoch.
Good evening, everyone. Father, we thank you, Lord, for being your presence here this evening. Father, we thank you, Lord, for being your presence here tonight. Yes, Lord. Thank you, O Lord, for your goodness. Thank you, O Lord, for your peace. We thank you, O God, that you are in charge. You are always in charge of men. Today, yesterday, and forever. In charge of affairs, you give us direction, protection, and we depend on you. Father, for all the families tonight, this is where we all bind faith, religion, Father, you know you are the only one and true God. It doesn't matter which deity we serve you under. We depend on you for everything. Guide us, Father, protect us, keep us. Be with the men in the fight tonight. Father, we pray that you provide what you do. Meet us at our point of view. We depend on your miracle this evening. We thank you, O Lord, for your peace, and may we leave here with that peace within us. Bless each and every head going here, take them to their various homes in safety, and provide comfort for their families, O God. Give them that peace that you give all of us, and you endow us your grace each and every day. We depend on you. I thank you, O God, in no other name but in Jesus' almighty name. Amen.
Okay, at this time we won't forget the most important thing that unites us together as people, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, our national anthem. So we'll go after 3. Everybody sing out as loud as you can, because in the national anthem there's a call to the Lord, and I want you to sing out as loud as
with boundless faith in our destiny, we solemnly declare. Side by side we stand, islands of the blue Caribbean Sea, this our native land. We pledge our lives to
Thank you all.
Will we be singing This is the Light of Mine?
We can't light this candle.
We don't light it, we sing. Yes? This is the light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This is the light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This is the light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let's go again. This is the light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This is the light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This is the light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. I'm in point of it. So go. Solidarity forever. No. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Our union makes us strong. Come on, comrades. We will keep on struggling until we get a better day. We will keep on struggling until we get a better day. We will keep on struggling until we get a better day. Our union makes us strong. Yes. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
Light your lights. Light the lights on your phones.
Makes us strong.
Give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. At the cross,
where we first saw the light and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the way. At the cross, at the cross, at the cross, where I first saw the light and the burden of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day.
I want to ask you to give yourselves a round of applause. And then I need to ask us to give a moment of silence for the families who have been enduring this. This could be a good opportunity to send out that positive prayer, that we get that miracle that we want. We are going to have any of the members of the family that want to speak to you. We want to give them that opportunity, and we're trying very hard to not let this become too much of a political issue, but there are people here whose voices should be added to the conversation. If only briefly we could all just add our piece of the pie, and I guess as Comrade Roger is right here on my right, I want to give him the first opportunity to say something that we will all keep brief and pertinent and to the point. Thank you very much, and let me thank all of you for supporting the family from inception to now. And let me also thank you in advance for that solidarity, and that's what it means a lot. Nobody could know exactly how these families are feeling for their loved ones or themselves. And so this evening we want to extend our love and our support and our best wishes as we pray for the safe return of those four who are stuck in the pipeline as we speak. There's a lot that we can say this afternoon, but I want the prayer and supplication to resonate. There will be a time when we will say all the things that we know and call for all of the forces to deal with those who we know are not doing what they're supposed to do. But this is a time for prayer and for supplication, and for us to come together in honest and truthful prayer. And so it's only Almighty God that knows exactly what is in our heart. And my wish is for all of us in our heart to have prayer, asking, calling on the Almighty God to work a miracle, because it is He who had worked a miracle and took Jonah out of the whales, the belly of the whale. And so it is not impossible, and therefore if we believe, it will happen. And so I want to again thank you and ask that we quietly, very quietly, in our own spaces, in our own mind, have our own silent prayer, our own honest prayer, our own prayer that calls for the return of those 4 comrades. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Certain members have reminded me that Comrade Roger was here with them since Friday, and I think he deserves a round of applause. We keep touching on that word unity, we keep touching on words like solidarity. We have a candle in our hands that became a symbol of all of us standing together, every creed and race together in a tragic circumstance before. I have an opportunity again for us to stand together and put politics aside and stand for these people, because as Ansel said, this whole gathering here is for us to stand with these people. And I want to invite Dr. Rudal Munilal to say a couple words with us.
What? Thank you very much. This evening is an evening of great heaviness, and I thought that it was also part of my duty to arrive here and to share with this very difficult moment with the families, with the friends of our comrades. It is not an easy experience. I have monitored over the last few hours the developments in this matter, and it is certainly not easy. So this evening I just wanted to be here. We have our relations with the relatives of the comrades who are missing, and God is great. We always remember that God is great, and we extend our deep concern, our prayer that the miracle will happen. But we also want at this time to extend great solidarity. We want to extend strength to the relatives of our comrades, the divers, in this situation. Brothers and sisters, given where we are, there will be many hours, there will be many days, there may be months too, in which we will discuss this matter, and we will cast blame, we will talk about responsibility, accountability, protocols, and so on. There are hours to come that we will do that. But at this time, I wanted just to be here to share with the family that we are in solidarity with you. And notwithstanding the grave nature of this crisis and what we may feel, many of us have very passionate feelings now as to what is happening here. But this is not this moment, this is not this time. And the moment and the time will come. But to the families, we want to give you our strength. We want to give you our support that something will happen. And we will bring this to an end. We will bring closure to this matter. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Pointe-a-Pierre, Dr. David Lee, was here earlier, I believe. He extended his greetings, he shared with the family. And when I heard of these matters, there are people here who are associated with me in a direct way. And I wanted to be here to share and to just be here. But I want to assure you that I, in my own capacity and in the work that I do, I will also have a long-term interest in this matter. I will have a great interest in what has happened here, in the last 48 hours or so. But this is not the moment, I believe, for me to speak about that. But I will have a great interest in what is happening here in terms of the, the development. So the family, I extend to you my deep concern, our love, our support. We are still in a world where love, notwithstanding what is happening globally, love and support and strength goes a long way. So keep the faith, keep strong, keep our prayers alive, and God is great. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
How many people know
Yeah, we don't need long, we just hold it.
1, 1, 1, 2. Okay, so and just to add a little brevity to the thing, Teddy from Comfort Air is the person responsible for all these candles. We give him a small round of applause. I'd appreciate that. And I want to buff Teddy wherever you are for bringing yellow and red candles. You couldn't find an orange candle in the place. I want to give Dr. Monilal to choose one. Choose one. Which one you choose? Well, red and yellow make orange.
Nobody say one C and choose.
Solidarity with the people of Ukraine at this moment.
Indeed. This is a sad time. We have a lot of sadness around us. We are immersed in sadness. I was telling somebody today, Friday I was at the fire service headquarters trying to understand how 9 people have died in house fires in the past couple of months. And by the time I got home to follow up with that and deal with the head of the Fire Service Association, I got the call from Mr. Kerban that this was going on. And we jumped into action and we did a video and we started to get information. And the more information we got is the more atrocious this thing sounded. And that the fact that the people with responsibility for making sure that this thing was done properly didn't make sure it was done properly, and then they who had responsibility for mounting a rescue didn't mount a rescue. And if those two things wasn't bad enough, they stopped these people from finding their own relatives and mounting a rescue themselves. And that's where we are right now. Now we want peace and we want love and we want to light candles of harmony, and Gary Abud brought love into the conversation, and so did Comrade Roger, and everybody wants to feel this feeling of solidarity. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we have 4 of our citizens trapped in a pipe.
Correct. For so long, so blasted long.
I just came off the phone with Atto Bolden, who is live on air in the United States of America. And I asked him to raise this issue with your colleagues. And let us get this into the international news it deserves to be. Because 4 citizens are trapped in a pipe under the sea in an international oil company. And the government are traveling the world, they're telling the world that we enter in the environment and all the best practices. Couldn't find a best practice to rescue these people. Minister of Energy came and talked to the family and told them that they're going to pull out all the stops, but all we finding is stops. That's all we finding is more stops. And they've made a complete mockery of this. I have Salisha here, and I want to... Salisha has become the eye of this hurricane. Everybody's around her and trying to give her comfort. We can't say condolences yet because all of us holding out for a miracle. We start this thing with prayers tonight because we want a miracle. But I want to ask Salisha. Salisha, speak. Tell us where you are now in this. Tell us.
At the point that I still hoping for a miracle, okay?
That you will get.
That I will get, but a lot of time has gone. Okay? So we gotta think. I have to think both ways, okay? So right now, my boys want to go and get their dad. Okay? My both boys are divers. My brother is outside there. He's a commercial diver. He has been there since morning. We have no news from him. Okay? He is one of that pull-out guy from, he had pull-out Christopher Woodruff. And my both boys had was to be going down that area to help out with the rescue together with another diver, and Paria is not giving us the go ahead. The permit is taking forever. I don't know how long a permit is take to sign. 3 days.
Maybe that's one of these stops that Short-Term can handle.
No, he gave us yesterday when we had the meeting. When he talked, he started to talk a whole notebook page. You can take a notebook page and put it so long. And he telling us he traveled 24 hours to come. I said, hold it right there. I said, I don't know how long you traveled to come here. I want to know that I want you to go out there and get my husband. I don't want no small talk. I want action.
Where's the action?
It have none.
But he said he was giving you action.
No action.
Lies and more lies.
Lies?
It's Short-Term missing in action. We haven't heard from him.
He probably traveled and gone back 24 hours already. What I want them, like tonight they said that they want to flush the pipeline, the line. We didn't want that. My son, I don't know if Michael is around. Nicholas is here, and we don't like Beto. Get Nicholas here. And we don't want that because remember we still have faith, okay?
That's right.
And if they go to flush it, they'll mash up the man and them. This is my son, Nicholas Kovac. Right now, we all is under a lot of strain, but we have a lot of faith.
Amen.
Right? We have a lot of faith. Okay? Tears haven't been shed in our house yet because we know God is great. Okay? I have my 2 boys are divers, and I have my daughter. She's in Canada, University of the Calgary, and she's booking a flight to come home. Okay? Because when she heard what's happening with her dad, she said, Mom, don't worry. I know Daddy will come out of there, and I will see him smiling. She didn't want to come. She said, Daddy is too strong for that to happen to him. He's too wise.
The time
you know? Okay? And she said, yeah, you'll see me come in and say, hey, how are you going?
How we going is very experienced and intelligent.
Very, very, very experienced and intelligent. Yeah. You know what we just call him? MacGyver. Yeah. What could happen, that man will fix it. Okay?
Don't buy it, make it.
Yes, don't buy it, make it. This is my sister here.
Now how we going?
Do you know I wanted a dining set for my house? You know what she said? Where you buying the fine price? You can make it?
Yes, $5 billion.
Yeah. They didn't want me to buy nothing to furnish my house. They wanted them to make everything. Right, that's just a little thing.
Yeah.
So we, right now, they said they want to get it done tonight, okay? They want to flush it. My boys don't want that.
Might kill them.
But yeah, that is what we're afraid of.
That's the intention.
The last resort is to flush it and retrieve them, but we'll be sure.
Let me just borrow the mic for a second. Is Vishnu Ramjatan still here?
Yeah.
Vishnu, could you come forward and just give us some clarity on this plan to flush the lines if the man would be safe? Because we trust in the guidance. This is the most senior man, the most qualified man to be mounting this rescue, and he's been begging all afternoon to offer his services for free. Based on what Salisha is saying, that they offering, that they want to flush the lines. If the divers are still alive by some miracle, would they survive the flush?
No. Most unlikely. You understand? And someone had told me this evening that they put a pig on one side of the line. What? And they put a pig on the other side of the line. A pig is an inflatable balloon that goes in to clear the line. And if they clear the line, the men will be pushed up to the surface of the water. But apparently the pig stick, the inflatable both sides. So they have to come up with a procedure now to develop how to clear that line and how to retrieve the men. They will need external help. And I hope they do call me, because I could get in touch with people who used to work on the oil stocks department.
That's right, yes.
oil stocks department
Good
who know about pigging
That's
operations.
right, yes.
Okay, so when I go home this evening, I will get in touch with so many oil stocks personnel who are having a WhatsApp, so that a recommended procedure could be obtained in order to flush and clear that line and retrieve the persons inside that line. I don't know if they put a pig or not, that is what I hear. But to put a pig in that line with the men inside is obscene. You know, you cannot do that. They block them, the pig will block them. And if the pig is there, they will need extreme pressure, air pressure. You know, air pressure multiply, if it's 25 psi air or 5 psi air, and multiply by 7 times, like 55 psi. You know, and you need extensive pressure to push out that pig 60 feet up on the air, and that could burst the line as well. They mightn't want that because of the fear of contamination of the ocean. But I do hope that they call the relevant people, external help, to get an understanding of what's going on and what procedure to do. I can do a write-up provided I get the input from the Paria people, what they did, how they isolate the line, how they clear the line, and where they put the blanks. And I will run with that and make up a plan. If they want a plan for the divers, I could give them that too, because Kazim Ali is an experienced diver. I know him a long time back. And he and I will be able to develop a plan whereby we can make the rescue operations possible.
In 20 minutes.
I want to ask you a question though. Kazim is LMCS.
Yeah.
And Kazim, so his son is in the line.
Yeah.
So he's not here with us because he's in meetings with them, right? So Kazim is meeting with them under duress as the company that did the contract, and his son is in the line. But Paria has refused offers of professionals and experts like Mr. Ramjatan, who begged today, who offered to work for free.
Correct.
They are professionals all over the world. I understand that there were international oil companies whose vessels offered to help.
Correct.
And Paria has been refusing.
Yes.
What is this permit thing about? These are people who have more experience than the entire board of Paria.
Correct.
The people who sit in the meeting to make the decision are not qualified to make the decisions.
Correct.
And a lot of these men, no point to pay well, because they have spent all their life there. They've spent all their life
Mr.
there.
Ramjatan tell me this is routine for him.
Yes,
They've done this time and time again.
Over and over.
So isn't it obscene? Isn't it obscene that Paria not only has admitted their incompetence, but they are blocking the competent people?
Correct.
What is going on? Why would they be blocking? Okay, but why? Why do we think? What could you speculate? What did these boys stumble upon? How all of a sudden we get one survivor and the fastest PCR test in the history of this country since COVID, that we find out the boy have COVID? Why he coming out the ocean, they swam in the nose? How they get that test so fast?
Karin gave him COVID.
He went in there. And so Roger tell me he couldn't go in there without a negative test, not so? That's the rule. So a fish give him COVID.
Yes.
There is a lot wrong with this scenario.
Only wrong.
There is a lot wrong here. And I want Trinidad and Tobago to hear this. And the unity you all see in us demonstrating here. Trinidad and Tobago, hear me well. Today is them, tomorrow is you.
That's right.
If we don't fix this, if we don't stand together and make sure those public servants in the government work for you, today it's them. Tomorrow it could be you getting that bad news that the government operated oil company it's not only refusing to mount a rescue for your loved one, they are blocking people from doing the same. That is an insanity that nobody could seem to be able to answer. Why Paria looks like they have a vested interest in these people coming out that line dead.
Yeah, that one.
This is beyond every, this is a criminal negligence case right now. This is a OSHA violation. If we need international help for these men to come out of this line, as soon as this is people's families. This could be any single one of us here. I know I have a lot of people watching, a lot of people who know all of you. We need people to come here. We need this to be fixed now, tonight, soon as possible.
Give this lady a round of applause for me, please.
That's right,
1.4 million Chileans. They have no divider, they have no separation when your loved one is in a pipe.
Yeah.
How much feet underwater?
60 feet.
60 feet underwater trap. How much hours now? 50, 60 hours? How long today? 52 hours since Friday. Today, Sunday night. Look where we sign up. Rainfall and wetting people here 2 days.
We can't sleep. We are sleeping. We can't go home.
The entire
5-year-old children get problem to eat.
The only thing that we have gotten from the government so far is an order to the Coast Guard to keep people back from the site. Somebody giving that Coast Guard that order. Coast Guard don't do nothing free. They don't do nothing free. I seen something very fishy going on here. We, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, have to decide if we are comfortable living under that level of dictatorship, that level of incompetence, that level of insanity. Because if we're not, this is another, we have candles in our hands again. This is another reason to stand together again. All of us together to come out from this. Yeah? Are there any other, where's Black's brother? Black's brother here?
No, his wife here.
Any of the other family members want to say something?
Trinidad, good night, Kisan here. I am the father of Yusuf Henry, a proud supporter of this man party.
We're not doing politics
now. Alright.
We are proud supporters of you, sir. We come here to support you.
Thank you, and thanks all very much. Now, you bring your son up to be honest, upright, hardworking. My boy working in Petruchin yard. He started in YTC, you know. I give him tough love, you know. Tough love. Do suck no breast. Rah! Go and get. Set him up with a navy to learn a trade. He learn a trade. He step away from that line. The little daughter here can't eat. Mr. Prime Minister, the people who vote for you, who look at you as how they look at you, when it look like we're getting represented now. Yeah. We're getting represented now. Eh? No, we getting represented. What's going to be outside here? You're representing me? Yes. I ain't anything political, but you is the head man, the father of this country. And your little grandson named Yusuf, and them other brothers, Kasim and the brothers, they are under the water since Friday to
and you don't care.
Dude.
And you don't care.
You don't care?
You ain't say a word. You ain't call a family member and say, oh gosh, as a father I'm feeling that. You ain't say a word.
Something like I tell my friend, my co-worker, something wrong. Something wrong here in all here. Something really wrong here. Oh gosh. 14 years. The piece of mother here. She can't talk again. And I said, Trinidad, if we don't stand up together, we will all fall down. One by one. Either old school, I don't know, one cookie flexes makes packs, and you can't break the whole boom. Or you come out and support. This is no political thing all here. This is brothers, fathers, sons out in our water dying since Friday to Coca-Cola. Yeah. What I'll go do now? I sit down home thinking today, I missed my train to come down here today. I sit down thinking, let's just call a number, 10 of them heads inside there at a roll. I go down, if 10 heads will roll, but because these little class have them here, my son and me, I can call them no head people. In front of these people, them has no head. So them big men and them, I want them big head go roll by. Or they go say, well, my son stuck back with the YTC behavior. And the next fella done had COVID already. Eh? So what we're going to be? Well, let's smoke that now. I ain't smoke no marijuana today earlier. I smoke out with this morning and I can't get no head. I drink too much around, I go vomit. So you know that, I'm talking to you now. I'm talking to you. This is what we vote for. This is what I vote for, children. For a father that don't give a blood clot about the grandson. I wish I could say a bad word in Spanish, you know, I say it in Spanish, so nobody know a cussing. But I ain't know nothing in Spanish. Oh, alright, now I can't say that. Blame me. I'm begging all you. All of them headmen and them all you buy. All of do something now buy. I know all of you like to hear all of people call all the boy, eh? But I a big fan, I a grandfather 9. 9. I come here today and I see around the people I see here, I get appetite. I dey eating pie like nobody else want pie.
Yes.
I eat pie, drink water. I don't give me some strength.
Yes, brother. That's what we here for. That's what we here for.
Lord, as the brother say, today is my cup of coffee flowing over. It's flowing over. I have 4 children, had 4 children. 1 gone, 2 gone, Yusuf Henry, 3rd one gone, and 1 daughter remaining. 1 daughter remaining. So not all understand what's going on. And then the hard part, the hard part is me look at grandchildren them. I live on home. I from Grandy I come down here. It's Grandy I live and come down here now. My little grandson home. He telling him, you lie, nothing happened to my father, nothing happened to my father. The next child can't eat, next one can't eat. Brothers, thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Strong comrade.
Yeah, man, strong like a lion.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, man, strong like a lion. We cannot, and we're gonna wrap this up, right? Do you have anybody else from the families that would like to say something? Yeah.
Good night. Good night, Cover.
Good night.
You know, as Philip said, I look at the live last night. And you know what's the topic what he and Gary love? We have leaders that don't love us as citizens. When, you know what I see here? In 2019, when the fishermen then went to work, on the 23rd, and they didn't come back. You see and what I was just saying here, Philip? No response. None. The families up to this day has not been assisted no how from nobody. And to see this happen again is deja vu. But you know what I see? You know, you mentioned love. The love I see for the citizens of this country, I've been honest, Trinidad, we have enough love to fix this country. To stand together. We have enough love. You know, it's... Brother Roger, it's an honor to be standing next to you. I never believed it would happen in my life. But I know we have, you see, to stand in solidarity with one another. Because the contempt shown today we took a vessel at Claxon Bay because they say they're still hearing something and it have a glimmer of hope, and we was going there to see what's happening.
our $300 million vessel tell you don't come closer. Don't come closer. The security said don't come closer because we want to see what's happening because the family is here. The guy's my neighbor, Ryan is my neighbor, next street. So when I heard what's happening, I said, no, this can't be happening over and over and over, and we as citizens, this is really what we deserve as citizens in this country, as law-abiding citizens. We, the law-abiding citizens, we feeling the heavy brunt of this government, you know, because they're telling us that we have to pay more for everything for them to get exempted, you know. And you know, it's sad because just last year we had the oil spill. The contingency plan was to break it up and send it in the seabed. Now we have this that happening. They have no plan. Just imagine 50 hours, 52 hours with no plan. We can't change that. The writing on the wall for us if we don't stand up as a country. So that's all I want to say. Thank you. We're standing in solidarity and we have love that can fix this country. Let us do it, and as you late, let's do it now. Because tomorrow it's going to be too late. Too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you're clapping, clap for Krishna Tent Rentals who just bought toilets and tents for us. We have companies calling that want to bring chairs and tables. I want to tell you, people have said it before, when we start something, we in this for the long haul. We come in to stand with these families. We are going to make sure, and Trinidad and Tobago, these are your brothers, your sisters, your father, your children. These are yours. This is you. Stand with these families. Stand with them. It is by standing with them that you will guarantee when the wolf reach your door, there will be people to stand with you. That's the social contract. That's how we live. We are going to stay here with this family tonight. We are going to stand guard. We're going to make sure they don't do no craziness and the type of things that we hear. We want to talk about it. We don't want to get strength to rumors. But we want the people in those buildings to understand that we know how this game is played and that we are keeping track of everything that they said and everything that we know was done. Because at the end of all of this, there'll be other players to play, and we will make sure and protect these families from the heavy hand of this government. I think that's all I want to add right now. But anybody else who watching us, who would like to reach out to these families, want to bring blankets, want to bring some sandwiches, the bakery, other people, normal lay people stopped and brought food today. Thank you very much. Yes. We are after Tropical Plaza at the gate. Here in Marabella, right by the gas station, behind Point of Pearl, between by the small roundabout in Marabella, not the big one. Point of Pearl. You know what I mean? My number is 682-2110. Call me and I can tell you. Yeah, we're sending a pin. Alright, so we have to stand together. This is not a stunt, and this is not just for now. All of you who are here tonight, you are the best versions of ourselves, and I want to tell you, give yourselves a round of applause, please. You are the best version of us. It is people like you that bring change, and we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we need change. Let us work to stand together and to stand with these people. Thank you very much. Alright, good night everyone. My name is Daniel George. Some people know me as Sawik from Sawik Media Mode. See, I have a very serious message. Right, we know there's our problems, but it has solutions that are real simple. The problem is that everybody waiting the turn, so that when my turn reach, it's just me and a few people who will come and support me. Then it die down and the next person who ain't come out, them waiting the turn. The solution is we have to stop waiting our blasted turn. Stop waiting. We have to come together as a country and unite. Is over and over saying, don't wait a turn. Consistency is the key. Don't wait a turn. Don't wait a turn. And that's the simple solution. So whoever seeing this from wherever is seeing it, like I'm trying to mash up the little bit of system, equipment I have. Anyhow, whoever's seeing this, let's stop waiting on the turn. So the workers who were so sad to know
the comrades end up in the pipe and they go on back to work normal to let the blasted 1%. Somebody take back this mic. Let me go back to streaming.
Stop. We have to stop. Wait until it reach an hour. Don't stop.
Only we have to stop waiting return. Every time we waiting for one of our daughters to go missing. We waiting for one of our child to get shot by the police. We waiting for one of our relatives to end up in a pipe. Only we waiting too long. Somebody just take back the mic. Thank you very much, Comrade. Alright, so we just wanted to end just as we started with a word of prayer, and we have Comrade Coban here to lead us in prayer.
Praise the Lord. A pleasant good afternoon and greetings in no other name but in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. We are here gathered for one purpose, to lend support, to give support, because one blow to one is a blow to all.
That's right. That's right.
And we will start by singing. So,
sorry, and I apologize for this. Because we said thank you to Krishnas, I need to also say thank you to Duckies. Duckies brought 2 toilets earlier for the family, and it may not sound like much, but when you're outside here for 48 hours, it is a lot. Yeah. So let's get a round of applause for Krishnas who brought lights, who bring tents, bring toilets. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you, Duckies. Sorry, man.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Our union makes us strong.
I want to show you the power of what we do. Tonight you saw unions come to support us. You saw members of parliament come to support us. Tonight you saw, look at this. These lights, Krishna tent rentals, sent us toilets, he sent us lights. Look at this, light up the whole place. Things that Paria refused to do for the family. We. See this organization? See that? See Citizens Union of Trinidad and Tobago? Never doubt the power of that organization and its supporters. Ducky and Krishna and all of you, thank you very, very much. Look at this. We have tents outside there on a truck. You see that truck outside there? We have to clear here. Come on, help me clear here now. We have tents to come in here. Excuse, gentlemen. I need to ask a big favor. We need to clear here for the truck to come in with the tents. We have some tents coming in. Who owns these things here? Let me move it now. We have a truck coming through with some tents. Sorry. These are the tents on the back of this truck. Comfort Air send these truck, these tents. You don't want to turn around and reverse in.
Right, so go forward, right? It'll be easy for you. So clear there and how you want to go parallel to it or just on the side?
So to all the people who like to type and talk, this is what we do. This is how you represent people. For 2 nights they sat here in the dark. We lit them up tonight, my brother. They have 6 toilets. We have tents because the sky overcast. We have chairs and tables on the way. How far you have to go? Check, somebody go on that side. Dave, you stay on that side. Go on that side. So, let me walk away. Let me get a little minute. Let me get a little minute to myself. Well, not to myself, to y'all. So my whole family calling me and they want me home, and my mother calling me because she don't want me outside because she know tomorrow is a work day, and It's a big son, and she know that I've been going at this since Friday. But I want to tell you, anyway, that one of the people of Trinidad and Tobago is in danger, if we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, don't stand with them, then we will be the worst kind of hypocrites. We will be people that should deserve the worst judgment on Judgment Day. Because good night. Regardless of who you are, regardless of who you are or how you feel, we're dealing with citizens. Good night. You have another one of those orange cones we can borrow? They have a deep hole inside of there. I put it inside there on a deep hole in that corner, okay? There, man. Thank you very much, my brother. Yeah. So, and also, our policy is, don't look for somebody to do what you can do. So you will find, always, that the leaders of this organization lead by example, by doing. Yes, my brother.
Whose drone was up in the sky?
Daryl Nath.
Right, great, thanks.
Yeah. So, the day we really learn as a people to believe the words of our national anthem, here every creed and race find an equal place, and side by side we stand. You see, when those things become not just a song, but the words we live by, when we elect people to public office, they won't be able to fail us. This is why I have the corner office and get the big salary, Daryl.
I understand.
So Daryl had put a bag in the hole and say because the bag white, I want to show you what Daryl had done, right?
The bag white.
Daryl say the bag white so people will see it.
And the water bottle is a cushion. Yeah.
And the water bottle is what, bricks?
Yeah, bricks is a cushion.
So the security booth at Petrotrin was most gracious. I didn't know you was coming down.
I wasn't planning to.
Say good night to Trinidad and Tobago and the world. This is Satish's big son and daughter and his beautiful wife Talia. Where is your husband? Satish! This is why I have the corner office. Actually, the guards at Petrotrin booth were most gracious. So, yeah, we live now. So you don't hear us bigging up ourselves too much. You see us bigging up all the sponsors. I mean, look at this. When we touch down, we make sure that what's supposed to get done, gets done. And in this scenario, the people needed lights, and toilets, and for some reason, I have completely it's playing in my head. What a friend we have in Jesus. That him. Take it to the Lord in prayer. I lost my mask. Hey, the blankets, the food. No, say that, but we got food.
Yes, we got food.
Right.
The blankets in my car?
Supposed to be one of the vehicles. Careful with this pothole, son. Right. Okay, that's not gonna work. So I'm gonna have to go below here. I'll pull out my box of 1,000,000 masks to get a fresh new one. Yeah? So to the people who are messaging me to ask me what we want, food wouldn't be a bad idea. And when we say food, things like pies and sandwiches, grab and go kind of food. Yeah? Careful. We're gonna take it outside?
No, we'll talk inside that.
Salisha? The sister make you all comfortable, right?
Thank you so much.
Thank Krishna and thank Ducky and Dougie from Comfort Air. They all responded.
Thank you.
Yeah? So we good, right? Time to settle down and relax a bit, okay?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good night. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah, good morning. Where need coming? RNC and the Bible.
I don't think besides chairs and tables, I think we good. Food, we need sandwiches, pies, grab and go kind of food. Because as the crowd get bigger, we have a food table over there, you can check and see. Dave, is there anything specific that we need? Napkins?
No, they have a lot of things. They have a lot of stuff over there, but I don't know if it's what
I don't know if Krishna, I don't know if this is talk to Dougie and Comfort Air and see what he doing about that. But yeah, those sandwiches and things would be good. Yeah. Let me tell you, I want to say this thing. Don't you think this wrong? All day getting people calling me and telling me everything. 2 people spot Santa Claus on the 6th platform. And I'm saying that as a joke because I want you to understand. We can't work with hearsay. If we put things out in the public space on hearsay and it's not true, we lose all our credibility. Well, she got a cause eruption. I can't be everywhere, but I appreciate that. Yeah? Talk to Satish. Check what it is.
That was food.
Check and see. Yeah, well, she brought that for this team.
Oh,
Good night. I mean, we could move him to a private hospital if you want. I could find out. All right, let me find out. Where is he now? Krishna, Ducky, Krishna send the lights and the toilets, Ducky send toilets. This is Dougie from Comfort Air send those tents.
Right, good. Are you hearing that? That is not no Paria.
Paria give nothing. We have people, all kind of people bringing food and drinks. Call Dr. Oti and find out if we could move the survivor from they say you have COVID and he in San Fernando, and if we could move him to his private hospital. Because everybody's afraid that they don't understand how we have COVID because he was in the water and he was tested negative to get onto the site. So we would like to move him to a private hospital where we know he's safe. Could you find out? Okay, bye.
there and say you have to go down there and throw your papers and that is it. What do you think is happening? This is
Ma'am,
joking.
good night.
This is a serious thing.
How are you? I just want to say to you, I want to encourage you to not be that pissed because we don't want to give the police the authority to break up this. That's all I want to say.
I just wouldn't use the obscene, but thank you, sir.
Everybody upset. That's why we're here. But you need to also, yeah. So Dougie from Comfort Air brought a lot of candles, but we can't light them. But everybody got a candle, and it's a symbolic candle. You know what candles mean to us? Yeah? We don't stop. No, but we don't stop. Yep. So I just yeah. No, you gotta talk to him because he's gonna get massive mileage from this. He is the only survivor from Indie Pipe, so he's gonna get massive media and public relations from this. But I am also going to try to raise funds to pay for the stay, but he had to give me a blight on that until I could get the funds raised. I'll do. It's not about political, it's not about being political, but he knows the reality of the country we live in, and if we lose the democracy of this country, he will not be in a safe place for himself and his family and his business anyway. So just ask him if he will either give it to us for free, so that in exchange for all that public exposure, or if he doesn't need that, if he'll give me a blight to raise the funds, and I will, and he had to give me a good price. So talk to him and get back to me, and so let's all. No, they've not gone into the pipers yet. The people are still trapped in the pipe. If you turn on my social media page right now, you will see that I am standing up in the car park in Pointe-à-Pierre, Marabella, and we're here for the long haul, but we need to secure this guy. He's a witness. Find out for me and come back. I get in a private hospital. Well, I get in a private hospital for the witness.
Right, you gotta get him out of there.
We need to raise some funds to cover that at some point. I'm trying to get a blight. Yeah, unless any doctors that you might know might have some links for any company, any private institutions that will give us the. But that's what we had to do. We had to get him out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And the first time I hear a man get covered underwater.
Yeah, we will fix that. Let's work on that. Salisha, if I get a private hospital that willing to take him, his family have to sign off on him to move. The survivor. We're just trying to save his life. That's all we're interested in. So his family have to make a decision on that. I just spoke to my sister, she is an investor in a private hospital in Port of Spain that we could account for, we could vouch for, that if he goes there, he'll be safe. So you need to talk to his family and find out if they're okay with that, so we could put that in place.
When I talked to her today, she was saying yes.
All right, well then we need to find out.
Live from Paria. It will be in relation to.
Make it play.
Very good.
Paria having a resident. Resident. That's full volume.
Where's speaker?
The press conference hasn't started as yet. Let me get some chairs now. So, Salisha, while we're waiting for that to start, you're saying that the family would willingly move him. Let's find out what is required with the hospital to check him out.
And she's a nurse in the hospital.
Well, in the hospital he's at? Ask her what is required to check him out and then to send him to a private hospital. It's not starting yet. There's your phone?
No, next guy. Get up, EP, right?
I need a chair. I need to sit down.
Yeah, no, just sit. Can we get you here?
No, I have to stay here with them.
I got you.
What station are on?
36.
I'm gonna take that phone. I'm gonna watch it in my car. Ladies, you're alive.
We are not related to anybody here.
Say something to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
We are not related, but after watching the program and the lawlessness that is going on in the country, it was put on us to come and show our support.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Inspired us to come because enough is enough.
I hope you'll join our organization. That guy there with the little girl on his shoulder, that's Satish Ramsaran. Introduce yourselves to him and he'll tell you all the ways that you can join up and sign up for free. Come on board, we need you all. Okay? Thank you very much for taking the time to tell me that. Absolutely. Where's your camera? We have enough light here?
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Satish, tell these ladies how to join the party and then I go in my car to listen to the press conference. So, if you all want, you can hang on the phone. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, hello, good evening.
Hello?
Hello, good evening. You are live with Philip Edward Alexander.
I'll call back.
Okay. Right, let's get some light in here. Hello.
Hello, good night. Is this Mr. Philip?
Yes, how can I help you?
Right. I have been watching you live since Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know watching you live and after the whole Christopher Boudreaux, which is one of my wife uncle, right?
Right.
This is my wife uncle, right? Unfortunately, I can't make it, but I would like to give you a number for Christopher Boudreaux's wife.
Send it to me as a WhatsApp, please. WhatsApp it to me, please.
This same number?
Yep.
WhatsApp it on?
Yep.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thanks for reaching out.
Timothy.
Thank you, Timothy. Thank you for reaching out.
All right. No problem.
Stay strong. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago, I am joined by, we have a backup light on a second page, but that camera there, that light is what you're looking at. I am joined by Trinidad and Tobago. I am joined by Brother Omar Abdullah, who has been here from the start. Michael Kurban. He is the diver that brought up the survivor, one of the divers. I am here with his mom, Salisha Kurban. And the purpose of this press conference is to answer the half-truths and the outright lies in the Paria press conference. I'd like to invite you to look at the condition of this table. This is the table that we have had to use here. Paria provided nothing. It is the kindness of strangers that they have chairs, tables, food. Paria made some statements about their response time. I asked Michael, who like everybody else in this republic are scared of the government and what action they could take. This is a very, very brave young man who is going to put his job on the line to stand and tell the truth. Paria said their response was immediate. By the following morning, Paria had not responded. I don't know at what time Paria actually responded beyond the refusals of any help. I don't know what Paria did. They spoke about investigations. We have drone footage to show that none of the things that they said they did. But I want to ask Michael to say who was one of the divers who rescued the lone survivor who has been champing at the bit to go and get the rest. One of them is your dad. One of them is his dad. And he and his brother have been begging international petrochemical companies based here have offered their services. Other dive companies, other search and rescue companies, health and safety officials, people have been offering to assist, and every single offer has been shut down. So I don't know what Paria is talking about. I want to tell TV6 News this. These families, yes, they were added to a WhatsApp group that all it told them continuously is please read the press release and please stay tuned for the press conference. It gave them nothing. They were outside here for 48 hours, 2 days, without a chair, a toilet, or a bottle of water. Paria is reprehensible in their handling of this matter and in the statements and the lies that they made in their press conference tonight that sound designed to cover themselves. When the question was asked if Paria is liable, the answer to that question is yes. That is not contingent on any investigation. And hearing that experienced divers fell into a pipe. 5 divers fell into a pipe. They were drunk. That's what Paria trying to say. They've already started the rubbish exercise of trying to put doubt in the public space. But you have to be a fool to hear that 5 experienced divers fell into a pipe. But we will move on from that because we waited for the nonsense of their report. We already have OSH professionals, health and safety professionals, and people who have done this routine maintenance for former Petrotrain and Paria for decades. I'm going to turn this over to Michael, and he is going to give his take. He's not yet spoken. He's going to give you a better idea as to what took place from the moment the accident itself happened.
Yeah. This incident happened at around 2 o'clock. I was called. My brother called me. He said, everybody's shaking on the badge and nobody know what to do. I gathered two of my divers and we came to the rescue. When we went, we reached on site. We reached on site about a half an hour after that call. We went, we organized to dive and check the chamber. And we noticed that it didn't have nobody inside, right? The other thing is that one of the guys was on the top of the riser, which was Christopher, banging on the pipe. Nobody after an hour, he banging an hour inside. Nobody to rescue him. Only when me and my divers came, we rescued him. When we rescued him, he told me my father is right behind him. Go down for your father. It took me about 15 minutes to organize my gear to go down on the pipe. I swam down on the pipe about 70 feet down. I did not locate him. I located his dive tank. I tried to swim as far as I could. I did not locate him. After we came back up, we told them that we didn't find nobody else. So we had to try a different alternative. When we came back, manager, so-called manager, said, do not dive into the pipeline again. And I asked, who is the manager? Say that. Nobody didn't want to say the name. But I would say the name because this man, Colin Piper, closed, right? Tell my man not to dive the pipeline again. Right? Then again, they bring the professional dive boat, Subsea Global, to use the commercial equipment, which was the right thing. But that was hours after. We still had time to save them, guys. Still had time. But you know what the orders they get? The orders they get was to plug the flange and block the divers from surfacing back up where we rescued the first man. Why would that order, why would you give that order like that and block the only entrance the fellas know to surface for help? Right? And I told them, do not block it. Let me send a commercial diver down with the proper lifeline and let me rescue them, guys. Again, the managers is the ones. Them is the dive expert. Them is the dive expert here. I don't know what kind of brain cells this man have. Right? We was doing the right thing. Right? We was doing the right thing. They told the commercial divers and the fellas work and plug and close the flange. How could you close an entrance where the men could possibly raise and survive, where we could dive and rescue them? You shouldn't do that. Right? All this bullshit, all this talk you're talking in the press conference, try not to cover up your tracks, partner. Because you're not covering up your tracks. Right? You're not covering up your tracks. You are a murderer in my eyes. Yes! Right? You are a murderer in my eyes, partner. And the other two guys, I don't know their names. But someone could tell me their names. I am not afraid to call the names. You all are murderers. You Paria men are murderers. Right? You are not divers. You are not commercial divers. You're supposed to let us continue our rescue operation. That's right. And that same day, right? You wait, what? Now you want to go and rescue him? That don't make sense, partner. It don't make sense. Right? You want to recover. Now we have our men out on the boat. Watch where I is in land. Only don't want me outside there. Only do not want me outside there. Only want to hire an individual dive team. So they could cover up all the tracks. Right? Only don't want the men who really want to rescue these guys outside on the site. They don't want us there. Right?
They provoked this man to break his silence. He and all of them have been operating in the most respectful manner, even though what we were witnessing from Paria and the government was total disrespect, reprehensible contempt for these people and their loved ones. I want you to hear what he said. There were multiples of options of commercial divers in the first couple hours to rescue and save those lives.
They close the police entrance they have. They close it. They lock them inside. That was the close it. They need to go to jail. They need to go to jail. They cannot run this operation. They cannot run this operation. Right? They should have let the contractor do their work. That's right. And that was it. The contractor was doing the right thing. All of it was on the same page. But chain reaction. They had to sign work permit. This is a rescue operation. No work permit needs to be issued, partner. And we had to wait for change of shift. For a man to change shift. I started up there last night waiting to go in the water. 2 o'clock in the morning. To wait for a man to come out with a stupid little boat to sign a paper and tell me, yeah, go ahead, go in the water.
You check from the Coast Guard. Check from the Coast Guard.
What from the Coast Guard?
The threats.
Well, the Coast Guard was, they didn't threaten me. I didn't threaten me. But the Coast Guard came and they didn't know nothing. They came outside and talked to me. I explained to them this is the situation. They assess it, but what they do, they report back to the bigger heads. Nothing came out of that.
Did the Coast Guard go into the pipe?
Coast Guard did not go into the pipe. Coast Guard didn't even touch water. They didn't have no diving gears on board.
So nothing. Coast Guard couldn't get near the pipe?
Coast Guard was on the crane badge and they was asking what is going on. And we explained. Nobody touched water, nobody no Coast Guard divers was there. All of them had the dry clothes on. I was the only one of the other divers who was there with the wetsuit on. Right?
The reason I asked that question is that if you go back to the press conference, what was told to TV6 tonight is that the Coast Guard was giving them advice. If the Coast Guard didn't see the pipe, how the Coast Guard could give anybody advice? Exactly. So the people who gave you the press conference tonight got their advice from people who never were in the water. If that is not outright lies being told to cover up the failure and incompetence of Paria, then what is? Because they had no response. Paria had no response. These people who were on site have been here and have been begging today. 50 hours later, I watch his brother in frustration when they send that boy back here and tell him, go and write up your rescue plan for us and bring it back. Go and type it out and bring it back. 50 hours later, people trapped underwater in an oil pipeline. You send the man, you tell them the permit finally signed 50 hours later so that they could go outside and meet a Coast Guard and urge people to tell them they're not happy with the circumstances now.
Our divers was ready to go in the line before they kept the line. We was ready to go and send a diver down. Our divers ready rigged and ready. But the orders the management give do not go in the line. For what reason?
Why? Yeah?
Let's answer that. Let them answer that.
Why?
Let them answer that. Why you say do not go to the line? Are you a dive supervisor? Were you was in the office where you was doing sitting drinking your coffee, partner? Huh? To give orders say don't go any line? Huh? That is why Christopher Boudram will have a good report on you all. Yes. And he will explain everything. And I want this man in top security. So you guys would not interfere with his life. Yes. He's a survivor. Right? He is a survivor.
Right now, we are in touch. We are in touch with his family. We have located a private hospital that is willing to take Mr. Boudram under safer environment. We do not know if he is safe where he is now, and we need him safe because he is a very important witness to this. Magically got COVID.
I just have one question, right? You spoke about the capping of the lines, right? And divers being prevented from going inside. Is it that when the lines were capped, that would have prevented air from going, oxygen from going inside as well?
Oxygen, it had no way we could have access to them when they capped the line. They capped the line. After they capped the line, all Paria officials packed their bag and they jumped and they went ashore. Right? And they leave all LMCS workers clueless because we did what they wanted to do.
What time they capped the line?
I have everything in notes.
Because it sounds to me that Paria was in a big hurry to pronounce these people dead. The only reason to cap that line is to change from a rescue to a recovery. And they seem to have been in a hurry. And we asked, and the media asked tonight, that the family have been asking, why didn't you communicate with them? If you capped the line and you knew that this was no longer going to be a rescue, why didn't you communicate that to the family? If the Coast Guard had told you that the chances of them surviving were slim to none, why didn't you communicate that to the family? They said that they added them to a WhatsApp group. I went through that WhatsApp group today. There is nothing in that WhatsApp group advising, and we have the WhatsApp group. When you lie, you must make sure that you can back up your lies. These people have the WhatsApp groups, and you've not given them a single piece of advice about the conditions of their family or the decisions that you've made. Salisha, you have your WhatsApp with you? You're willing to show the media what that WhatsApp look like? If the media would like to see that WhatsApp thread, because all you have is two things taking place. Questions from the families asking why you are so silent. We need some information. And responses from them, like a form response. If you hit something on social media, it have an automatic response. The response is coming back automatic. Please pay attention to our press releases. The two nonsense press releases they put out. The first one was an admission of negligence. The second one was a meandering bunch of nonsense. These people, these human beings who are trapped in that pipe were abandoned by Paria.
These guys were surviving in an air pocket. The little air that the vacuum pull inside, they survived with that. We did not respond in time because of Paria. The contractor LMCS was ready, and his guys was ready to rescue his own son. I was rescuing my father and my friends. Right? We was ready. Everybody was ready. Paria broke everybody hope up till today. All these guys are tired. Everybody is stressed out. And now you want to recover them by pushing them with pressure. You know what I'm going to do to them?
We had the benefit of Mr. Vishnu Ramjatan. He was here for the entire day today. He was the senior superintendent of maintenance for these pipelines for Petrotrin for decades. He did these maintenance operations that they were doing. He said this is routine to us, and that if Paria wants, they will offer their services to mount the rescue free of charge. Paria refused to even entertain that offer. Mr. Kazim Ali, the owner of the company, MLCS? LMCS, was in a meeting with them under the duress and the stress of being the owner of the company that was doing the subcontract. But his son was trapped in that pipeline. His son is trapped in that pipeline too. Mr. Vishnu Ramjatan, through Salisha on her phone, contacted him in the meeting, went and got his own PPE gear so he was ready to go through that gate. And Petrochin Paria's response was to tell everybody, go and put your phone in the car, so that they couldn't even benefit from. And I want you to understand this.
They tell the workers, make it clear.
There is not one professional, industrial professional on that entire board.
These guys are not professional. They are crooks and they are murderers.
Murderers! Murderers!
Crooks and murderers. That's who they are.
And we call on the Commissioner of Police tonight to open a criminal investigation into Paria and the handling of this matter.
Yes, tell them.
Mr. McDonald Jacob, that bird number 6 is a crime scene.
And they handling the operation normal. Ship berthing, unberthing, normal. Pilot bringing ship alongside, everything normal. This rescue operation wasn't mandatory for them because it wasn't bringing any money to them. Right? It wasn't mandatory. All of us was sit down there for more than 2 days waiting for answer. The excuse was we don't have permit to work. We wasn't working, we was rescuing people. Nobody was working there.
Salisha, the Minister of Energy came to meet with you yesterday. It was yesterday? In the morning?
No, about
1 o'clock.
lunchtime.
We have the voice note of that private meeting. He promised you and the family members that he would remove, as minister, all obstacles to the rescue. All obstacles. He said all obstacles he would, right?
Yeah.
And then every step of the way, all you encountered was obstacle after obstacle.
Yes.
Trinidad and Tobago needs to understand this. There have been offers to these families from international professional companies who do this as routine to go in. It is a 1,200-foot pipe. It's not from here to Tobago. A 1,200-foot pipe. Mr. Ramjatan said you're going to come in from bird 5 and bird 6, you're going to cut the run in half. There were people who were prepared. I learned a lot while I've been here. I've learned a lot. And there were people who were prepared to go in there. All that they were told time and time again was this nonsense about permits. We were dealing with human lives and a rescue and paperwork.
And change a shift. You rather wait for a man to change a shift so he could come and sign up on your permit?
Yeah.
That don't make sense, man. Don't make sense on my book.
At this time, I would like to invite the members of the media. Any questions that you have to ask? I want you to understand, Mrs. Kirwan is here as a family member, so she could answer all of the claims made at that press conference about what they did for them, what they gave them, and how they communicated with them. 3 lies. And of course, Michael here will answer anything you want to know about the technical aspects of what was done from the moment the accident occurred to now.
Hi, good night. My name is Cindy Raghubatika Singh. I'm from TV6. They would have said tonight that they would have given that information to you ahead of the press conference, that it's recovery and not rescue. Were the families told of this beforehand?
Nobody was involved. They say what they
No,
say.
what she's asking is that they said that before they announced on the press conference that it is no longer rescues or recovery, that they came and they spoke to y'all? Did they come and speak to y'all?
No. Nobody spoke.
That is an outright lie. We have been here all day. The first time we heard, our fella here had speakers on top of his car, and we hear that together at the same time.
I was told I was going to get a call from one of management. Management did not call me. Right? I was told so. Nobody called me. They wanted to find out how I died, what I did inside the pipeline. If it was risky or if it was safe or what. But nobody didn't call.
They said there was a backup, an emergency diver near the site when the incident occurred, and that person responded. I tried to find out how that person responded, if there was an emergency diver on standby. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, it had one emergency diver, right? He went into the chamber. This is what he said. He went when after Nicholas, he was there. It was how long it takes for you to dive in the chamber.
Well, the backup diver dive about twice, he said, but he didn't see anybody in the chamber.
Right, so he came back up and said nobody was in the chamber, so he was in fright. You know that you know that you have 5 men inside there, and now you see nobody. That is very frightening. So he was shaken. So that's why Nicholas called me, and I recruit my divers to come and rescue.
I had to do the backup diver job after and call these guys and in for help. Actually, nobody was calling anybody.
So is it that you're saying that Christopher would have been rescued after
Christopher,
the backup diver?
He's asking you, after the backup diver went down and left, did you rescue Christopher Boudram before or after the backup diver?
I wasn't on site at that time.
So you came after the
hour after, when the backup diver surfaced and report back to them and was shaking and fright. An hour after I was called. 1 hour after. This is diving we talking about. This is serious thing.
So he rescued Christopher Boudram after the backup diver left.
This is diving. Emergency response service will be split second.
So how were you able to get to the scene to go into... how were you able?
Close by. Alright? I live close by.
But did the Paria officials allow you to go in and...
At first they didn't want to let us in. But the calls made and we get in and we rush outside with the LMCS boat out on site. So it took us about half an hour to reach outside.
Have you all spoken directly to Mr. Boudram? The latest Paria press release said the men fell in, and that contradicts what the families are saying.
Say that again?
The latest Paria press release said that the men fell into the line.
Saying that the fellas fell into the line and weren't sucked in. 5 experienced divers.
Tell them, prove them how they fell.
Sine is a 36-inch.
How they fell into that. The riser is taller than.
How could they would have to have lined up
to
fall in?
I want to hear him say.
There was vacuum inside. All of them was sucked inside.
I have a question to the guy who became the backup diver. Was any communication made with the contractor regarding the situation prior to contacting the responder who ended up coming? Yes. Why I'm asking is because apparently the company acting like they didn't have any information, and that's why they responded so late. But they still didn't respond, but that's why they end up on the scene so late.
When I came on site, everybody was like shocked. They didn't know. I took in control because everybody was talking. I tell them, leave it, let we handle it. Because they didn't, everybody was like, confused because they're doing an operation. And how come 5 men just missed inside of a chamber?
So the company wasn't contacted before you reached there?
This is what I don't know. This is, he would say.
But the emergency diver, who did he respond to? Paria?
The emergency driver have to answer that, but I didn't speak to him about that. All I got the calls from Nicholas.
The emergency diver is attached to
LMCS. But according to all the safety regulations, Paria was supposed to have their people on site too. And Paria did not have, so it is not their responsibility to report to Paria. Paria's people were supposed to be there in charge of this operation.
So Paria is saying
As a matter of fact, that line, if you all know, that line has been down for over 20 years, right? And any operation on that line, every single item of safety has to be checked. Every single item. There was supposed to have been the safety officers there. There was supposed to have been OSHA present, HSC present there as well. None of this sort was present, so that's why the company was not informed. They are the ones that are responsible. They signed off. Colin Piper is the man who signed off on that project. He knows everything about that project.
No safety.
With no safety, and no safety checks, right? They have to explain why it is to seize all the permits. Why it is to seize all the permits. And why they are hiding.
It's a cover-up.
It's a cover-up. It's definitely a cover-up. And I want to make something absolutely clear here tonight. It's a gross disrespect to these families that this man would come and start off that press conference by saying condolences to the families when he has not even come face to face to these families and speak to them before this press conference. That's insulting. It's insulting. You cannot do that. You cannot do that on that level. You have to come to the families and say, look, this is the situation. This is what's the problem. This is what we are going to do. You went on a live TV interview, a live television interview, and said condolences to the families. What disrespect is this?
And you have no confirmation that they were deceased.
And that's the point.
That's the point.
They have no confirmation that these people are deceased. They
said it in the press conference. And when the question was asked about Coast Guard, they said that the Coast Guard indicated to them that it was risky and dangerous and they would not go down. But the Coast Guard did not have no equipment. They did not even have a proper mast. But you know what they had? The biggest guns. The biggest guns they had. That's how they responded to a rescue mission, the Coast Guard in this country.
In response to the question,
they should have been getting divers and dive tanks and equipment instead of guns.
Yeah.
In response to the question that I had asked with respect to if there was any confirmation or concrete evidence that these men are deceased, right? Is there a possibility at this point in time, based on your experience, that they could still be alive?
Yes.
Let's hope it's a miracle if they're alive. But in my experience, these guys, they try to survive in more than not a one time frame. They try to survive. I saw them survive 2 hours underneath that line, and that was enough time for us to rescue them.
And tell me what should have been done to rescue them within the quickest possible time.
We had the proper equipment on site.
Let them rescue.
They
were there ready. Let them rescue.
And well, you did one. You rescued one person.
But I just want to ask you, I just want to say one thing to your question. Why did it take Paria 54 hours to come and talk to the press?
Exactly.
It looked like they've been trying to wait these people out for them to die. So that when you ask this question tonight, it have to rely on a miracle. Why Paria didn't call that press conference this 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock Friday night?
Yeah.
Why did surviving one have COVID?
Just let me be clear on how Paria did this. Remember, it was an open flange that back everybody's side. It was open. Right? Their decision was to cap the line up about 30 feet higher with a blank on top. Why would you cap the line? You lock the gate off for the guys.
So
you lock them out.
Was that to prevent divers from going inside?
Not to prevent divers.
And it would have prevented air oxygen from going in.
That was the completion of the job, to cap it, but not when men inside the pipeline. That was the completion. So their objective was to complete and cap the line. And that was it. But they cap it with the divers inside the line.
This is a homicide investigation. This is a homicide investigation. Again, this is what Trinidad has to remember, and I apologize to the media tonight for the way y'all were manhandled in that press conference, because the question they refused to answer is why it took so long for them to respond to this. This is an emergency. Any one of us, any of the lay people inside of here would know that you can't take 50 hours to respond to an emergency. An emergency is something that you respond to right away.
And another thing, they said if you all remember clearly when the question was asked about the condition, and at what point in time did they make that decision to that it was a recovery mission and not a rescue mission. They said that because of the condition of the line. And then they came after and said that they did not know the condition of the line. Alright, because you have to know the condition of the line before you send men down there. To begin with, you have to know the condition of the line before you send men down there. So how you can come and say in a press conference you do not know what was the condition of the line? Right? So you were caught lying red-handed in a press conference tonight.
So based on what you said earlier on, you said earlier on that the Coast Guard was just standing by, right?
Coast Guard was just asking questions.
Right, so is it that you're saying that the advice that the Coast Guard would have given to Paria would have been not
the Coast
expert
Guard
at...
was reporting to Paria. They was asking us.
He just asked you if the Coast Guard's advice was not expert advice. It wasn't even informed advice. This is what he told you earlier. They had no access to the crime scene. The Coast Guard didn't get their foot wet. You can't make a report on something without seeing where it is.
Every people, what happened here is a very risky incident, right? A very risky incident. Coast Guard men are not trained to do these kind of things, right? They are not trained, right? They came for me for advice, how we gonna do it. I told them, deal with all the, we talked to them, all the LNCF supervisors, we explained. But nobody, orders was to cap the line.
I have one final question for you. You were one of the divers that went into the water.
Went into the
pipeline. Did officials from Paria itself speak to you to get advice from you on that night as to what happened or what's the conditions down there?
Not at all.
So they still, tonight, don't know the conditions of the pipe. All they know is that somebody in Paria capped the pipe and pronounced those men dead long before they were dead and never thought to consult with the families who were sitting under a bus shelter in their car park. This press conference that Paria had tonight, they were supposed to have on Friday. Your question is a perfect question. He rescued somebody. The whole country knows that. They spoke in their press conference about the rescue diver. They didn't speak about the people who did the rescuing and didn't consult them to find out what did you encounter down there so we could tailor our rescue based on that. That would have been expert advice, not the Coast Guard.
So Paria is saying they took all of this time to ensure that it's safe enough. They came up with a safe enough plan not to endanger more lives, and they're saying that's the reason it's taken this long.
A camera down inside. When the camera went down inside, the camera lens hit oil. What are you gonna see? What are you gonna see when the crude oil hit the camera lens? It didn't even go on a good 50 feet down properly.
Right, and so now they're saying it's a recovery mission, and even though they've now come up with this plan, they're saying that it's going to start in the morning. How are you all feeling about that?
Start in the morning. I need to be on site. I need to be on site.
Yeah, everybody agree.
Me and my divers who I want to be around with the LMCS crew.
But how do you intend to achieve that if they have not been consulted with you at all?
We will make sure that happens. I as an activist telling you that here.
But Cindy asked a question just now. And Trinidad needs to understand how important that question is. To ask a question as the Paria has said, that it took them 50 hours to decide that the pipe was safe. That means that Paria was never interested in a rescue in the first place.
It was very silent. Very, very silent. We was on site, clueless, waiting for orders. quiet and waiting for orders. I'm very worried because we know the situation these guys was under. We know how they did this. They are experienced drivers and they are struggling to survive. Right? Christopher Bojan explained, he say certain things that the guys was there in my pocket and two of them remained. Say, Olive, go and find help. And they're going to wait till they get help. The two experienced drivers, Christopher Bojan and Faisal Kurban, they risked their life to swim up the riser to at least bawl for help and knock on the riser for help. After an hour, more than an hour, that making any sense? That making any sense to me?
And I want Trinidad to think what those men's hours have been like for the past 50 hours, locked in a crude oil tomb underwater, expecting that people would be coming looking for you.
I asked the question with respect to what sort of support has been provided to the family and accepted. Right? What have you all received, if anything?
I haven't get a call, I haven't received anything.
Any meeting, excuse me, any meeting.
Well, in the meeting they said that they have counselors here to talk to us. No counselor not come at all. No counselor not here, no time, not at all. When we was at the meeting, they asked us if we want counselors. I said, no, I don't want counselors. I want a crew of people, or my people, to go there and get my husband. Okay? And I didn't get no help from nobody. She was more mad than me, like I needed to counsel her.
She started to raise up.
Yeah, she was really. She was.
You need to call these people's name on live.
But even then, they were only interested.
Holy Mike Philip. Holy Mike Philip.
Exactly.
But in the press conference tonight, they have stated that they have in fact provided counseling services.
No, that's a lie.
This is look where other ladies here, look where other family members here.
Listen to what this lady has to say.
At the end of this so-called meeting, and I would say so-called meeting because nothing came out of that. They were just beating around the bush and going around in circles. At the end of the meeting, I was not even told it was a counselor. I just happened to be talking to the young lady. I can't remember her name at this point. I just happened to be talking to her and I was just telling her my situation and how hard this is for me. Because I was just expressing to her that, Mom, I said, this is real tough for me because December I buried two sons, 16 days apart. And that is when she informed me that she's a counselor and asked me if I would like to have her number to call her at any time, which I did take her number. I said if I wish to talk or express myself in any way, yes, I will give you a call. She did call me this morning on my way down here. She called me this morning and she said, this is she identified herself to me and she said, we're just calling to see how you're coping and how everything. She asked me, she said, Mom, you had something to eat, drink, just eat something to sustain yourself, you know, because I know this is hard. And she did, in fact, tell me, she said, how I am surprised of the treatment that you all got. This could have been handled better. But there were no counselors to say counseling or anything. It's only because I was just talking to her while my husband was talking to somebody else that she identified herself to me as a counselor. And that was it. I am the mother of Yusuf Henry, one of the divers that trapped in the line. This is my third son now. They come in to tell me after they feed us with a bunch of lies yesterday because in the meeting, while Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Mustaq Mohammed, the general manager, and the engineer, I think it's Mr. Michael Wee, they were standing right there alongside Minister Stuart Young. And I asked them, I said, as we speak, is there operation taking place? I asked that question twice. Is there operation taking place as we speak to pump out whatever you all say you are going to do? And he told me yes, twice. Right? He said yes. Last night my daughter called some Narissa, whatever. Is that the correct name? Only to find out that they're now going to start operations because they now receive permits. And they watched us in our eyes and lied yesterday and said that operations is being taken place. When other family members was asking them, they said that is why we inside here talking to you all, because we have people out there working. That is what they said. And there was a next such a lie. Them could open my parent group because it's only lie. Only lies. Right? And now they're coming to tell us that it's a recovery. But nothing is over until God says it is over.
To those of us who have been standing with these families since Friday, who watch the mishandling of the project and then the grotesque mishandling of the rescue, didn't think that they could have done these people anything more bad like this. But tonight they did them something worse. They lied on them tonight. They told an entire country, an entire press conference of well-rehearsed fiction, no fact. And it was an insult to these people who have been here since Friday, who got no support, no comfort, no help, nothing.
Premeditated murder.
To this day, to this night, no minister has said anything to the public of Trinidad and Tobago with regards to this catastrophic failure of Paria to handle its responsibilities.
Where is Stuart Young? Where is Stuart Young? Where is Stuart Young tonight? Why was he not in that press conference tonight? Why wasn't he there to answer questions? I think it is high time that a government minister comes forward and address the family. And what I'm saying is that if any press conference had to happen, that press conference should have been here in front of the families, engaging the families, showing that you really care about what has happened to them. And that has not happened. That has not happened. You media, you know that should have happened. And you too are questioning why Paria behaved in the manner they behaved. That's why you asked the questions. That's why your questions were tough. That's why they could not answer the questions. And what we're saying here tonight, this matter is a homicide investigation. And we are calling on Jacobs to launch a criminal investigation into the operation of Paria and this incident that took place here on Friday. And we are not going to stop. We are not going to stop until that happens.
Why is the media not asking Mr. Mustaf how he can pronounce the people dead before he got anybody? How does he know that those people have died? Why is he expressing condolences to his family?
I want to say this. 50,000 people hearing you all tonight. Forget what anybody else put on anything. Social media allows your voices to be heard. Everybody here, this is going straight to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But the media, they insulted your intelligence, and I heard in the repeated questions, and I heard journalists saying, not to sound repetitive, because you knew for yourself it was making no sense. You knew for yourself they were lying. Now you have to you have to go back to your editing rooms with two versions of what happened. People who sat in a building for 50 hours and were advised by people who never went into the water. But tonight you spoke to the man, one of the men, who went down inside that pipe and rescued somebody.
Yes.
And the question you have to ask after all of this is if they could have rescued one, why Paria stopped them from rescuing millions? That's the question you have to ask tonight.
And they cannot say that they didn't know the condition of the pipe. Because you have to know the condition of the pipe before you send the men down there in the first place.
But Michael was in the pipe.
Yeah, you have to know the condition of the pipe before you see the permit. So they can't say that. And that is what they're being bullshitting you all about.
So let me just ask this quick question, right? Based on what the information you would have received, or from Christopher, I don't know what information you would have received. Is it that where were the men actually working? Was it in the pipe or outside of the pipe?
Okay, so this is a chamber, pressurized chamber. So it makes to work into a pipe. It separates two pipes, or to change a riser. A riser is something that you need to change in like a few years or something like that. But it's true. The guys was working around the pipe. Right? They weld. They recap the put the flange, they weld it. You know, they fabricate it underwater, under pressurized air, in a chamber.
Right, so they were working around the pipe.
Around the pipe.
Right, so it's difficult for them to actually fall in.
Size of the pipe. For the media, so in relation to this table, what is the size of that pipe? About the top of this table here. So it is something that small. I want you to understand the incredible stupidity of the statement that 5 people fell into something that small.
That's broken bones.
You would have to line up one after the other and fall one after the other.
And what would have
the
caused
stupidest
the sucking? What would have caused sucking? What would have caused the vacuum?
What caused the vacuum?
What?
Or what could have caused it?
There's something that they use a plug. They plug the line. When they plug the line to do their fabrication, the hot works. Right? This is something that be pressurized and inflate to hold the pressure of the pipe. When that fails, it has a vacuum suction that went straight down and suck all the excess air in the chamber and extra air that the compressor was pressurizing. Suck everybody inside. Like a toy. Everybody was sucked like a toy inside a 36-inch pipe.
But it is physically impossible. It defies the laws of physics for 5 people underwater to fall into a pipe one after the other. It is stupid, and it goes to show you how uninformed those people in that press conference were.
They wouldn't explain that. They wouldn't explain that. They would just say they fell inside.
They're actually associating that statement with Mr. Budram.
Mr. Budram said they fell inside?
That's what they said in their press release. They quoted Mr. Budram.
As I say, I want Mr. Vigil in full security. I don't want this man. This man is a survivor. He's my cousin. He's a survivor. Right? I want this man in top security. Right?
You were going to ask a question.
I know you all want to be there in the morning, so I asked if relatives could be there, and he said that it's an unsafe, a work zone is an unsafe place for people to be, and so the relatives won't be allowed at the search site.
Well, I understand that. Because we don't want briefs, we don't want to see the bodies coming up. But the thing about it is that I need to be on site. I want to rescue my guys, my friends, my father. I want to be there. Right?
Have to be there.
So you have to make me
not a housewife.
be there. I was there.
He's an experienced
I was right
diver.
there all the time. Why now you don't want me on site? Why not? Because you don't want to cover up your evidence and you want to say something else on social media. You don't want to say the truth when them guys come up.
And we hope and we trust, please, because we are live on multiples of pages here. We want the media, please, take this back to the government, take it back to Paria, get them to account for all of these lies that they told tonight, these inconsistencies. You have to ask them again. Now that you have spoken to the only person available to you who was actually inside the pipe and rescuing somebody, you have to ask them how they could make some of those statements. Now that you've spoken to family members who got none of the things that they said that they gave them and none of the things that they said that they did, you, the media, have to go back and hold these people to account to the highest of journalistic standards and ask them, did you just waste our time and use us to peddle lies?
I have one final question. Recently we had seen there was an international story where a child was stuck in a beautiful well or hole for a couple of days, and it had garnered a lot of support from the entire country, I mean the opposition, the government and stuff. How do you feel now, given the fact that, I mean, your family, friends, colleagues have been stuck there so many days, and I mean, you have not really seen or gotten that sort of level of response from the government?
How do I feel? Words can't explain how I feel. Exactly. Words can't explain.
Our government fail us. Everybody fail us.
Right. I need to go outside there, go outside and see what these guys do. But what should they do? They're keeping all the LMCS workers out. Everybody's out. The guys who want to help, they over here in the car park. I saw some of them around here. They in the car park here. Right? Everybody want to get these guys out. The men who are out there don't even care.
We spoke to Atto Bolan today while he was live on air in the United States of America. We gave him information. We have had members who have forwarded this to BBC, MSNBC, Fox, and all the news media, Al Jazeera. We have tagged their journalists on all of our social media pages. This issue at last check at lunchtime today had crossed 220,000 views in 24 hours. We are going to make sure that this matter is known worldwide, and I'm happy that you raised that point about the child in the hole, because issues like this matter to people in the world. And somebody must answer as to why 4 of our citizens were abandoned in that
it would have been 5.
Given the size of the pipe, the persons who wanted to volunteer for training, do they have any confined space training? On the size of the pipe, persons who wanted to volunteer for the rescue mission, do they have confined space training?
Who wanted to volunteer?
He want to know if that, you see, all of them are experienced divers, so they don't, if that does not rise.
Not every diver would go into that pipe.
Right, but do they have confined space training? Certification?
Confined space certificate, so you ask it for a certificate. When you're a commercial diver, brother, you are experienced. You're supposed to be trained in all circumstances. Rescue, confined space, anything. Dark out, you can't see. You're supposed to. You ready? You're supposed to be ready. You're not supposed to be in an office giving orders to a commercial diver.
They're not lying enough. Right?
You're not supposed to be in an office like Colin Piper telling me, don't go in a fight.
They went through that.
So you're saying that
you're
saying that they don't want they basically don't want the LMCS workers there anymore. So who are the people they're using? Because based on my understanding, LMCS has the professionals. They would have received the contract to do
all
certain works out there.
workers were trained and ready to rescue.
So who are they using now, since they don't want you all around there?
They're using them. I don't know who they're using. I think I don't know.
But that statement that they made that they don't want LMCS workers there, what is LMCS workers in the pipe? Why don't they want LMCS workers who rescue the one person who's alive?
They probably want to use an individual contractor to hide up the truck. Because I seen Subsea Global and OTSL outside. They supply boats outside. Right? They are standby outside. I don't know if they're coordinating to a Paria, but they're not doing. Everybody's on standby. That's when I went out today, I saw that. But no operation is going on, nothing.
So we're gonna bring this to a wrap, but we're gonna say and we want them to know every press conference that they have going forward, we will have a press conference immediately after. There are lawyers on standby for these families already. We know their rights, they know their rights, and this is not over.
Let me just say, this type of job we was doing, this is something that we do in continuous time. We did more than 10 jobs like this we did already, right? So it's not like we can experience what we do. You understand? I work in Paria more than 10 years here. More than 10 years, more than 15 years. Right? Well, when I was Petrotrin, not Paria. It's only now when Paria take over here, become a curse. Paria become a curse to the country and to everybody here. Right? Yeah. Yeah, all these things. The guy lost his leg. That fire take place by boat number 2 south. Now, big incident by boat number 6. Right? This place is a curse because it's run by crooks and murderers. Exactly. This place is a curse.
Now, one of the journalists raised a question about the washing out of the line. And the people from the company trying to put it in a nice way. And they're going to use control pressure on a 36-inch line.
He said that they wanted, that they spoke about using control pressure in the 36-inch line when they're flushing everybody out so that they can keep the bodies intact.
And one of the journalists asked if they're actually going to be washing the line, and they end up twisting back the answer.
They're going to wash out the line?
Yeah, well, they'll be washing the line out. They're going to push everybody up.
They say they want to use the right too. They say it's not washing the line. They say it's going to be a slow process to do it in the right way. And I can't remember if humane was the word, but something to mean that.
I think Mr. Colin Piper, I think he needs to consult his lawyer before he speaks again. I think Mr. Piper has some serious questions to answer, and I hope the police.
Based on your experience, right? Based on your experience, what would you say, based on your experience, what sort of mechanism should be used in order to recover the bodies in the most humanely and at least intact?
Commercial diver, send them down the line back, and retrieve the bodies one by one.
Just remember, you're speaking about his father and his friends.
And retrieve the bodies one by one. That's all.
I think we good there.
Colin Piper better pray that this incident doesn't really make him a piper.
Thank you very much, all of you.